What's happening to me?
You are becoming.
Yeah, but what?
A friend. Or a foe. That's for you to decide. I've a proposal for you.
Well, Fire Spitter, can't say you didn't show us the city. Cooking up another master plan?
I'm through making plans.
Lead those who will obey you properly. That is leadership. That is how the other Toa should treat you.
And this is something your king would allow.
There is a way. 6 ways.
I'm listening.
Got a job to do.
The Matoran.
Rescuing them is our destiny. And if there's any of the Vakama I know left, he'll know what to do next.
It was in those days I discovered our destinies are not written in stone. We have to find them for ourselves. Now it's time for you to make new legends. For that is the way of the Bionicle.
Happy Bionicle Day everyone, and welcome to the 2025 Bionicle Directs. We've got lots of great projects to show to you today, so let's not waste any time. First things first, the latest from a project we're all familiar with. While the freshly rebranded Unmasked Games has turned most of their attention to Project Rustbound, project admin Joe Cool has cooked up one final update for Bionicle Masks of Power Legacy. You can download the updated Masks of Power Legacy build from Jokul's itch.io page by scanning the QR code on your screen. Masks of Power isn't the only Bionicle game getting a facelift today. Thanks to the most ambitious Bionicle Heroes modders out there, you can now take on Voyanui as the heroes of Bionicle 2005 and 2015.
Some tales are best left untold. Voyanui, an island ruled by tyrants and their evil lieutenants, needs new heroes. Its inhabitants are in need of a great rescue. The Hordika, once again transformed by Visorak venom, are all that is left to turn the tide. But old foes stand alongside their new enemies, and before the day is won, they must endure a tide of poison, a horde of venom, and cut through the web of shadows. Six heroes, old made new again, find their duty is to resolve the quarrels of another realm. Okoto's heroes are on the case. They're not in this fight alone. The Matoran of Voyanui are ready to help their new allies. This may not be their world, but the Masters of Okoto are ready to face the challenge. Are you?
Both of these mods are now available on Kralek's ModDB page, and you can find the original game on the Biomedia project. Don't miss out! The faces of 2005 and 2015 aren't the only ones we're revisiting this year. Let's see what Biryu and Ziontero have in store for us with their latest injection molding project. These 11 classic masks will be available soon, and you can browse Biryu and Xeontero's current stock at biryusforge.etsy.com and xeonteroscustomwares.com. Fan comics have been a part of our community's DNA since day one, and today, a brand new comic book series focused on Toa is ready to launch. Let's take a look inside Forge Hammer number 1.
Yo, this is Brando, author, creator, and writer and artist of Forge Hammer, based on the Bionicle Chronicle toy sets from that building block company. Forge Hammer is an annual anthology series revolving around fan-made and original stories solely done by me. All art is hand-drawn and inked by me, no AI, and no outside assistance. This first installment is based on Toa Likon's battle with vengeance during the Toa Dark Hunter War for Metro Nui. I've been drawing Bionicle art since I was a kid, and I figured it's time to publish my own stories. Thanks for checking this out, and hit me up for physical copies on Twitter at BrandoNewsSerial and Instagram at Wandering_Brando, and enjoy the read. This is an unauthorized release.
You can find Forge Hammer on Brando's art site, brandoillustration.com. It'll be well worth your time. Iconic stills and Pokora Morgan have been staples of the Bionicle Direct for years, and this time around, they're collaborating with Glaucon Zero and 14 other artists on the most ambitious Bionicle zine yet. Let's see what all the fuss is about.
You are extreme, all engulfing madness. You reminded an irrepressible miracle that I can move cosmos and the stars are making me so afraid of you. Maybe in time you will let us all out and replace us with
You can download Web, a Hordika fanzine, for free on Morgan's Gumroad page, and pre-orders for a physical print run are open until September 10th. Just scan the QR code on your screen now. Many a Bionicle fan have dared to ask the question, what if someone made audiobooks for all 1 million words of the Bionicle story? Now, thanks to Infinite Inspiration, lead of the classic Bionicle audio narration project, that dream is almost a reality. Let's learn a little more.
Oh, Nua! Get away from here!
Please.
Flee! Before I am forced
To harm you.
Think I have a better idea.
He leaped forward, smashing the ground with his fists. A great wave of earth rose up like a tidal wave, sweeping toward Kranalua. Really? Vakama said, shattering another mask to splinters. Imagine your body trapped between seconds, or half of you aging while the other half regresses. Does it still sound appealing to you? All your plans and schemes would come to an end, because no matter what you attempted, I could walk into the past and undo it. Kill me today, and I will be waiting for you in some tomorrow to avenge my death.
Approaching the fortress of the Dark Hunters on Odina is much like sticking one's face into a nest of fireflies. Hungry fireflies. Angry, hungry fireflies. Although my fellow Toanuva and I had chosen the least guarded approach to the fortress, we still had to deal with our share of sentries and wandering Dark Hunters. The trick was to knock them out before they could raise an alarm, something that is much easier to do when you have Liwa along.
No, he said to Motoro. You have to go. You have to try. The rest of us will stay here and buy you time. Go! Toa of Ice looked at Toa of Fire. Traditionally, the avatars of these two elements had clashed, and it had been no different for these two, but Motoro knew what Jala was saying. He and the other Mari were prepared to die to give Matanui, and Motoro, a chance to live.
Voltras thought he was going to be sick. What had they done to the Makuta here? Where was the delicious evil, the complex plans, the ruthless ambition? Or, if the Makuta's actions had been fueled by a hatred or jealousy of Matanui, and there was no Matanui here, had things turned out differently?
The Shadow Hand took Motoro in its grasp and drew him, unprotesting, into the substance of Makuta. Takanuva got to his feet, blasting light from his power lance and shadow from his other hand, screaming, "Murder!" Hey everyone, this is Infinite Inspiration. What you just heard is a series of clips from various pieces of Bionicle media. The novels, short stories, and story serials. Back in 2014, I started up a project that aimed to narrate the Bionicle novels, and include voice actors for each of the characters, sound effects, and music to go along with it to give you a fully immersive experience in the world of Bionicle. It was on my channel that the Bionicle audio narration project began. We were able to complete the first 4 books of the Chronicles series, and it included sound effects and music for all of them, with the first 2 books having individual actors for each character. The project fizzled out for a time due to me going to university, but then several other members of the Bionicle community came in and started filling in various gaps. On Herr Sturm Studios' channel, you can find pretty much all of the Bionicle story serials, and on Toa Tapio Nuva's channel, over the course of the last nearly decade, he has been working on completing the remainder of the Bionicle novels alongside several members of the Bionicle community to narrate it, including myself. As I saw the project continue, now with the final book Journey's End in the works and expected to be completed by the end of this year, I decided to fill in some of the last remaining gaps by releasing the Bionicle short stories on my channel, along with a couple of the story serials that are still missing. So it is with great pleasure that I can share by the end of this year, with the release of Journey's End and Reign of Shadows, that you will be able to listen to the entire Bionicle story from start to finish in its entirety. You can check out my channel now for a playlist that includes a video briefly talking about the Bionicle storyline and each piece of media included in it, and be able to listen to the vast majority of the story from start to finish, with the exception of the couple of stories that I mentioned that will be released by the end of this year. Please look forward to it. Thanks!
You can find Infinite Inspiration's Bionicle audio story playlist on his YouTube channel. Scan the QR code on your screen to dive back into the original Bionicle legend, and just wait until we're done here. Another popular question in our community is, what if Bionicle, but with minifigures? Brickonicle is here to answer that question, and for this year's Bionicle Day, they're taking on the Visorak Horde. Let's check it out.
Gathered friends, listen again to our legend of the Minifigure. I am ex-Chrisman P.
Hello there, I'm Toa Fella.
Hello, I'm Topaz, aka Toa Muscant.
Hello, I'm Rorin.
And we are the Minifigure team. Today we're going to take a look on our Hordika figures. 2005 introduced the line of Bionicle system set, and with them we got the first Bionicle minifigures. These were a game changer. Now we could finally combine our favorite Bionicle characters with our Lego bricks. Oh, hey there Wakama, what's up?
I can't move.
Yeah, we probably should do something about that. Oh, hey there Matao.
Look at me. I can turn my head 360 degrees.
Huh, what happened to you?
Huh? Oh, we were caught trapped by spiders and got infected. Tried quick running away, but got caught and poisoned. Again. Not being able to move and such. But hey, now I can move. Even more than before. Just look at my arm.
Oh, so that's how you and your friends were turned into hideous beasts?
Was turned into what?
Well, let's take a look at the new Minifigure figures. As you can see, we created a new torso to represent the Hordika torso. This has connections for arms and legs. The head is connected with a toe ball, aka Mixel ball, making it able to move 360 degrees. The back works as a stud shooter, so that the Ritoka spinner is represented by a stud. We also created a custom Hordika arm with a bar connection, so that you could attach the forearm as a clip piece to add the hand into. We also made custom weapons for each of the Hordika, Wakamas being able to attach a flame piece into. And that's it. That's better, Wakama. But something looks a little bit off. Oh yeah, we made some minifigure versions too. So if you want to create more like Lego minifigures, these are for you. We made the head available as a custom minifigure head, and we made a custom armor piece. The armor piece has a stud on the back, so you can add a round tile as the Ritoka. Other than that, just add custom weapons and you got yourself a Hordika minifigure. And now we can add them to the Battle of Metro Nui. We're also planning to release minifigure Visrak later this year. Now let's hear what Toa Fella has been working on.
As a novum, this year's BioDay release comes with two non-figure supplementary parts. First, we present to you the Cocoon. Based on the LEGO Spiderweb piece 80487, ours in comparison is upscaled in length by 1 unit to a total of 9 to also accommodate non-minifigures. Furthermore, we implemented a hold center stud, aligned the gap with the victim's head, and switched the clips and bar ends around to mitigate printing errors. Also, placing the single clips at the extreme ends instead of in between, coupled with the structure's flexibility, allows one to slide off the connection points instead of clipping them off, so even brittle materials can be used for printing. Next we present to you the Hemisphere piece. It comes in 2 variants and has a diameter of 5 units. Based off of LEGO piece 4412, we incorporated anti-stud connections into the axle slot. Variant 1, if paired together, forms a Matoran pod. The second variant serves as both a Suva shrine and Tor canister lid. In case of the Matoran pod, we recommend using half pins as connectors, should your printing material be too rigid. Otherwise, your finger cups might not get a good grip on a curved, inflexible surface. Have fun printing and playing.
We invite you to join the Bionicle Discord server, where you can meet other members of our little community, check out cool mocks, enter building and photography challenges, and keep up to date for the latest news from our projects. After that, head over to our website, where you can see the photos from previous challenges, and find all the files from releases we've done so far, including my favorite, our Advent calendar, where we released a new part every single day.
Hello, Bionicle Day! I hope you are all doing well. My name is Roran, I am the Minionicle team's local Discord wizard and guy with memes. Today, I am here to present to you all our biggest contest yet. A little story time. As we all probably know, back some 20-odd years ago, in the wonderful year of 2005, LEGO hosted a very special contest. The Dark Hunter contest. To honor that, we at Minionicle have decided to bring you our own version. Now introducing the Minionicle Dark Hunter contest. Now, what does this mean? Well, with the release of our Hordika parts, we would like to invite you to participate in creating a Dark Hunter worthy of the Shadow One's forces. This can be a recreation of one of the original Dark Hunters from the 2005 contest, or your own original model. You have from now, August 10th, 2025, to October 10th, 2025 at 12 a.m. UTC. You will be submitting your entries on our Discord in the dedicated channel. Now you may be asking yourself, well, why would I do any of this? Why should I care? Well, simple. The top 3 submissions, as voted on by the Minionicle community, will get full pages in our digital Minionicle Dark Hunter guide, an interview to go along with it, and the first place winner will get a custom Minionicle piece made and modeled by our very own X-Crispin P and Toa Fella. Happy building! Don't forget to join our Discord, and may the Great Spirit guide you.
Thank you, Roran. Sounds like a lot of fun, so don't miss that. We also want to say thank you to all our test printers who helped us making our models the best possible. They are a great help to our team, so thanks to Athanatos Devil, Matt Grayzone, Epicman, Shieldwolf92 and Tamaru. Your help is greatly appreciated. Now that's all we have to show today. Files for the Hordika figures should be up on our website, both for 3D printing and for studio, so check them out and have fun. Have a great Bionicle Day, everyone. This is the way of the Bionicle.
You can catch up on the Bionicle project by joining their Discord server through the QR code on your screen. Just watch where you step. Mock Spotlights have been one of the most frequently requested additions to the Bionicle Day lineup, and this year, we're happy to feature one of the coolest collabs this community has ever seen. You already know the Dark Hunters, so now, let's meet their rejects.
Underestimate things I wanna be. Apologies will never be my game. Facing the reality, face it by myself.
You can learn about the All Odinian rejects through the bios on their Flickr page, accessible using the QR code on your screen now. The team behind this project is also considering releasing this project as a physical book, so if that's something you'd be interested in, be sure to let them know. Before we wrap this year's Direct up, we've got just one more thing to show you, from a returning Direct presenter.
Well, that was a fun project, but I guess it's done. Oh well. Now what? I guess I could always finally take up actual Bionicle building. Where's the head? Oh, here it is. Well, it's been a while, but I guess I'm back. In case you're new to Bionicle Day, hello there. My name is Swirt. I am one of the founders of Bionicle Day, the proper event that we're watching. And back in 2021, I created a brickhead style of the 6 Toa, which I dubbed the Kohlilheadz. In 2023, I mentioned that I had become super burned out on the whole project. The truth is, I was getting sick and tired of making 6 different sets of instructions with completely different requirements, knowing that deep down, somehow it wasn't enough. It was just incomplete. However, I knew that the only way to fix this was to fundamentally start over from scratch and make a brand new design. In addition to that mentality, new parts were finally introduced into the system to make them a little more accurate, as well as minor fixes of my own errors that would make them truly look like the real Toa sets. But I knew the real challenge was going to be, how do I address one major flaw for my first set? How do I make it so you can build any Toa that you want, any color you want, and still maintain not burning out for making 216 different sets of instructions to make each Toa with each primary color possible? That is absurd. Instead, why not just change the mask? Oh, never mind. This head is way better. Introducing the Kohlilheadz modular system. My attempt to right the wrongs from 2021 when I created my first Toa design. With this new system, any possible combination of the Great Kanohi mask that is built in this style can now be applied to a generic template of a head. With this in mind, now I just need to make one simple set of instructions for each of the body types we've seen in 2001, such as the single arm swing and the inverted body. However, I then faced a very new set of challenges. What about the Noble Kanohi? Oh yeah, of course I made the Noble Kanohi. You thought this would just be your normal unhinged Kohlilheadz reveal?
I have lost sleep to this system.
Oh, and of course I also had to make the Rahaga to go with them. Each mask design is capable of being built in every solid color featured in Bionicle's entire G1 story year, with the only true replacements being Medium Azure replacing Medium Blue, and Dark Purple replacing Classic Purple. Oh, and yes, the Greys are also using the Stone variants introduced back in 2004. Yes, that is the official LEGO term, Stone Grey. Feel free to look it up. Please do. I'm sick and tired of having this discussion. Each mask may require parts replacements until LEGO officially releases the ones I intended, but the replacements are pretty close if you asked me. Also a point to mention is with this new system, both gold and silver masks are now possible, as well as new to the lineup, infected masks. Now, I'm torn whether or not to release instructions for the infected, as it's more a matter of feel and style rather than precision. So feel free to reach out to me with contact information I'll provide later if you think I should. Again, it does feel like you should explore the possibility on your own, but that's just personal preference. But speaking of personal preference, in addition to each mask being buildable in each color, this new system also allows for the first time the ability to swap parts between masks. So if you ever wanted that at Kakamari, well guess what, now you can. Always wanted Nikon's Noble How? Yeah, here you go. Likewise, you could also change LEGO elements out to make unique color palettes, and unique pieces to your current mask design, or you could go hog wild on unique designs altogether. Honestly, the possibilities are only limited by your imagination. Okay, and also a few parts that just don't mix very well, but that's an easy fix if you try hard enough. Worst case scenario, you could always see for miles. And miles. And miles. Getting to this point was not easy, and it required so many revisions. In fact, to date, there are at least 21 different studio files, over 130 images of renders, 3 animations, and many failed attempts sent over Discord before I finally nailed all 12 of these masks. Now, having said that, I guess we should also address another elephant in the room. There's got to be more here. Oh. Well, you know, if it's worth doing, it's certainly worth overdoing. It turns out when you have half a year to plan a whole new Toa system, you also have the same amount of time to plan a new way to turn them into Toa Nuva. So like the original Toa Nuva from 2002, these Toa Nuva will use the exact same bodies as your new Kohlilheadz modular. Nuva masks are being upgraded to the modular system as we speak, and will be released as soon as possible. But that does bring up the next subject. How will this all be released? Well, the current plan is to make different sets of instructions for each Kanohi, featuring a head with that Toa's eye color. The Noble Kanohi will have the instructions for each Rahaga head associated with that mask, so you can also do recolored Toa heads from these. The only head that has any changes directly to it will be the Bakari's head, which is meant for Onua's hunching effect. Now, of course, as it is also a very modular system, the Bakari can still go on any other head design. A hunched Toa will require slightly modified Kanohi sides to be able to properly wear them, as seen in these examples, which will be made available as separate instructions for your needs. The next set of instructions will be based around the Toa bodies themselves, as implied earlier. This will include the single arm, the double arm, the inverted kick, and the inverted run. The Toa tools for each Toa will also be inserted into a set of instructions, as well as brand new Nuva-themed stands for each of the Toa. Additionally, the Rahaga bodies will be available on their own, ready to take the lead in the Koro of their choice. Wait a minute. But if the Rahaga lead, who would they be leading? You knew I had to do it. One of the biggest things I've tried to make for so many years now was a believable Matoran design in my system. It wasn't until my failed Rahaga design from earlier this year that I realized my problem was not in trying to make them similar in scale, but in failing to realize what the scale was to begin with. As you can see from the video, the body is even shorter than the gift with purchase Tahu himself, and I argue even more adorable. However, it still uses the same modular Kanohi system as the Toa and Rahaga, so you can now interchange these masks across these 3 styles. Of note, some Matoran Kanohi will also require the same modifications seen in the hunched models, but with the best part, with all these color combinations possible within the system, the friends you make are always there for you, just at a cost. Speaking of, when I first released my Kohlilheadz, and the second time I released my Kohlilheadz, and the third time I released Kohlilheadz, I said they would be free. Well, let's go ahead and address that now for you here now. They still are free. However, instead of hosting these on BSL1 server, I am now moving the original Kohlilheadz, the geared up Kohlilheadz, well, once I finished, as well as the modular system, all to my personal OneDrive. Okay, yes, I know. Ugh, OneDrive. Ugh. I wish I still had the space left to leave it on BSL1, but I would rather reserve all that space for the site, and it was about time I move on off of there anyway. To clarify, the BSL1 website for Kohlilheadz is still there, but now each thumbnail will instead represent the mask you want and the body type you want. as well as having a dedicated link to the original folder, just so you can get those later. I have spent so much time working on these, but unfortunately I couldn't get them all done in time for Bionicle Day this year. My goal is to have them all posted by winter 2025, no later than New Year's 2026. I do have instructions ready for the single-arm Toa and the How, just to give you a small taste of what you are expected to see. I will be posting more on my Blue Sky and in the BS1 Discord with updates about what instructions are ready and when. If you have any questions, feel free to ping me in the BS1 Discord or in any other Discord we happen to be sharing. I'm in a lot of them. On BS1 on my talk page, over on Blue Sky, or just shooting me an email at sword@outlook.com. With that, I hope you enjoyed the presentation, and I hope you get ready to build your own OCs, Kohlilheadz style.
You can find these new Kohlilheadz instructions by scanning the QR code on your screen. Have fun! Thanks for tuning in to Bionicle Directs 2025. We hope you enjoy digging into all these amazing projects, and that you enjoy the rest of this year's Bionicle Day.
Having defeated Makuta, the Toamechu managed to escape Mechunui and find a new land in which they hope Matoran can dwell in peace. Now they have returned to the City of Legends to rescue the sleeping Matoran from the Colosseum. So far, it's not going well.
Yuck! When I get my hands on Matau...
There seems to have been an error in our travel. Pilot error.
Hey, don't blame me for the ship's hard crash! I was just order taking. Vakama was the one order giving.
The important thing is that we are all here and all safe. But where's Vakama?
Right here, sister. Now, are we going to play in the mud, or are we going to rescue Matoran?
Oh no, Lee Metru.
Not just Lee Metru, sister. The whole city.
What's that mist fog? And all those webs?
If this is what happens when we win a fight, I hope we never lose one.
Let's talk. Focus on the mission.
I didn't think we were here for a holiday slow stroll.
Scout ahead, Matau. Quietly, for a change.
A little too much order giving if you ask me, Fire Spitter.
A message is sent through the strands of webbing that cover the city. Short and simple. It will bring 1,000 creatures of the shadows after the Toamechu. The hunt has begun.
Vizorak!
What?
That name. Onoa, you said that name once, when you were in a trance.
I didn't make the connection before, but the webs. There was a tablet in the archives that mentioned them. In their own tongue, their name means stealers of life. Legend says that they have overrun hundreds of lands, wrapping the inhabitants up inside of web cocoons. And when they emerge, they have become... well, you don't want to know what they've become.
Another threat to the safety of the Matoran. That's all the more reason for us to keep going. Nice of you to tell us, Wenua. I would think an archivist would be faster to remember things like that.
Vakama! How can you say such a thing? I don't... Wait a moment. What's that noise?
Uh-oh. It's what I feared. The archives were shattered by the quake. Every creature housed in there is free to roam the night.
Alright, we keep going, regardless of Vizorak or Rahi. We're Toa, aren't we? Nothing in this city can hurt us.
Later.
See? I told you we would make it here without any problem.
Sure as one big happy walk.
Don't look now, Matau, but it's about to get worse. The Vizorak spinners strike their targets. Instantly paralyzed, the Toa fall. Sensing final victory, the Vizorak Keelrak close in on the helpless Toa. The hunt has ended in the only way it could, but the nightmare is just beginning.
fire spitter. We can't say you didn't show us the city.
I'm sorry. I don't know what else to. What is happening to me?
I'm not liking this.
You're going to like it even less in a moment.
Vakama!
One by one, the Toamechu's cocoons fall, sending the heroes towards certain doom far below.
This is all my fault. My failure. Now my friends will perish and Matoran with them. There is no hope.
Your destiny is not yet complete, Vakama.
Who are you?
A friend. One who has walked the path you walk. Your fellow Toa is safe as well. I will bring you to them. But prepare yourself. Many things have changed.
Nokama? Matau? Oh no. What have we become?
You have become both more and less than what you were. We are the Rahaga. I am Norik. And this is Gaki, Hooks, Kualis, Bamunga, and Darui. We have been living in the shadows of Metronui since before the Cataclysm. We know why you returned, and we know what has happened to you.
How can we trust them? Look at them!
Look at ourselves, Onawa, and ask yourself, how can we not? Speak, Norik, and we shall listen.
You were injected with venom while in the cocoons. It has turned you into Toa Hordika, half hero, half beast. You are tainted with darkness now. Your masks will no longer serve you.
You must master your new forms and powers if you hope to survive. But beware. If the venom is not erased from your system in time, you will remain this way forever. Worse, you will become beasts in fact as well as appearance. Gibbering things that stalk the night, bringing destruction.
The Metronui Coliseum, once the home to Taraga Duma, Matoran sporting competitions, and naming day ceremonies. Now home to something very different, and very dangerous.
I assume you're here to tell me that Sidorak and the Horde have been successful, and the Toa have been recaptured? Because you know how I feel about failure. The success of my plan requires 6 Toa, and by Makuta's black heart I shall have them. This Rodaka swears!
Vakama! How can you say such a thing? Don't be a jerk. Because you're being a jerk.
Hi, my name is Isaac, but you may know me from around the community as Meerkat. I'm a writer, musician, game designer, and all sorts of other things. I'm the founder of Hexahedron Studios, the group that manages the Beyond Bionicle segment for 810 Day, and we're also the creators of Colony, a fantasy world told from the perspective of insects. I was asked by Vakiti to say a few words about the cancellation of Bionicle Masks of Power, and more specifically, the schism that the cancellation has created in the community. As Vakiti puts it, there is a division on what to think or how to act, and there is a growing disillusionment and uncertainty with LEGO, Bionicle, and the future of the community. I want to spend a few moments with you to discuss my personal feelings about the situation and how my journey in the community has led me to where I am now. To give you some brief backstory, I was a fan way back in the early days of 2001. At just 6 years old, receiving a Happy Meal with a Mictoran inside, and the striking image of Onipu's vibrant purple Picari and the memory of my sister annoyingly complaining to my mom as I launched the disc around the car interior is something that will never leave me. I followed Bionicle obsessively and dutifully to the very end of its first lifetime, and like many, was underwhelmed at the rushed ending and poor closure that we were provided. G2 comes around, and while I was unmoved by it from my own personal impressions, I recognize that it has its place in the community, especially since it attracted new fans into the franchise, who have since come to be some of my closest and dearest friends. But then came 2017, and I had just come out of a surgery which had unforeseen complications. leading to me being confined inside for most of my extensive recovery. I decided that instead of wallowing away watching TV, I wanted to give my brain a more creative and stimulating activity that wouldn't put too much strain on my body. That, as you can probably guess, led me to returning to my Bionicle parts. And with a newly acquired 3D printer, the creativity just began to flow. Soon after, I found Bionicle mask posting on Facebook, and through there I became connected with people who have since become incredible friends and colleagues, with whom I have created wonders beyond what I thought I would ever achieve in my lifetime, following those core principles of unity, duty, and destiny. However, through the years, as I have grown as a creative, and I personally strive to place substance and message on a higher pedestal, I have found myself frustrated by Bionicle during my experiences participating in fan projects, as its story was shaped around the necessity to sell toys, and not creating a story first and foremost, of which the toys would be merchandise of. The cracks and inconsistencies led me, like many others, to develop story-driven reduxies, none of which I personally was able to hold much interest in beyond the short discussions and speculations, placing patchwork fixes where the corporate interference tore through the fabric of the story. I eventually found myself in a state of exhaustion when it came to pouring my creative efforts into Bionicle, and moreover, I realized that I was engaging in something more detrimental to what I personally believed in. I was feeding into LEGO as a machine, the management of whom has since left the Bionicle community behind, and seems to only view us as consumers to entice when they think that they can make a profit from our nostalgia. I do not care to be a part of that anti-art. I do not want to fuel those practices any longer. Despite how much love we as a community could show for what Bionicle once was and what we were making it to be through our efforts, LEGO eventually chose to prioritize their bottom line over dedication and creativity. Though even I did not think that they would strike the fans in such a vulnerable time and place, only moments away from a glorious showcase of what Bionicle means to us. LEGO extinguished a labor of love made by a talented team, something that was meant to pay tribute to the world we're here to celebrate today. LEGO's leadership has sent a clear message to the fans that we must create in the world of Bionicle within their parameters, without even giving indications as to where those parameters begin and end. This was a largely unprecedented takedown of a free fan project, and the community is rightfully concerned about the future of their creative works. So while I do still lightly participate in Bionicle projects with my friends as they ask me to, if Bionicle were to come back tomorrow, next year, or a decade down the line, I would not purchase them or invest in its story, regardless of its quality. I cannot bring myself to feed into the machine that would burn us, the community that saved it from bankruptcy, to fuel its engines. But those are only my personal feelings, and I refuse to tell you what you should or should not think or do in regards to this situation, and encourage you to explore within yourself and find what you believe is the right course of action in the face of this unclear future which LEGO presents to us now. However, I am here to tell you that while I may have my frustrations with the future of Bionicle, I still believe in the creative future of this passionate and resilient community. Gort, the creative director of Unmasked Games, had this to say about the team's mindset about the situation and the future of their game development.
So the truth is that after this demo came out, a lot of us were waiting to see if we still had gas in the tank to make the full game. A new IP is refreshing and is exciting, and the team is more energized in that direction than we were to finish Bionicle Massive Power. And it really helps that we can actually sell the damn thing. I mean, after 8 years, give or take, a lot of us have become or are still working professionals in the game industry. and the large amount of free labor on top of our normal lives was just really starting to bite. Bionicle Massive Power looks as polished as it does, or as it did, because it's basically the OCD dumping grounds for a team of frustrated professionals ground down by the industry elsewhere in life who needed a creative outlet. The demo release is going to be a big moment of catharsis for the team, and from that point, we would need to assess the next steps. After this, I'd say we're pretty done. I mean, everybody involved is just so tired of being treated like cannon fodder and just disposable talent for major studios and corporations, and now Lego is also one of those corporations. But on the bright side, this is another reason why it made so much sense for us to kind of spin the team into a genuine indie development studio and start developing our own games. This just gives us so much more control and such a better sense of creativity that we're very excited to explore. So it's going to be a while before you hear from us again, but rest assured that you will, and we're very excited to share what we have in store.
This disillusionment of the status quo within their industry is very much what I was feeling in my own creative and artistic endeavors. Just as Unmasked Games is moving on with their new original work, Rustbound, I continue my work in the world of Colony. While Bionicle opened our eyes to the possibility of what compelling world building and substantial storytelling could be, I believe we should not let it remain a ceiling under which our imaginations can soar. This is precisely my reasoning for having begun Beyond Bionicle. Beyond Bionicle is and will remain to be 810's outlet for those of you who have new and exciting worlds and stories to tell that are not about or directly related to Bionicle. We are here to provide this amazing community with a stage to showcase your own explorations into the boundless depths of our unmasked imaginations. We implore you to share the news of this showcase to your friends, both in and outside of the Bionicle community. We want to share, foster, and grow your work with an ever-growing community of passionate creators and collaborators, as well as an audience of devoted and loving fans who are eager to find new legends. Furthermore, if you feel the same as I do, if you do not wish to give your money to LEGO any longer, we implore you to put that money towards supporting the creators we are proudly presenting here today, other creators who respect their fans and communities, and more than that, we highly suggest donating to charities that reflect higher values and hold deep commitments to the betterment of communities around you. 810 staff and collaborators have suggested the following charities to donate to, but we also highly recommend to research and reach out to your local charities to find out how you can help people in need in your immediate vicinity. The first steps to building a better world is to build up where you stand. Thank you for listening and sharing, and without further delay, I present to you Beyond Bionicle 2025.
Hello, gathered friends. My name is Nash Calvert, and welcome to Beyond Bionicle, Hexahedron Studios' premier 810 showcase. Beyond Bionicle is all about showing off the creative projects from around the Bionicle community that aren't about Bionicle. We're ecstatic to show you the wonderful lineup of projects submitted this year, so let's get started. First, we're revisiting the wonderfully robotic world of Robotrio from Leigh Hart and Friends. Let's take a look.
Good. We can finally begin. Greetings! This is Lahari, and I voice Ace Mignacho and Hector Aristoteles in the audio-based web series Robotrio, created by my spouse, Leigh Hart. If you're watching this live on stream, I hope you've been having a fantastic Bionicle Day 2025. As a note, this video is also getting released on Leigh's channel, so if you're watching from there, hello to you too. In this year's Beyond Bionicle segment, we're going to break down the psychology of Robotrio's main villain, Hector Aristides. We'll explore how he became the way that he is, what his core beliefs are, and why the retention of those beliefs makes him an understandable but solidly irredeemable villain. The following is written exclusively by Leigh Hart. As the creator of the series, Leigh is the central authority on this topic, and so this video should be considered a primary source for any ambitious fans looking to create a secret Robotrio wiki or academic paper focused on the series. You know who you are. This will also contain a ton of spoilers for Robotrio, namely it includes spoilers for Seasons 1 and 2, up to Episode 4 of Season 3. At the time of this video, the rest of Season 3 has not been released yet, so any aspect of his character that are revealed in future episodes will not be included. As a last disclaimer, this is meant to provide context and nuance behind Hector's character. It is not intended to defend Hector as a good moral person whose actions are actually okay. Let's be real here, I cannot imagine anyone actually doing that, but such are the times. With that out of the way, let's dive in. Now, allow me to joke your memory. Hector Aristides, or Hectoras Aristides, was born in Thessaloniki, Greece, on August 17, 1969. His sister Adelpha was born in 1976. At age 13, his family immigrated to the US and settled in a small Michigan home. Hector's parents were kind, but held their children to strict academic standards. He graduated high school with honors and earned a scholarship to Michigan State University for a PhD in biomed engineering. Though his family was nearby, he chose to live in a dorm, valuing his independence over proximity. Later in college, Hector abandoned his doctoral plans, planning to tell his family that he was only pursuing a bachelor's. Upon returning home, he learned that his father had passed away during his absence. His perfectionist side pushed him to seek glory, though not necessarily as a doctor. He then pursued a dual master's degree in biomedical and mechanical engineering. Living on campus fostered a close bond between Hector and a biology student named Irene Wallace. After a shared class, they became friends, and during Hector's last semester, Irene confessed her love for him, which he didn't mind. Months later, it was revealed that Irene was pregnant. Hector proposed to her, believing that it would ease their financial situation, and they legally married in August of 1991. Upon his graduation, Hector's biomedical thesis caught the eye of Gavril Institute, a local genetics lab. Impressed by his ideas, they offered him a research position in DNA editing and generation. He worked on repairing DNA with an underlying ambition to cease the aging process. Hector's son Castor was born on February 9th, 1992, but Hector was not present. He saw his family as responsibility and was content to be the financial provider. He regarded his wife Irene as a close friend, rarely feeling any deeper emotions, and he never showed vulnerability around her. Irene believed Hector's emotional distance was sincere love he struggled to express, trusting that his rare I love you moments carried weight. In reality, Hector kept forgetting that I love you was part of his husbandly routine. In '99, Hector's experiments earned him a grant for an independent project. Though the project details were later erased from the record, its goal was to create a superior species from scratch using Hector's own framework of DNA generation. The project progressed slowly until 2002, when it advanced exponentially in its first practical test. The creature Hector developed lived less than a minute. Its parents traumatized Hector to the point where nothing less than that experience could faze him. The project was deemed a catastrophic failure, and the Gavril Institute blacklisted Hector from their company and all associated labs. Hector refused to explain why he could no longer work in genetics or why he suffered night terrors almost every following night. Irene only learned the truth a week later through news coverage that mentioned Gavril Institute, allowing her to connect Hector's involvement. She concluded that he was unsafe for her and their son and divorced him, which he accepted without protest. Irene gained full custody, cut ties with the Aristoteles family, and raised Castor on her own. It took a few years for Hector to recover. He wasn't upset at the divorce, having lacked emotional investment, but he needed work. He hired a contractor named Deck to erase his connection to the Gavril incident. All evidence, news articles, images, and remains were erased, and segments of the original were uploaded to a cryptid website with fake names, false locations, and backdated upload times. His uploads gained popularity among both believers and skeptics, rendering the incident an internet phenomenon disconnected from Hector. Any Gabriel scientists who witnessed the event spontaneously took vacations somewhere else, preventing them from debunking the myths. Seeing the success of Deck's work, Hector offered Deck a more permanent position if the former were to establish a company. Deck agreed to this. In 2005, Hydraxon Engineering was founded, specializing in sapient robotics under the motto, creating life one piece at a time. Hector recruited college contacts and his sister Adelpha, who was working as an aircraft mechanic at the time, and eager for grander projects. As the company gained popularity, Hector funded various robotics initiatives while pursuing his personal research on achieving immortality. This research would culminate in 2011. Castor Aristides, age 19, never learned why his parents divorced. He only remembered a single, heated argument. Irene had refused to explain, so he stopped asking, assuming they got divorced for a silly misunderstanding. His only knowledge of his father, aside from memories from age 10 down, was that he was the CEO of Hydraxon Engineering in Exaville, about 4 hours from home. Believing a reunion could resolve things, Castor saved money, packed clothes, and booked a hotel for a week. On 16th of May, after his mom left for work, he printed directions, left a note for his mother, and took a northbound bus. Once Castor arrived in Exaville, he navigated to the Hydraxon Engineering offices and then to Hector's office itself. After some brief confusion, Hector welcomed him and took him to dinner. They spent the next day together, with Hector showcasing his company and introducing Adelpha, much to her surprise. Castor was relieved his father wanted to connect, seeing it as a hope to mend their relationship. The next day, Castor asked his father bluntly about the divorce. Hector hesitated, citing it was a difficult topic, so Castor shifted his focus to his purpose, reuniting the family. Hector agreed that he also wanted that, but doubted Irene would trust him without a gesture of good faith. They decided to build a craft together, finishing a birdhouse that Castor could take home. On Thursday, May 19th, Castor felt more relaxed after getting the family conversation off his chest. He was exploring the hills outside of the Heracles building when Hector called him over for a demonstration of his latest project. When Castor arrived, he revealed a robotic shell with minimal interior components. Castor stepped forward towards the shell, confused, before Hector injected him with an anesthetic, rendering him unconscious. From there, Hector dragged his son onto an operating table, flayed almost 90% of his body, and began implanting various cybernetics into his system. Mid-operation, the anesthetic weakened enough for Castor to wake up screaming in agony. Hector quickly administered a stronger dose, but even after his son fell silent, he was so shaken he felt sick. He called Adelpha to leave work and meet him in the lab, claiming he needed help with an experiment. When she arrived, Hector was turned away, jotting down Castor's rapidly declining vitals. She suppressed her shock and disgust, shouting at Hector to leave. Once he did, Adelpha stabilized Castor's condition. She called her friend Andrew Perez to help move Castor to the hangar where she had originally worked. Hector watched from a security room, unsure of Adelpha's exact changes, but knowing she had altered his work and kidnapped his son. He hired Deck to find Cast. During the mission, Hector maintained his administrative duties, receiving updates from Deck as they occurred. Deck reunited Cast with Hector, who then upgraded Cast's systems through an incredibly sadistic operation. Deck, realizing that this was his fault, allied with Adelpha and Cast's friends, Ace McNacho and Dant1C, to stop Hector. While Adelpha rescued Cast, Deck shot Hector in the shoulder, but Hector activated a timed EMP, threatening the lives of the robots and Cast. Deck ran off to evacuate them, and Hector bandaged himself and retreated to a secret workshop where he activated 3 robots. Barracks, a reprogrammed construction robot, Elsie, and Kane 4P, who he built himself. These formed the anti-trio in Robotrio. Hector's plan was to have Cast come willingly by kidnapping somebody from the trio, either Ace or Dant. Elsie's task was to gather information and win one of them over to capture them. Meeting the pair, Elsie found Ace more gullible, exploiting his noir fixation with a femme fatale act. She eventually isolated and shot him. Things happen. And then took him to Hector's warehouse. Ace's distress signal prompted Cast and Dant to rescue him. When Cast arrived, Hector tried to convince him that Cast didn't have anything to live for if he stumbled through life on his own. You're a 19-year-old drag star who by all accounts would probably peak in your late 20s and spend the rest of your life wishing you could have accomplished something while looking at all the shiny trophies you won in high school. This didn't work, and Kaz punched him in the face. Hector retaliated by freezing his joints with high voltage, and he summoned Elsie and asked her to take care of things. But when she saw his attempts to manipulate Cast and realizing that he had done the same to her, she stood against him. Hector retaliated by giving her a high voltage shock, leaving unchallenged. His whereabouts remain unknown. Someone knew how to make us better, and that someone must hand over the torch at some point. Hector is a Christian who believes God intentionally designed Earth and all of its aspects, with evolution as a direct divine intervention. He sees Earth as currently stagnant and interprets God's rest on the seventh day as a metaphor for a seventh epoch which extends into the present day, with previous epochs taking place over the creation of the universe. This prolonged stagnation suggests God has either abandoned humanity, died, or is waiting. He's been shaping humanity for ages, perhaps delaying the 8th epoch to let somebody else take his place as the designer. If God sees humanity as its best, Hector perceives God's whims as obstructive and obsolete. Hector sees humanity as a divine scaffolding. He believes that his mistake trying to engineer a superior species was that it already exists. The human body can do all of the things biology can offer. However, Hector seeks to extend human life beyond biology's limits, using the body itself as a template. Besides, doesn't improving the handiwork of God make you closer to divinity itself? Hector views his goals as noble and dismisses genuine discussion, assuming criticism stems from fear of progress or ulterior motives. He believes that challenges target his ideals, not his methods. He only engages with others if they serve his goals. He quickly loses interest otherwise. When he needs something, he becomes exceedingly friendly and approachable. Once they're no longer useful, that warmth disappears. This is a recurring pattern throughout the series. He treats Deck coldly after nearly 7 years of familiarity the moment Deck shows disapproval. He immediately becomes dismissive once Elsie rebels against him. He rapidly alternates between sickly warmth and cold detachment with Cast, urging him to join sides, then growing frustrated when he refuses. Hector seeks immortality because he values human life and believes lives should be saved. His actions reflect this belief, and he justifies any means necessary to achieve them. He accepts suffering in the present for himself and others if it ensures a better future. This mindset ties into the way he reacts when shot in the shoulder in Season 1 or punched in the face in Season 2. Injuries are a minor inconvenience for him. His goal-oriented nature drives him to exhaust every possible method before considering changing his goals. He dismisses short-term solutions as unworthy compared to bigger ambitions. He's the polar opposite of Cast in that regard, so it's not just Hector's actions that cause them to butt heads. It's an incompatibility of core beliefs. He has sacrificed over half my life for the others. Is that not a noble cause? Hector's idealism is rooted in fear of mortality, which anyone can relate to. He has clear, consistent internal logic, his goals are technically noble, and he has rare but clear moments of genuine empathy. He is understandable and even relatable as a character, but only up to a point. He manipulates those useful to his goals, he commits atrocities in the name of the greater good, quote-unquote, and dismisses any challenge to his beliefs as intellectual inferiority. He refuses accountability, justifying his actions as necessary for the future. Ultimately, Hector is a cautionary tale about what happens when you do what you think is right in a vacuum. He is a proactive man without a moral compass, and that descriptor applies to the most dangerous men on this planet.
Next up, we're exploring the adventures of the heroic Rua, hailing from the world of Mela. In this exclusive look at Walking Warrior and Team's multimedia project, the Afterman Chronicles.
After narrowly escaping the destruction of their home planets and traveling the galaxy searching for a new home, the saga of an entire people nearly ends before it can be told. When their generational ship crash lands and survivors forget what they lost, it is up to 6 heroes to rally the people to rebuild and remember. In a generation-spanning terraforming adventure, we follow the exploits of a species of biomechanical organisms with a mysterious power to manipulate the different phases of matter. Their most brilliant scientists struggle with hardships on a societal scale, contending with both a dangerous new world and the weight of their own cultural past. In this saga, we follow the exploits of exceptional everyday individuals fighting for the heart of their civilization.
Hello there, everyone. First of all, we want to wish you a happy Bionicle Day. We hope you're enjoying yourselves. My name is Sandro Serrano, writer and creative director here at the Afterman Chronicles. I'm a psychology student and part-time tutor from Portugal. And I just want to tell you, my team and I are thrilled to be here showing you what we've been working on. We're all, probably like yourselves, massive Bionicle fans. It was a great part of our childhoods, and after it was cancelled, we felt what we imagine most fans felt. How can we keep the spirit of Bionicle alive? And that's exactly what this project is, an original story inspired by Bionicle. Now, do we believe we can recapture what Bionicle did when we were younger? No, nor do we want to. But we think we can learn from it and build something entirely new, which is why we decided to make something of our own while paying homage to its inspirations. And that's exactly what we want to show you today, but before we get into that, a few words from our team members.
Hello folks, my name is Henry Thornburg, and I'm the lead illustrator, concept, and storyboard artist for the Afterman Chronicles. When I received my college diploma, until a few years ago, I was in the market to find work that I could put my skills into. I had already had a substantial amount of submissions on a site called DeviantArt, and what gained the most traction was stuff based around the Bionicle series. And when Sandro took notice, he contacted me via chat on that site, asking if I wanted to collab on a spiritual successor to the franchise. So I agreed to the offer, and he was pretty excited to see my style of drawing flesh out his character and story ideas, which in turn made me genuinely excited for the opportunity. Bionicle was a big deal for kids like myself growing up in the 90s and 2000s, and to be part of a trend of keeping its memory chugging along will be a great experience.
Hi, my name is Andre. Online I go by Croxa. I'm the 3D design lead in the team, which is informed by my day job as a mechanical design engineer. I was already independently working on my own buildable robot mini system inspired by Bionicle when Sandro reached out and introduced me to the project. And I thought it would be a great fit and our individual passions could come together to create something really special.
My name is Michael Niemand. I'm the colorist and occasional inker/concept artist for the Afterman Chronicles. And if you know anything about the naming trends in the US between 1954 and 1998, and you speak a tiny bit of German, then you might suspect, like the moderators of various social media sites where I've attempted to register, that I am in fact a robot. While this is not the truth, Bionicle has always had a very special place in my heart. It's how I first bonded with Zandre, one of my oldest friends. I'd been making Bionicle fan art for years when he first approached me with the prospect of working with Sandro and Henry on the project. It's been a really incredible experience doing something like this with people from across the globe that were all so affected by Bionicle's legacy. I can't wait to show you guys what we've been working on.
So what's the direction we're taking with this project? In simple terms, we're leaning hard on the science fiction genre, but we wanted to keep the crucial aspect of an elemental system. This for us meant having a single fantastical premise and taking it to its most logical extent. This premise wouldn't have been found without the help of my lifelong friend, Francisco. I took inspiration from Bionicle's elemental system and Avatar The Last Airbender's bending system. Avatar holds a deeper focus on the spiritual and cultural ties between its bending and its users, while Bionicle holds a more science-adjacent focus. With this in mind, I thought, what would then a bending-esque system look like if it were viewed through a scientific lens instead of a spiritual one? And that's when Francisco suggested, what about the 4 states of matter? And thus, essential state manipulation was born. Solid, liquid, gas, and plasma. Everything in the story leads back to this idea. Even the mass powers, which of course we wanted to keep, lead back to it. This was only possible with the help of my good friend, Mateo, who was a physics PhD candidate and our science consultant. After that, it was only a matter of crafting a world around this singular premise. I started with an evolutionary tree for how organisms with these powers might evolve. I then began crafting the backstory that would justify them evolving into biomechanical beings, as opposed to fully organic ones. The driving force for why they would need to flee their planets, and how this narrow escape ties into essential state manipulation. And this is to say that not only do we have heroes with mass powers, but we also have all sorts of animals and wildlife capable of using ESM too. For instance, we have a slew of landfish which can use gas or solid ESM to fluidize the terrain around them, effectively letting them swim in and on the ground. This one here is a reptilian-esque flying squirrel, which instead of merely gliding, uses its gas ESM with its potassium to actually fly. It can even become invisible and spit fire. And that's another aspect we're proud of with the ESM system, as it makes for some great opportunities to turn some tropes on their heads in a natural way, which we feel is a breath of fresh air, pun intended. As for the mass powers, well, our main cast's mass powers are inspired, much like Bionicle was, by classic comic book heroes. That's where we get invisibility for Hune, plasma shielding for Tokamak, super strength for Onepa, super speed for Kahipo, underwater breathing for Langu, and sonar for Natora. But that's where the similarities end, because the fights we have planned are nothing like what you'd find in your traditional comic book. Instead, because of the wide range of powers we can come up with based on ESM principles, the fights are a lot more like puzzles, which the reader can try to solve. What type of ESM user are they? What's their mass power? While both sides attempt to obfuscate and mislead their opponent about their abilities. And they best be able to do so, for the new world they find themselves in won't go easy on challenging our heroes. From a complete lack of oxygen to a dangerous fauna and flora, from mere deceivers and opportunists to formidable opponents and foes. Aside from our main heroes, the story also follows 3 civilians. Raida, whose task is to guarantee a lack of oxygen will be everyone's demise, and Koja and Tahu, the former a pillar of his community, always looking out for others over his own well-being, and the latter a faithful but fearful observer. They struggle to survive while pulling each other's weight. As you can probably see, it's extremely important to us to take the story through a grounded and internally consistent path. We have and continue to do our research in order to ensure that anything we show you in this comic book would be possible if only we have the same ESM powers as our characters. Despite this commitment, it doesn't mean our story will be a dark, brooding, and gritty one. And while we do have some dark moments planned, what we want to do is capture the spirit of what Bionicle meant to us, and hopefully you. This ultimately means we want to make this an optimistic and uplifting story about kinship, responsibility, creativity, potential, and perseverance. While Bionicle focused more on selling toys, with the story being more of a complementary thing, we want to deliver on both. So for those of you wondering when you can get pieces to build your own characters, we're announcing a character creation contest. If you want to win a full figure of one of our characters and have an original character of your own feature in the Afterman Chronicles, All you have to do is draw or build, using whatever tools you prefer, just no AI, your own character and submit it before the first issue is released. If you want more details or simply want to support our project, you can find them at our Instagram, Blue Sky, Ko-Fi, or Patreon. As to whether or not we can actually rediscover the spirit of Bionicle, well, that is for you to decide. But to that end, parts to build your own figures are not the only way we want to make this a multimedia project. So we leave you with this.
And now, let's dive into the story of Shay, a boy split between many mythological worlds in Sudra's multimedia epic, The Mythseeker.
And all your carry-on luggage stowed completely underneath the seat in front of you in the overhead bin.
Ugh. Boring. Remake of a remake. Seen it. Another isekai. Pass. More elves with swords. Meh. AI art? Gross. What's this? Glitch in the system? Are they still doing these? Oh, dope. Wait, what even is this? Beyond Bionicle?
Let's dive into the
Better not be some Hero Factory bull. Hey, now we're talking. Y'all ready for a good story? Let me show you something heartfelt, cursed, and maybe just slightly unhinged. Presenting...
The Mythseeker is a contemporary fantasy epic told through illustrative novels and multimedia. It follows the journey of Shay, a kind-hearted trans boy raised in isolation who discovers that myths are real and that he may be at the center of one, blending Celtic mythology, cosmic horror, queer identity, and coming-of-age themes. The series explores what it means to belong when the world says you don't. After a life-altering encounter in Ireland, Shay is rescued by Aiden, a strange, quiet man bound to celestial forces, and spirited away to the Fenley estate, home of the Lorekeepers, a reclusive found family of scholars tasked with preserving both living myth and forgotten magic. There, Shay meets others whose lives have been shaped by the extraordinary. Parissa, a brave, sharp-witted fae girl. Sheet, a chaotic ghost in a bedsheet. Dr. Seong, a brilliant wizard scientist with too many secrets. And Tara, a surviving member of the Tuatha Dé, who remembers the gods not as legends, but as they truly were. As Shay digs deeper in his past, and the threads of magic that seem to knot around him, he begins to understand that belief is more than just faith or feeling. It's a thread, and how we choose to see the world might guide how it's woven. Hey y'all, I'm Susanna Casey Livengood. Bit of a mouthful. You may have known me by another name once. Back in the day, I wandered through the Bionicle community as Lady Kopaka. But these days, most folks just call me Sue, with my artist handle being Sue Draws. Raised in the Appalachian Mountains and the bayous of Louisiana, I'm an illustrator, storyteller, and resident myth weaver currently based in Nashville, Tennessee. Haunted by folklore, powered by tea, and with lots of chronic overthinking. I was known for the short story Hope, which somehow got canonized in the Bionicle universe, and later for the fanfiction novel Glitch in the System. I also did a lot of Bionicle art, which I'm not sure how many people still remember all of that, but hey, I'm still writing and drawing over 20 years later. I truly wouldn't be where I am today without the unconditional support I've received from so many across the Bionicle community. Huge shout out to everyone who's worked so tirelessly to bring Bionicle Day to life. I'm honored to be here, showcasing the Mythseeker, and I hope this story resonates with some of y'all. Honestly, I'm just glad I managed to get this segment finished at all. Things have been a lot, so thank you so much to everyone who's volunteered their time to help me with this video. I might be a one-man band on this project for the most part, but I'm constantly supported by incredible friends, family, and fellow creatives. People who've helped shape this story through ideas, feedback, chaos energy, or just believing in me when I needed it most. Y'all are the real legends, really. And even though I work ridiculously hard on this, I'll admit it. I'm a little bit over my head.
Poke, 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 poke.
But we're doing great! I still have plans to turn Glitch in the System into its own original story someday. But right now, The Mythseeker is my first official debut. And while in some ways it's wildly different from where I started, it also kind of isn't. It all began with some idle sketching and primordial brain soup like, what if I wrote a story about myths and meaning? Man, I need to learn how to draw some modern shoes. What happens if I shove Bloodborne, Studio Ghibli, Celtic mythology, Lord of the Rings, and a dash of Bionicle into the creative blender? You know, all the big philosophical questions in life. This project blends everything I love. Poetic fantasy, queer joy and grief, complex magic systems and world building, cursed dads, Mara, and too many metaphors about jails and oceans.
Rude spoilers.
But more than all of that, The Mythseeker is a deeply personal story. For the lost wanderers, the queer, the neurodivergent, the ones who feel like they don't belong. A story for the haunted, the hopeful, and the unhinged. And if you like frogs, ghosts, or emotionally unstable possums, don't worry, they're here too. But let's talk about this project outside of the off-brand Eldritch monsters. This isn't just a novel or a comic. It's an illustrated novel serial told in volumes and split into narrative cycles, like seasons of a show. Each chapter is designed to flow like prose, but is punctuated by a full color artwork every few pages, styled like keyframes or cinematic stills. Beyond that, you'll find character portraits, magical diagrams, prop design, and occasional absurdity. So far, the 4 cycles planned are Earthwake, Moonveil, Sun Spiral, and Etherborn. Within each of those, 3 volumes are outlined. Yes, I'm going to be very busy for the rest of my life. Outside of the actual story, there will also be an expanding archive of world-building lore, art galleries, and side stories. Genre-wise, it's a contemporary fantasy, but with a soft spot for slice of life, cosmic horror, philosophical dread, and enough emotional damage to make any of us fanfic authors weep in both pride and cringe. Maybe even a hint of cyberpunk?
Glitch in the system original confirmed.
The target audience is 15 and up. The story contains mature themes, occasional swearing, suggestive scenes, violence, blood, and trauma. But it's not hopeless. In fact, that's part of the point. Content warnings will be listed clearly for every chapter, because I believe you can craft a world full of shadows and still give people a torch. Except you. Not you. Give me that. You'll burn things. Chapters will be released bi-weekly for free on the website, themythseeker.com. While I'd hoped to release it by August, I've had to delay it for several reasons. Between life, health, gloat...
She said my name!
Things got a little bit bigger than planned. So now I'm aiming for an early release next year. I'm also currently in talks with a voice actor for the audiobook version. Accessibility is very important to me, so I'm working around the clock to make sure the story just isn't told well, but presented well. High quality writing and art, yes, but clean formatting, good design, and inclusive options wherever I can manage. All art and writing is done by me. One sleep-deprived myth gremlin, 2 recently adopted black cats, a cursed stylist, and an unhealthy relationship with Scrivener and Clip Studio Paint. Now, if you do want to help me suffer just a little less, you can support the Mythseeker on Patreon. This is a solo project. The funds go toward things like medical care and bills for myself, but the bulk goes straight back into the project. Website upkeep, tech upgrades, supplies, and more. I try to share a wide variety of content on Patreon, where I post a couple of times a week, and hopefully more as the project moves further along. Different tiers can get you access to things like works in progresses, exclusive sketches, process videos, behind-the-scenes blog posts, writing snippets, and more. But more than that, it gives me hope.
Yeah, I see what you did there.
It reminds me that people want stories like this. Queer, weird, myth-weave stories full of heart, horror, and healing. Even just $3 a month helps more than you know. And if you can't pledge financially, that's okay too. Sharing the project, leaving kind words, or just showing up to read when it's finally out will mean the world. And now, we can finally get into the depths of the world building, the complex characters, and...
But that would be spoilers. And this Sue Lively goop thinks she's the Mythweaver? Yeah, no. That would be me. Well, also, the infamous Lady K had to cut the video at this point, since she's lacking in sleep, brain cells, and time. But the best stories are full of surprises anyway, right? Not to go all Billy Mays, but if you want to know more, you should totally check out themythseeker.com. There's a full FAQ, introductory character bios, tons of concept art you saw in this video, and much, much more. So bookmark that link and follow the Patreon, which you can even do for free since we have plenty of free content on there. See you on the other side of the veil, you Bionicle nerds.
We'd like to thank the wonderful contributors to this year's Beyond Bionicle showcase. We're always amazed at the incredible creativity that we're privileged to present here. If you have a world, story, or other creative project that isn't explicitly about Bionicle, we would love to hear from you and discuss showcasing you here at a future 810 day. Put together a pitch of your work and keep an eye out for next year's 810 registration. Submit the form and we'll be sure to get in contact with you. Before we sign off, we have some very exciting news about our own project, The World of Colony. We return you now to the insectoid world of Aoyama.
Now amidst this war that the Sodasol were waging, the Mother Tree began planning new nations who would reign peacefully on Aoyama. and she made in herself a wound from which she bled her sap. And out of this sap came her children. Ten of them were they in number, queens and kings of 5 kinds. And they were the Apoi, the Ra, the Sikau, the Tof, and the Manta. And when they came forth from the sap, the mother gave them charge that they should multiply and become fruitful in her shade. And so it was that the Apoi established a hive in her branches, and did create sweet honey, though not as sweet as the mother's sap. And the Sikau settled into the bark of her trunk, and sang songs and praises unto her. And the Tof did burrow themselves amongst her roots, and in the soil, and did build a mountain in which they stored food against the cold seasons. And the Manta roamed freely, and wandered to and fro in her shade, and lived alone in their endeavors. Now the lowliest of them were the Ra, who had no other purpose than to crawl and to eat. And the mother, who loved them dearest of all her children, took them up to her highest of branches, and let them eat from the best of her leaves. And the mother bestowed upon the queens her magic, which she was given by the grace of Su. And for 100,000 generations, the nations lived in peace in the shade of the mother tree. Now it came to pass that after a great time, there were 3 queen lines who passed away into the dreamlands. And among these people, the Ra, the Sikau, and the Manta, there was magic no longer. What you've just watched is Movement 4 of the Song of Origins, the oral history of the Sakuda. You can catch up on our latest lore for the world of Colony with the Song of Origins Parts 1 and 2 available to watch on our YouTube channel. But as of late, we've been hard at work to bring you an exclusive premiere from the world of Colony. Check it out.
Hear me now, my little ones. The balance has been twisted askew. Who among you will be my champion? Who among you will restore the truth?
We here at Hexahedron Studios are ecstatic to present a gameplay trailer for an upcoming playable demo of our long-awaited role-playing game set within the world of Colony. As we've long teased, this original system is a hybrid pen-and-paper RPG with mechanics borrowed from both deck-building games and war games. We've long been asked about how and where we bridge the gaps in all these systems. We are happy to answer those questions now. I present to you Song of the Sakuda, the Colony tabletop game.
Prepare yourself, champion. Your journey begins now.
You will begin by choosing your champion's race and tribe, each of which give you a unique set of cards to select from that you may add into your deck. These cards, also called traits, are each a special ability that your champion can perform during combat, roleplay, and exploration. You'll notice each trait has a colorful icon in the corner with a number on it. This is called the marrow cost, which you must pay to perform this trait. There are 5 marrows a trait can call for: brawn, agility, wit, instinct, and charm. These marrows correlate to your champion's core stats, which you may calculate with a standard array or through a number of alternative options. For the upcoming demo, we will provide pre-made champion sheets with set standard arrays and deck lists. During your turn in combat, you may use as many traits as you like or are able to, supposing you have the marrow to spend. Some traits are reactions, which you may play off of your turn. Spend your marrow wisely, or you may not be able to defend yourself. Some traits, such as het crafts, require additional components to perform. These components are called forage. Keep your champion's forage pouch as filled as you can, as these components can be used for more than plain cards. Use forage to barter with when visiting shops and perusing merchants' wares. Forage can also be used for solving environmental puzzles in your adventures. But not all treasure you find will be forage. Finding and crafting new and upgraded weapons will be an essential part of your journey. Much like your choice of race and tribe, your choice of weapon offers more traits to play with as you master their edge. While traits provide you with special weapon abilities, standard weapon attacks may be used without need of a card. Perhaps your champion's weapon is special, passed down from generation to generation through your royal lineage. Or perhaps your champion hails from humble origins, such as a Poe for a farmer or a Terra Neva amber miner. Your champion's background, or caste, gives you a number of caste instincts to choose from, further providing you with more unique traits as well as abilities playable without a card. Some caste instincts grant the gift of Momoku, harnessing the power of the pheromone. Some Momoku traits carry strange and esoteric effects. A well-timed use of Momoku can turn the tide of battle in your favor. Use them wisely. Lastly, your skills are applicable talents derived from combining attributes from your marrow. For instance, your athletics skill stems from your brawn and agility, and your knowledge is built upon your wit and your instinct. To perform a skill check, roll 2d6, taking the flat result as your roll. Over time, you may develop masteries in a skill, which grant a bonus to the total of a skill check. During combat, you may also spend marrow tokens from either of that marrow's skill to add to the total of a skill check, refreshing those tokens at the start of your next turn. With basic mechanics out of the way, let's run you through a round of combat. Before combat begins, every player and creature will roll 2d6 to determine when they take their turn. The player or creature with the highest result goes first. The turn then passes on to the player with the next sequentially lower result. Your turn begins with your renewal phase, where you will reset your marrow tokens to their original total. Tokens is a term we use to refer to individual points of resources, such as marrow, forage, and other resources. After resetting your marrow, you will draw cards from your deck until you are holding a number of cards equal to your hand score. If there are cards you wish to discard from your hand and replace with a new card from your deck, you must pay 1 token of whichever marrow the discarded card costs. This is called cycling, and you may do this a number of times equal to your wit score. If you would like to cycle cards, you may do so only in the renewal phase. During your play phase, you may move your character a number of cells equal to your mobility score. Our game is intended to be played on a 1-inch hexagonal grid mat or battle terrain, where a cell is equivalent to 1 hexagon on the battle mat. After you've moved, you may play any and as many cards as you wish or are able to play from your hand, as well as any actions available from your champion sheet. You may arrange your movements, actions, and card play in any order or sequence you wish. Perhaps you want to open your play phase with a basic attack using your weapon. Simply decide which attack you wish to perform and pay that attack's marrow cost. If your target is within sight and in range, the attack will automatically hit. When you make an attack, you will deal the minimum damage value for that attack and roll for additional damage. Each d6 that lands on or above your weapon's hit score deals 1 additional damage to your foe. The Sakuda's exoskeleton acts as a natural armor for your champion. Each Sakuda race has a maximum chitin score, which your chitin tokens will naturally restore to during rest and through healing. Your chitin tokens may exceed your chitin score if you reinforce your exoskeleton with mud, tack, or armor. When you are hit by an attack, check the total damage against your chitin tokens. If the attack does not meet or exceed your current chitin tokens, the attack glances off of you and you will come out unscathed. If the damage taken meets your current chitin tokens, you will lose 1 token. If it exceeds your current chitin tokens, subtract the number of chitin tokens you currently have from the total damage of the attack. You must then subtract the remaining damage from your vitality and remove 1 chitin token. If your vitality reaches 0, you must begin rolling grit or survival checks, whichever you have more skill mastery in, if either. For each check you succeed, you will gain a cling token or remove a drift token. For each check you fail, you will gain a drift token or lose a cling token. This is a game of push and pull. You will continue making checks until you accumulate 3 of either token. Accumulating 3 cling tokens stabilizes you, and you will remain alive, gaining 1 vitality, but leaving you incapacitated, unable to move or perform actions of any sort. Accumulating 3 drift tokens marks your champion's end, as your essence leaks out of your mortal shell and your soul returns to the Dreamlands. Some traits have effects that bolster yourself or an ally. When you play this type of card, you will place it face up in front of you or your ally, and place a d6 over it, indicating how many turns the bolstered effect lasts. Rotate the die as a countdown marker, reminding you of how many turns the effect has left. When the bolster effect dissipates, place the card in your discard pile. Bolsters provide positive boons and buffs to yourself and your allies. Similarly, other traits have effects with which you can burden an enemy, dealing negative effects and lingering damage. Like bolsters, you will place a burden in front of the afflicted foe until the card's effect ends. Once you have exhausted or concluded your movements and actions available on your turn, you will check to ensure any bolster or burden effects you have in play are resolved. When this is done, you will declare aloud that your turn is over, passing it off to the next player. You and your opponents will play in rounds until one stands left the victor. In this demo, we'll give you all the materials you'll need to play in a PvP format we call Arena, playable with 2 to 6 players. In a future expansion to this demo, we'll introduce a PvE format called Adventure, where you and your party will team up to fight hordes of monsters and villains controlled by a game monarch. In an additional update, we'll get into our third format, Swarm, where you and another Swarm commander take control of armies of Sakuda and monsters to wage epic, large-scale battles. The Arena demo for Song of the Sakuda drops on September 1st, 2025. We will provide you with champion sheets and decks for an Apoy, a Het, and a Manta, each ready to print and play. Additionally, supporters on our Patreon at tiers Hex Insider and above will receive exclusive access for an additional sheet and deck to play as a Fora. Thank you so much for watching. We hope this demonstration has been informative and gets you excited to try our game. In the meantime, drop a like if you're interested in what we've shown here today, comment your thoughts on what you've seen of the game thus far, and lastly, be sure to subscribe to stay up to date with the latest Colony news and content. Have a wonderful day.
And that's all for Beyond Bionicle 2025. If any of these projects sparked your interest and imagination, please be sure to go follow them and keep up to date with their progress. Thank you all so much for watching, and have a very happy 810 day.
Metru. A small herd of Kikanalo pauses to graze on the sparse vegetation of a canyon. It is a peaceful moment, one that can't last. Disruptor spinners weaken the Rahi and bring them down. The Vizorak and Porok move in to finish their task, webbing the Kikanalo up. Some will be imprisoned in cocoons, others mutated with no chance to ask.
Why? Why harm Rahi that are no threat to them?
It is the Vizorak's way. Anything that moves, anything that lives must be made silent and still. I have seen this repeated dozens of times. Vizorak hordes come, conquer, and leave a dead land behind.
Not this time. Not in my city.
Vakama! This was just supposed to be a scouting mission.
He's not listening, Rahaga. Then again, when does he ever?
You are the one who showed me how to charge this Rotuka spinner with my new tools, Norik. Now shut up and let me do my job. See? I may look monstrous now, but I am still a Toa. A hero.
A Toa, it's true. Also a fool. Look, Roparak spinners disrupt all forms of energy, even fire. They will be free in moments. You would have known that if you had been listening all the way.
That's the advantage of being a Toa. You have the raw power to correct your mistakes.
The fire spitter seems to have gotten used to being a Hordika. Half Toa, half Rahi.
It's worse than that. I think he's starting to like it.
The Colosseum.
I do not like it, Hordika. Not at all!
What troubles you, my king?
Toa, Rahaga. I should have crushed them all when I had the chance, instead of allowing you your experiments. Now they are a plague upon us.
My experiments in the effects of Vizorak venom serves the shadows, as you well know. And plagues can be eliminated. And once the Rahaga are dust, and the Tor at my mercy, your usefulness will be over, my king.
You're having second thoughts, Mata.
And third, and fourth. Nice for spot nosing.
This was your idea. Gather materials for airships so you can transport the Matorian out of this place to the new home, then worry about reversing the effects of the venom on you.
I know, but Norik said there might be a way to cure ourselves. A creature named Kitongu who holds the key.
Let me tell you about Kitongu. Kitongu is the hope of every Vizorak victim, a mighty Rahi whose Rotuka spinner is set to cleanse the system of venom. Of course, that's if he judges you worthy, and if you can find him. There's only one problem. He doesn't exist. He never existed. He's just a myth, Mata. But don't worry, being a Vizorak-spawned freak isn't so bad. You get used to it.
Wait, you mean you and the others?
Did you think we were always like this? Always Rahaga? Not so. Once, I was Toa Iruini, a long time ago, but you never forget, brother.
This is glorious.
Oh, come on, are you mad? You'll draw the attention of every Vizorak, for Kyo's around.
I don't care. Being a Hordika is amazing. For the first time, I am truly one with the sea. I can sense its currents, its eddies, the movement of fish far below.
Can you sense how much trouble we're in? This mission was supposed to be done in secret.
Looks like the secret is out.
Gaki! Don't worry, Rahaga. I will make them pay, just the way you showed me.
No!
No, I never meant. How could I?
As a Toa, you always held back your power even if you didn't know it, so as not to harm others or bring destruction. But as a Hordika, there is little to keep your power in check. Given enough time, that side of you will take over, and you will become that which you have fought against.
Then I will just have to find some way to stay in control. To stay a Toa. Are you well, Gaki?
I am alright, Nakama, but I am not so certain about you, Hordika.
Komechu.
What in Matanui's name are you doing?
Talking to those Rahi up there. You might want to try it sometime.
I have nothing to learn from birds.
They are flying free up there. You are down here, mutated into a Toa Hordika, and on the run from the Vizorak horde. Maybe it is them who have nothing to learn from you, Nuju. You are very wise, Toa, but in this new world, wisdom is not enough.
Translated from Vizorak.
Their tone is angry. Now is the time to strike.
Too simple. Nothing in the city is worth hunting. Sidorak promised us good sport, remember?
I remember. I remember what Rudaka did to the last one who complained, too.
You sound like Arye.
Who?
A Matoran I used to know. He always insisted that scholars were not as wise as we claimed to be.
Nuju, help me. Nuju.
That's Arye's voice. How could he be free? It came from in there. He must have escaped the Colosseum and been hiding in here all along.
Nuju, you aren't thinking like a Toa. You are feeling like a Hordika. The Vizorak will use that against you.
I'm sick of hearing about the Vizorak. Saving all of the Matoran begins with saving one, and to blazes with the Vizorak.
What?
I see him moving in there. Arye, it's Nuju. Come out.
Nuju, help me. Nuju.
Unorak can imitate the voices of those you trust, stolen from your very thoughts. I tried to warn you.
Next time, try harder. I endured your venom, creature, and your webs, but one thing I will not endure is your breath. Get behind me.
What are you doing?
Buying us time. That ice dome will delay them, but we have to get out of here, and we can't go forward, backward, or up. So we go down. Not the nicest of refuges, but it will do.
I don't mind. We Rahaga lived down here for years, and none of you ever knew. You really need to be more observant.
Why were you hiding here?
Norek said he was sure that the Vizorak would come, eventually. This would be our last chance to stop Sidorak Rudaka and the hordes. Our plan is to beat them here, then try and retake the other lands they've overrun.
I don't suppose you have a plan B, do you?
Defeat. Mutation. The end of all life in Metro Nui.
I was afraid it would be something like that.
Стихиями только на Nickelodeon.
Bionicle invites you on a journey to the darkest deeps to face the strangest creeps. New Baraki short movie on BionicleStory.com. Ask your parents first.
I'm live in the Swamp of Secrets. The final battle for power has begun. The evil Makuta must be stopped. Go online now, be part of the final battle, and you can win at bionicle.co.uk.
Bionicle, The Legend Reborn, presents Kina. A fierce fighting Glatoran from the Water Tribe.
Proof of what I've been saying for years.
With the most powerful of weapons, dual-headed Vapor Trident.
Oh, I think this is pretty great!
Kina has the skills, agility,
Don't even think about it.
and heart to conquer any opponent. She believes there are worlds beyond her own
Yeah, we kind of thought that might get your attention.
and would like nothing more than the freedom to explore. With the help of a new friend, she may finally get the chance she's been looking for. Join Kina as she fights beside Matanui.
We can win this together!
In a battle against the Skrull and a chance to fight for the ultimate freedom.
For unity!
See Kina in Bionicle, The Legend Reborn. An all-new movie on DVD September 15th.
Tour of Light on the final journey to meet his destiny and save the inhabitants of Matanui. It's time to face Makuta, Master of Shadows. Bionicle, each set sold separately.
The Tracer from Bionicle.
Together, you and I will teach the sleeping Matoran to obey your will. What?
Ah, 2005. A year for existing IPs that can only be described as mid. 2005 gave us Revenge of the Sith, a pretty good adaptation of a Narnia novel, a reboot of Batman, there was a Goblet of Fire, and of course, the second year of the Metro Nui arc. I don't just call that year Web of Shadows because there's a story in Bionicle that was published in 2005 that Web of Shadows doesn't do justice. The story that I'm talking about is Time Trap. The Battle of the Combiner Models. I cannot stress enough how impactful this story is. So much so that it has more lasting effect on the overall canon than Web of Shadows. And that's mostly because it doesn't have what I like to call the prequel filler arc syndrome. Everything in Web of Shadows had to be tied up in a nice little bow so that Legends of Metro Nui didn't become an irrelevant mess. And as someone who owns a poster for the Web of Shadows movie, signed by the directors, producer, and composer, I'm basically the leading expert in the subject matter. To convince you of this, I'm going to do my best to explain how much Web of Shadows broke things before I show you how much better Time Trap is as a story. Pay attention, class. Imagine you've sat yourself down with the intention of watching the Miramax trilogy of Bionicle films. And because you want life to be harder, you decide to watch it in true chronological order. You think the Star Wars Machete order is bad? Just wait till you see this. If you only watch the first two movies, that wouldn't be a problem. Just watch Legends of Metro Nui and then Mask of Light. Plain and simple. But adding Web of Shadows to the chronological order does this. You still start with Bionicle 2, but then you pause at about an hour and 6 minutes in. There's only 3 minutes left in the movie at that point, mind you. Then you take that disc out and put in Bionicle 3, which, again, I must emphasize takes place in between the 2 time slots that you're paused in the second movie. Stay with me here. After you've watched most of Bionicle 3, you'll pause that one at about an hour and 8 minutes. Literally 50 seconds left in the movie. Then watch the remaining 3 minutes of Bionicle 2. And you might think you can go back and watch the last bit of 3, but nope. You watch Bionicle 1 Mask of Light in its entirety uninterrupted. And then the last 50 seconds of Bionicle 3 chronologically caps off the trilogy. Watching the trilogy as it was presented is a bit of a chore. Metru Nui as a whole was a very weird time period to address, only for us to immediately jump back to the present day with the Ignition trilogy for the following years. It's so strange that they ended 2004's story so definitively, only to say, but wait, there's more, and give us this mess of a story. Web of Shadows has them going back to Metru Nui, being mutated into new forms, and they manufacture conflict with, oh no, are they going to be able to change back before they become beasts and save all the Matoran? It's all very hollow when you not only see these main characters in the Mata Nui story, but you see the outcome of this story in Legends of Metru Nui. The story of Time Trap isn't much better in terms of the placement of canon events. It still happens between movies 2 and 1, but it lines up a lot better because Time Trap doesn't involve the transformation of the Toa into Hordika at all. It doesn't even include most of the Toa Metru. Web of Shadows' greatest fault is that it raises more questions than answers. Why did Vakama have to get over his child complex again from the last movie? Why did the Toa turn their back on Vakama again when they agreed to the Great Rescue? After we find out who they are, why didn't the Rahaga warn anyone about Makuta before any of this happened? Why did they have to make Rudaka so hot? Since Makuta was trapped in a seal of protodermis at the end of the second movie, it seems like it's the endgame for him. So it makes the third installment feel like they had to come up with this convoluted reason for how he got to be in the Mata Nui story, which goes back to another IP I mentioned in the beginning, where the third Harry Potter story was pretty great, but then they remembered, oh yeah, Voldemort wasn't really the main antagonist here. That's okay, I'll just put that in the next one, right alongside the Wizard Olympics and new characters like Cho Chang. I really don't like the Goblet of Fire. Nearly every new character in Web of Shadows either pretty much disappears from the rest of the series or dies, doing damage control simply because it exists. That way, none of these characters are relevant to what we see in the present day. Characters like Kitongu, the Rahaga, Rudaka, Sidorak, and the Vizorak Horde are cool concepts, but the good guys of the story don't impact the remaining year's story very much. They leave Rudaka's fate pretty vague in the movie, and Sidorak is dead by the end of it. And pretty much all of the Vizorak Horde ends up getting killed during the Scroll of Preparations arc in the 2007 story. Time Trap seems to be a more direct sequel to the events of Legends of Metru Nui, even though it's immediately after Web of Shadows. The only significant connecting tissue between Legends of Metru Nui and Web of Shadows are the Toa Metru and the Makuta. But Makuta doesn't even speak in the entire movie, and only directly impacts the story by saving Rudaka right before she dies. And it just retreads the Unity arc of Legends of Metru Nui, but they're edgier since they've gone beast mode.
Rhinox, maximize!
There's a couple of other details I'll get to that they technically do in the city while they're Toa Hordika, but none of those side quests require them to be Toa Hordika. They're also never brought up in the movie, so that should paint a good picture of how I plan to incorporate them. Spoilers, I don't. If I'm going to shift the focus to make Time Trap the A-plot of 2005, there's a couple of changes I want to establish before I recap Time Trap. Starting with Makuta. Considering he has base access to 42 different Rakshi powers, including the absorption he used to get his slick new body from absorbing Nivak, Kreka, and Nadiki, Makuta escapes the protodermis seal on his own in this hypothetical. The seal was made from the Toa Metru combining their elemental powers. Seems like the ability of shattering alone would help him out in this situation. Time Trap also downplays protodermis seals and makes them really flimsy. They can be broken with only fire in some situations. The Vizorak invasion doesn't need to happen. Metru Nui was destroyed enough by the Great Cataclysm. We don't need to beat the dead Kane Ra with spiders coming into the mix. Sidorak's impact on the Colosseum floor is greater than his impact on the story, so I don't care if we ever meet him. If we really want to, we can keep Rudaka in the story. But unless she's a double agent for Makuta and the Dark Hunters, she doesn't impact a lot either. She doesn't need to go to Metru Nui to get a mount. She could maybe stay and be a Dark Hunter, but there's already plenty of those in Time Trap. The Rahaga don't need to be here either. And that's not to say that I don't like their characters, but they don't have a lot to do if Web of Shadows is gone. So we can maybe just learn their stories like we did for Likon's team. I do like the idea of Toahaga being guardians to the Makuta before he turned bad, but we don't necessarily have to flesh it out that much. And unfortunately, this means we won't get the ever-so-important lore of why Nuju only speaks Bird Rahi language. Because Kitongu is a Giga Chad tank that has a pretty cool fight scene in Time Trap, he can stay. There wouldn't be an established relationship with Vakama in this case, but I don't feel like that matters a whole lot. Vakama only talks to Kitongu at the very end of Web of Shadows after the Vizorak are defeated, and Kitongu is established in the movie as being very passive to the circumstances of individuals, and more of a greater good kind of guy. A cool guy that happens to go toe-to-toe with Makuta and would have won if he wasn't interrupted. I think that's everything that matters for now, which brings us to the main event. I'm going to recap the story of Time Trap to make sure you're all up to speed. There will be some tweaks that will make it less complicated and make it fit better as a main story. And with that, let's recap. Bionicle Adventures 10 Time Trap is a story of action, frenemies, and time continuum shenanigans. Written by Greg Farshti, the book features our favorite twink Toa of Fire, Vakama, and everyone's least favorite gunmetal piece hoarder with wings, the Makuta. Also, I'm going to be using the Ultimate Duma model of Makuta for these visuals because that's what he'd look like canonically at this point, and it will make more sense for a crucial plot point than just his Mask of Light model with Nivok wings slapped on his back. The story starts with Vakama remembering that he no-scoped the Mask of Time into the Silver Sea during his fight with Makuta at the Great Barrier. Vakama straight up leaves the group right as the Great Rescue is wrapped up to go get the mask back. Just basically Peter Pans off the Lecon 2 and flies back to Metro Nui. Vakama is still in the middle of his imposter syndrome crisis during the events of the book, apparently leading a team, saving the Matoran population from fascism, and having most of your role models be out to get you can make you question your life choices. He finds the Vahi and sees that it's cracked and leaking energy. He fixes it, and then the absolute unit combiner model, Vaporak, swipes it from Vakama and takes off. Naturally, this is the perfect time for the Makuta to show up, still salty about getting bodied by a giant rock the last time they saw each other. Makuta has Vakama caught up in a dream where Vakama and his friends didn't become the Toa Metru. This is so Makuta, and by extension the audience, can learn who Vaporak is, and thereby explaining how somebody outside the city would already know the Mask of Time exists. And Makuta also learns where the island of Matanui is through this illusion. Vakama pieces together that something's amiss and finally breaks the illusion. Makuta makes a deal with Vakama to help him get the Mask of Time back since Vakama's combiner models were either a weird Vaki prototype, a shape-shifting bionically accurate angel, or whatever this is, so he doesn't have the equipment to take on creatures like Vaporak on his own. Vaporak was this year's Ultimate Duma or Cardus combiner, so he was serious business. Plus, the other Toa that Vakama needs for his combiners aren't with him on Metro Nui. The duo head into the inner city, and are tailed by a pair of Dark Hunters, Sentrak, an undead dude that was a combiner of Kitangu and Sidorak, and the Shadowed One, their fearless leader, who was a combiner of Kitangu and Rudaka. And at this point, Vaporak has given the Mask of Time to the Shadowed One. They knew to come to Metro Nui because Nadiki and Kreka hadn't reported back in a while, and the Shadowed One heard they were probably dead. Vaporak is a space-time sensitive guy, and could detect the disturbances when the Mask of Time was leaking energy, which means the Dark Hunter involvement is pretty whack, and it doesn't get simpler. Vakama and Makuta make it to the Great Temple in Ga Metru, and Kitangu shows up out of nowhere and tries to lights out Makuta. Vakama dips out of that, but finds Sentrak in the rafters, so they start fighting. Some freaky stuff starts happening during both fights, and eventually a couple big explosions launch all of them outside the Great Temple. The Shadow One shows up and traps Vakama in the Protodermis seal I mentioned earlier, because I guess he can also do that. Vakama breaks up the heated discussion between Makuta and the Shadow One over the Mask of Time, and proves to the Shadowed One that Makuta killed Nadiki and Kreka. The Shadow One checks the Ultimate Duma instructions and confirms that it is a combiner model of those two in Nivok, and even though he's a combiner model himself, he's still very mad that Makuta did that. So in an effort to part back out his sets, the Shadow One zaps off Makuta's wings with his laser eyes. Makuta mocks him because that will only get part of Nadiki's torso back and only the top half of Nivok's wings. While they continue to fight over set purity, Vakama yoinks the Vahi and tries to fly away. But the Shadow One also I-beams Vakama. To make sure he doesn't go full War Machine, Makuta pushes the Shadow One into Vaporak, who's been chilling on the sidelines, I guess. This makes the Shadow One age a whole bunch all at once. And only Vakama's jetpack gets damaged, and he crashes outside the Great Furnace in Ta Metru. In the furnace, Vakama gets some truth revealed to him about the past that I'll cover later that absolves him of his imposter syndrome crisis just in time for Makuta to stomp out the plant that reveals the truth to him and kills it. Look, I never said Time Trap was a perfect story, just better than the alternative. I'm almost done summarizing, just hang in there. Makuta corners Vakama, but Vakama threatens to destroy the Mask of Time, which would also destroy the known universe's fabric of space-time. So Makuta makes another deal and says he won't attack the island of Matanui for a year. Vakama can keep the mask, and he will leave Vakama's friends alone that are still in Metro Nui so that the city can be rebuilt. When they come to an agreement, Makuta teleports Vakama away with his own powers, and escapes while the Shadow One is dealing with the rapid aging. The book ends with Vakama back with the other Toa Metru, ready to wake up the Matoran and start up the island of Matanui, and Makuta finding a Matoran sphere with this little shit in it. The end. So that's Time Trap. Most of the stuff involving Makuta being weakened to be sort of back to where he was by the time 2001's story comes around is good enough to keep. But there's a lot of world building that isn't part of any surface level story that could use some tidying. And of course, I'm not doing this to petition to rewrite the canon. Leave Greg alone, I'm just having fun here. Alright, let's change some things. Since we took some stuff out to make Web of Shadows less significant, I'm going to dig a little bit deeper into other things that the Toa Hordika do and see if it's necessary for the overall story. If not, then I'll see if I can place it elsewhere or just change it completely. After the Toa become Hordika, they meet some new friends. They reveal to our protagonist Toa that they were also Toa back in the day. So far back that the job description of Toa included being guardians to Makuta himself. They were asked to resign because they saw how much havoc Makuta was wreaking on Metro Nui and tried to raid his treasure room. And since they didn't sign a non-compete, Rudaka turns them all into Rahaga to keep them from being Toa anymore. But they get away with the Mask of Light. So the Rahaga send the Hordika on a fetch quest to get the Mask of Light from where the Rahaga hid it so the Toa can guard it outside the city just in case. And it conveniently ended up needing to be used on the island since the only destined wearer ended up being on the island as well. The first time we saw the Mask of Light was in the 2003 story. I think it's fine if we change it so it was never on Metro Nui, even before the events of Web of Shadows. Since the Bohrok are going to be retconned in 2008 to whatever nonsense that is, this can just be another light-themed failsafe that just shows up on the island like the Bohrok nest. Artaka famously likes teleporting masks to the island, like the Kanohi Nuva, so he can just do that with the Evoki when the island is created. That makes more sense than the canon, where it was never sought after and it was clearly available in this volcano throughout all of 01 to 03. And that's it. Apart from the Mask of Light, everything else in the year pretty much pertains to other plans related to the Great Rescue, and most of that can be done whether or not they're Hordika. So now we're just going to talk about things that happen in Time Trap that need to change. Wibbly wobbly Time Trap changes. So in Time Trap, there's some prophecy switcheroo nonsense to make our lives even harder. When Vakama gets to the Great Furnace, I mentioned that he runs into a plant that isn't the Morbuzak named Karzani, but not the Karzani that predates the Matoran universe that rules the realm of Karzani, because why name it after the Morbuzak when you can give the name Karzani to a third entity in this universe that's not related to the other two at all? The only thing I can really gather is that the plant was a physical stand-in for Makuta's illusion to be the Morbuzak in that reality since the real Morbuzak is dead. And then, once Vakama is out of the illusion, there wasn't anything else for this plant written exclusively for this story to do after that. And after it spills all of that to Vakama, Makuta kills the plant anyway. The Karzani plant is what tells Vakama the crucial information that helps him get over his identity crisis. This whole section is nothing but terrible world-building contrivances and mystery box writing that even J.J. Abrams would find a little far-fetched. What is it, you may ask? We indirectly learn about the Order of Matanui in this book, and there were some mind games involved that resulted in the creation of the Toa Metru. Leading up to the events of Legends of Metru Nui, Lee Khan is apparently influenced by the Great Spirit Matanui, influenced by the Order's wishes, and shows him the Matoran destined to become the Toa Metru. Nuri, Vizola, Tahuti, Akmu, Orkam, and Iri, the frenemies of the Toa Metru that we talked about in 2004. And then Makuta, while disguised as Duma, is also influenced by Matanui to inset some different names into Lee Khan's head of 6 other Matoran that, in Makuta's head, would be worse. Vakama, Nokama, Wenua, Anua, Matau, and Nuju would become these Toa. So, what's free will again? This completely removes any sense of individualism from Lee Khan and Makuta, just because of some contrived destiny that probably would have played out as is, from what I gather. Because what's implied here is that Lee Khan probably would have chosen the right Matoran if he wasn't influenced by Matanui in the first place to pick the wrong 6. And Makuta probably wouldn't have even tried to influence Lee Khan if Matanui didn't intervene with him either. It kind of undermines the decision of Lee Khan and how much faith he put into who he'd bestow his power. That's not really a decision he would make lightly. I would honestly prefer if Makuta were to give Vakama the closure to his destiny crisis, instead of just coming up with all these one-shot characters to do these info dumps. Because even though Makuta was an evil mastermind, his character is complex enough to not just be this one-note villain. And with all his master plans, he never really lies to reach his goals. He can be deceitful as a means of getting around short-term obstacles, but by and large, he's not a compulsive liar, with the exception of maybe Akmu to get him to be passive-aggressive on the island of Matanui. But Akmu was already a bad egg before his hibernation. Makuta just tells it from his own perspective to feed the growing sadistic sapling in Akmu's brain. He feels cheated by the idea of a great spirit and doesn't feel like the one controlling it all deserves to. On a personal level with our main characters, Makuta never really went back on any promises he made with Vakama. Vakama just has more noble causes and selfless goals, and they didn't line up with the Master of Shadows. Vakama has some level of trust with Makuta. He knows Makuta won't kill him right away, and they have temporary uses for one another. He wouldn't really have a reason to lie to him when it comes to this, because even if he tried to tell Vakama he shouldn't be a Toa, Vakama would still be a formidable guardian for the Mask of Time. He proved that on multiple occasions. Makuta seems fairly consistent with having a level of respect for any individuals that manage to go toe-to-toe with him and walk away alive, or if he appears to be outwitted and feels legitimately challenged. He does the same thing with Motoro during the Ignition trilogy, and is genuinely impressed when Motoro proves him wrong in the morals department. All that to say, some of these characters don't need to be involved in this story if this part is simplified. So we could take out the Karzani plant. Now for another character I've only casually addressed. Krakua. A mysterious Toa of Sonics that is one of the flimsiest mock builds I've ever attempted to recreate. Krakua doesn't physically show up, but during Vakama's vision, Vakama visits a layer of Makuta's. Then this slug leaps onto Vakama's face and shows Vakama a vision of Krakua and of the Toa 810NICLE. Visions within visions. That's a problem. This is one of the first times the Order of Motunui was brought up, and visions within visions to set up the Ignition trilogy was very convoluted and excessive, in my opinion. When it comes to Krakua himself, let's be real. There are too many Kra prefix names in this era of Bionicle and it really grinds my gears. The slug I talked about earlier? That's called a Kratana. It's ridiculous. And despite what I feel about the mock itself, this character can wait, or just bring him up in the present day when Duma is discovering the Great Spirit is dying and the Order is more relevant. Additionally, Krakua was the start of another trend I dislike. The solo teamless Toa. After it was revealed that the Toa Metru existed, it changed everything. You're a real one if you remember the Toa Mata before they were called the Toa Mata. The Metru Nui years established this status quo. Toa wasn't just a species, but a unique phase of the Matoran life cycle. They'd also be associated with the team even if LEGO never released official sets for these team members. And all of them followed the Toa Code, which is just a fancy way of saying Toa don't kill. There's really not any other specific rules. Several Toa quickly became special exceptions, or they killed either way. The notable exceptions were Helrix, the leader of the Order of Motunui, and the aforementioned Krakua. Though, I'd argue them both being in the Order means there's a subdivision of the Order for a two Toa team to exist. But creating outliers like these two just to make them edgy and not like other Toa is a level of 2000s edgy that I don't like reliving. Just write them as other species like you did with every other godforsaken member of the Dark Hunters. Actually no, don't do that. That's already a mess as it is. Let's move on. Alright, Krakua, the Karzani plant. I guess those are the only two we need to cut out. Now for the fun part. If Time Trap is going to be the A-plot, then we need some sets to go with it. For the hero wave, I would say that we follow the Toa Nuva pattern. Slightly redesign and recolor the Toa Metru to signify they're nearing the end of their Toa phase. I used Bricklink Studio to re-envision the Toa Metru to have their color schemes meld between their Metru and Turaga forms. I see it like they've been up to the surface a little bit with the Great Rescue, and the Aqua Magna environment is bringing out the vibrant colors and brightening up their armor. And there's some potential to change up their Toa tools, maybe something transitional to indicate their tools are becoming their signature staves. Smaller sets could either stay as the Rahaga, or maybe some other Metru Matoran reimaginings of fan-favorite Matoran from Motunui, like Jala with a Komau before he was given Likan's How. Something like that would be cool. The villains for Time Trap are more Dark Hunters, so we could use the same approach as 2004. A handful of smaller-sized Dark Hunters and canisters, which could be a good setup for the Paraka in 2006, and 3 or 4 larger Titan models. There were a couple of other Dark Hunters from the book I haven't mentioned yet that would have made good sets. Lariska, Triglax, and the Recorder, which we could swap out with like Air Watcher or Ravager or something. Having unique characters like Lariska would also help out the gender ratio, albeit not a whole lot. Lariska would be another female, but the Titan wave would lend itself to more males. Except, I don't know if Sentrak would have a gender if Sentrak is undead. I guess there are some prominent female undead characters in other stories. I don't know, I digress. This probably wouldn't have been the best for sales, since I'm sure having the horde mentality with the villain waves got them to sell a lot more. That's why they kept it with the Borak Kal, the Vaki, the Vizorak. But they didn't seem to struggle when the villain sets became unique characters with names and unique backstories. Dark Hunters as the summer villain wave could also open the door to Dark Hunter builds that weren't restricted, the restrictions being that they were either combiner models or some of those contest winners back in the day. My god, there were a lot of abominations from that era. This would also give the Shadowed One, Sentrak, and Vaporok less messy builds. I also feel like the leader of the Dark Hunters would have been the more reasonable choice for the combiner set of the Titans. So we could make the Shadowed One the Toys R Us exclusive $50 set, and get another Dark Hunter or Kitangu in there for our $30 Titan build, and beef up the Shadow One build a bit. I always felt like Vaporok's build was a better fit for someone called the Shadowed One. We probably need to give him a name too, but we don't really know what the Shadowed One's name is, and I'm honestly scared to ask Bob, Christian, or Greg at this point, especially with the Troggle morph. Ugh. And I don't think we need to use the Ratuka spinners as collectibles. I feel like sticking to the Kanoka discs from the year before could have given us more codes, and the Dark Hunters could give us more prints on the discs. The spinners were fine, but there was just something about those disc designs, and storing them is significantly easier than those loose spinners that fall off nearly every set. On top of that, Ratuka are only really brought up in this era, and the Toa Metru apparently didn't care about them enough to bring that tech over to the island of Motunui. But, you know, Beyblade's gonna rip, or Blade, or whatever they say in that fandom Bionicle tried to copy. At the end of the day, Web of Shadows tried to wrap up the Metru Nui arc with a hollow spectacle, while Time Trap told a story that mattered far more in the long run. Web of Shadows was trapped in its own prequel problems, forcing conflicts and characters into a box that left little room for a lasting impact. Time Trap, on the other hand, wasn't burdened by those constraints. It expanded the lore, challenged our favorite characters in a meaningful way, and actually set the stage for what came next. And maybe that's the biggest difference. Time Trap wasn't just a side story. It was a culmination, a moment that reshaped everything. It gave us a Vakama who wasn't just a stereotypical Toa, but someone who had to reckon with his future, and the weight of his choices, only this time with more focus on his actual past rather than how he perceives himself or how his peers saw him before he proved what Lee Khan saw in him. It made Makuta a more complex villain, and not just a shadowy puppet master. Makuta was a force of nature whose influence would shape the destiny for the whole universe. This isn't just about which story was better, but what a story should do. Time Trap mattered. Web of Shadows just happened. If 2005 had taken a different path, if the sets, the focus, and the narrative had leaned into the story worth telling, maybe I and some others in the vocal minority would be looking back at this era in a different way. Maybe the Metro Nui arc wouldn't feel so jumbled, but be recognized as the critical foundation for everything that followed. But hey, we got what we got, and at least in our reality, we're still caught up in a dream. Thank you everybody for watching. I couldn't be happier to be participating in this project again. Just like with my Bionicle the Game retrospective video, I immediately started the script on this on August 11th of last year. I really look forward to telling these stories, and I usually have my idea prepared a couple years in advance, just to make sure I can get that idea in before anything else. Before I end here, let me just give a few special shoutouts and thanks. Thank you to Swert and Vakiti for continuing to host this event, first of all. Thank you. I'm always appreciative of your efforts. I also want to give a shout out to Hordika. Hordika's effort to remaster the Miramax Bionicle trilogy in 4K is nothing short of spectacular. I really hope that things work out with the takedowns that you experienced, and I really hope we can get those remasters back up and running. I also want to give a shout out to the people in the Bionicle Day Discord who would give feedback on the clips that I would send for this video, and would workshop ideas with me when I was in a bit of a writing slump. I also want to give a shout out to Tammy Calamity. Tammy's efforts to recreate every single Bionicle set in Bricklink Studio, and then upload it to a Google Drive that can be shared, made most of the visuals for this video possible. I also want to give another shout out to Eden Sanders, aka Creative Mechanics. I'm always super grateful when you're able to provide more sketches for this model here. Thank you so much. I'll be sure to catch you all next year for 2026, and in the meantime, I hope we all still know what it takes to be a hero. Thanks, everyone. Intermixed and they're not like composited together. Like, I have separate builds of Sentrak and the Shadowed one. Like, there's a lot of pieces here that are needed for these builds for Rudaka and Kitangu. Or, yeah, for Kitangu.
The Kitangu?
Specifically. Like, look at all these Metro pieces. And then these two right here. Well, I guess that, like, the 2 feet here and then the 2 feet here and here. Like, these are authentic. Look at these. Kitangu. Like, you can't do, and on top of all that, I have a separate Kitangu right here. This piece is broken on both sides. I need to fix it. But I still have Kitangu right here. The Kitangu.
Onua. If you say one more time, I swear to fucking God, I will kill you. Kitangu?
Right here, separate from this too. And then I have a separate Vaporak. I have so much shit. And this is what we have to deal with.
The time is drawing near. Almost all my threads have been spun, and I wait only for my prey to rush headlong into their trap. Always remember this, Hordling. Though I am not a Visorak, I too can weave a web. The 6 Toa are growing desperate, torn between saving their precious Matoran and saving themselves from an eternity in their monstrous new form. Desperate Toa make mistakes, and in this game, one mistake is all you're allowed. Ah, Sidorak, my king, So secure in your power over the Horde, so confident in our coming alliance, so certain of a victory, so very, very foolish. Where I come from, Hordeling, there is a rite of passage, a mountain that two climb together. The sky rains fire, the grass are filled with acid, and the rock itself tries to devour you as you scale its slopes. Almost to the summit, my companion cried out,
Hordika, help!
His foot was caught in a crevice. The mountain knew he was there. The choice was mine. I could go back and save him, or take advantage of the mountain's distraction and reach the top. I made my first bargain that day, Hordeling. I scaled the rock in safety, and the mountain enjoyed its feast. Which Tahu do you think will make a similar bargain to save their insignificant little life? Will it be Whenua, who spent his life among Rahi, and now may become one himself?
Careful. Rahi are everywhere down here.
I thought they all escaped the archives. Why would they be here?
Vizorak think they're gone too, but what better place to hide from them?
Someone's hiding really loudly.
Ah!
Nuju? What?
Look out! It's right behind me!
What is? What are you doing in the archives?
I had never been thrown through a wall before. I didn't want to miss the experience.
It's the Kagarak! Run!
I didn't run as a Toa. I won't as whatever I am now. Rotuka spinners are wheels of energy. Let's see what happens
when it hits a mirror of ice.
It's reflecting.
The redirected Rotuka heads back to the Kagarak. Striking it opens a gateway to a zone of darkness and pulls the startled Kagarak inside.
It received the fated plan for you, trapped in shadow. But it won't stay there long. We have to move.
Whenua leads the way deeper into the archives.
Lock the door, Nuju. We can plan here. But first, I think we need some answers. What are the Vizorak? Why are they here?
I can answer that. Oh yes, for I was one of the first to see them and survive. They first appeared years ago, savage by nature, obedient by training. Nothing that lived could stand before them. At first, I thought the Vizorak were the only danger, until I saw them. Hordika and Sidorak.
That was when we knew who was really behind this. And it wasn't Sidorak or his foul viceroy. It was the
Look out!
They're coming through the ventilation system.
Whenua, get that door open. I'll hold them off.
No. This is my territory. Mine. You can't be here. Get out!
Now what?
It's Whenua. He has given in to madness.
Whenua, stop it. The structure can't take the stress. You'll bring the ceiling down.
With a roar like a flood tide, stone and mortar rain down on the Toa Hordika, Vizorak, and Rahaga. It falls for a very long time. And then all is silent and still.
What is it about big robot cats? You've got Voltron,
Power of the Lion,
the Yellow Zord from Power Rangers, even Doraemon. Over in the Transformers neighborhood, you've got Ravage, Steeljaw, Cheetor, or is it pronounced Cheater? Cheater!
You cheated on me when I specifically asked you not to?
There's Leo Convoy from the Japan exclusive Beast Wars. Ravage again. Hello Kitty, Ravage, Doraemon, Ravage. And then there's whatever's going on with Skylynx. Is he a cat? I don't really know.
Why am I under investigation? I refuse to participate in this kangaroo court.
In fact, there's so many feline robots across a bunch of different franchises, which leaves me with just one question.
What about
Bionicle?
I've already had it.
Today on Crosswired Crafts, I'm going to fill the kitty cat-shaped hole in my heart by making my own version of the Muwaka set from 2001. In Bionicle's first year, the villains were actually just innocent animals who had been possessed by evil masks. It seemed fine at the time, but it is kind of funny looking back, thinking about how my childhood heroes were just kind of punching animals for a minute. I got the idea for this project when I went online and saw how much these guys go for these days.
Come back when you're a little richer.
I never had any of the original Rahi sets as a kid. Rahi is what they call animals in Bionicle. It's just sort of like a replacement word for them, I guess. This would lead to so many incredible world-building-y moments where they just swap out the word for literally any animal with Rahi, like this exchange from the first movie.
Hold your Rahi! I'm coming!
Just some really subtle, really casual, really effortless world building that's super in-depth, but like just really tossed aside. Great way to really bring the audience into the world early on. That's, the kind of writing you would expect from Shakespeare. The Bard. Thank you, the Bard. Anyway, I never had any of the original Rahi sets as a kid, but now I'm an adult, which means I can make terrible financial decisions. Hey, so turns out I'm in a lot of debt, so instead I'm going to be making these guys out of modeling kits and other toys and other weird random bits I have. I'm sure that I spent less money on these than I would have if I just bought the actual toy. I'm sure it's less? Probably?
How'd that get in there?
After consulting my very scientific cat anatomy chart, I'm starting with the torso. I've got 2 torso halves from a robot T-Rex model kit that I'm gonna slap together. First, I gotta get rid of these extraneous bits and... These are kind of cool looking bits, so I'll put them aside, find a place for them in this project later on.
Spoilers, I didn't.
When gluing baby smooth plastic, you should always sand down the gluing sections to make them take glue better.
This sander simulates years of wear and tear damage.
You could breathe in these microplastics, but you've already got enough in your own organs. Why be greedy? On top of the glue, I'm putting a healthy heaping of baking soda. Theoretically, this should help the glue cure stronger and faster. There we go. Hold on. There we go. To me, the most interesting part of the Muwaka's original design is the complete lack of hind legs.
They ain't there.
Instead, it's got these sick treads. There's tons of fan reinterpretations of the Muwaka as a more traditionally cat-like creature with 4 legs, and the different ways they've interpreted the treads are really, really cool. I particularly like this one by Extra Ram, where the tail itself is made from treads, so that's what I'm gonna do as well. I'm a thief, and I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed about a lot of things.
I'll never be a real Toa.
For the tank treads, I'm going to be using parts from the gun tank, which is the second goofiest non-Gundam mobile suit from the original show. Look at this guy. This has got no legs, the little antlers. I think someone forgot to build the rest of it.
What the hell?
What are you? Ah! I'm starting off by making an armature wire for flexibility. My strategy for the tail is to have a solid core to attach the wheels and treads to. These crafting beads should help do the trick. And they come with a free snack. I got exactly 1 bead in before I realized I actually don't like this at all. So it's time to strip this kebab and start over. My next idea is to sacrifice flexibility and cover the wire in some air-dry clay. Try to ignore the fact that this clay has the same texture and color as Mr. Mime's bald head. I started pushing in the wheels to test out how much space I had to place them, and oh god, I hate this. Instead, I'm going to poke some holes in some scrap XPS foam I had lying around You know, I think I actually like... And there we have the basic structure of the tail, completed in just one try. And it just so happens to space out perfectly to put the treads over. Incredible! Hey, does anyone remember Neo Shifters? These like Bionicle Transformers knockoffs that Megablox was putting out way back in the day? I find them fascinating. Their designs are really busy and kind of weird. They remind me a lot of like a mix between the Bayformers aesthetic and the weak-jointed unreliability of senile elected officials in America.
Just say I. Okay, just
Tic-tac-toe.
Why? Why would you make it that way? Alright. Yeah. I was originally going to take this guy apart when I finished playing with him, but we've had such a good time together, so instead I'm going to mutilate his brother. That's actually really cool. Fortunately for this guy, I only need one half. Hopefully these should make some nice kitty cat hind legs. This looks kind of like a cat, right? Yeah.
It's a kitty.
Actually, I'm not done with the torso. These gaps are bugging me, so I'm gonna fill them up. To do that, I'm gonna use this severed Neo Shifter toe. Oh, baby. This bit reminds me a lot of early Bionicle. There was a lot of like hinge and piston action going on. The more early Bionicle aesthetic I can sneak in here, the better. So, here you go. This piece was originally a hat for the robot T-Rex these modeling kit bits were from. Now it's an upper back thing. At this point, it's starting to look less like a cat and more like a cool motorcycle, which is fine. I guess I'm not mad about it. It's a bit early for a midlife crisis, but I'll take it. This leg piece I found comes from a 30-minute missions kit. Boy, does this thing scream Bionicle. It's got pistons, it's got pinholes, what more do you need? Cats are famously flexible, and I want this guy to have maximum posability, so I'm using a lot of Gunpla and 30-minute missions model kits and their connections. These kits are pretty modular, so it's easy to kit bash with them, but I'm still going to be doing plenty of cutting and gluing, like these pieces. These bits weren't intended to go together, but now they do, because I said so. I've whipped together a little ball and socket joint connection here that can get me posability from a couple angles. This little coffee mug is going to be the main connection to the torso. These mechanical nipples are the perfect place to attach these coffee mugs. I'm going to use this little file to sand down some of these hard-to-reach corners. Time for a test fit. The two back halves of this torso don't sit together quite flush, so I'm going to shove a piece of cardboard right into that crack. Next, I'm tracing out the best place to cut with a pencil so that I can make it all very snug. Who knew that shoving something into a crack could be so satisfying?
You are so misguided.
Now that I've got the arm connections in place, it's time to attach the outer armor. These extra bits I cut from the T-Rex head actually fit very perfectly into the holes of these arms, so that's where they live now. You know what they say, if it fits, if it goes, that's where it is. I saw this Neo Shifter hand and decided it would look better as a head. First, I'm gonna get these obnoxious fingers out of the way. And then I'll top it off with a Neo Shifter foot as a hat. I always thought the Moaka's head looked more like a rat than a cat, probably due to its very pointy sniffer, and I want to honor that. I have these bits left over from when I cut that Neo Shifter toe in half, and they're perfect. Not just for the nose, also the ears. That's 2 of the 5 senses. Well, 6. With all that in place, it's time to thicken out this underjaw. I really like this ankle armor from a Gundam kit I found. Especially when it's unpainted, I think it kind of makes the whole thing look like Tony the Tiger, which is excellent. Speaking of Gundam, I'm going to use these antennas to start off the teeth. Now, I'm not a cat owner, I really wish I was, but one thing that's always made me hesitate is the fact that sometimes you have to brush a cat's teeth, right? And I'm just not convinced I could make any little creature love me enough to let me insert a strange object in their mouth against their will and just scrub really hard. Like that's, I just don't think they would understand that I'm trying to help. And that kind of bums me out. Anyway, this guy's starting to look a little too rat-like, so I'm gonna try to offset that by adding chubby cheeks. As you can see, it's not really working. It still looks like a rat, but I'm just gonna be in denial about it for a while.
Smell a rat.
Maybe adding some big saber-toothed fangs will help. Kinda. He does have this big whistle hole between his two front teeth. It's so big, I feel like I could fall in there, get lost forever.
Love you, boys.
I added this other random Gundam piece to help offset the pole of the abyss. Look, he's not beating the rat allegations anytime soon, but who among us is, really? This 30-minute mission's foot connection piece will add some nice technic flair to this big head hole. Speaking of hole filling,
Just fill the hole filler.
I'm adding this Neo Shifter finger to the bottom jaw to help fill that tooth gap a bit more. And with that, the head is finally done.
So head.
The joint I used as the basis for this head is actually perfectly sized for this 30-minute mission's joint piece to just kind of go right in there. And I love when that happens. It's like it was made for that hole all along. To connect the head to the neck, I'm using this other 30-minute mission's foot connection piece. Just like with real cats, it's going to be paramount that this guy's head does not fall off, so it's important to really vigorously sand the connection points so the glue really sinks in.
Negative. It didn't go in.
His neck is a little bit skinny, but I can live with that. The only skinny joints I'm really worried about are these connections to the shoulders. I just need something to fill this space here without limiting posability. This propellery, repulsory bit comes from a brand I found called Snapships. At the time of recording, these go for pretty cheap online, but with the incoming tariffs in the United States, it's hard to say how long that's gonna last. I'm gonna start by sawing off the bits I don't need. Then I'm gonna use my trusty file to sand in those hard-to-reach places where this is gonna be glued. I'm filling this nasty gap with these smaller-sized bootleg Legos that I found. Next, I'm bulking up this chest protrusion. I'm bulking up this chest protrusion with a piece of armor. It still doesn't sound right. I still have some extra bits of tread left.
It's taking everything I've got.
I'm placing it here to imply that the treads make up the spine of the creature, as if its entire core is made up of this forward motion vehicle component. Just a few more small parts from a Dune model kit I found, and that's definitely for sure the last adjustment I'm gonna make to this section. The skinny neck was bugging me, so I added the remains of another Gundam ankle piece. For the claws, I'm using some scrap plastic I had lying around. Both sides have been vigorously sanded to allow for glue to take hold and also for paint. I'm attaching those to these finger-like pieces that I found. They were originally the legs of some kind of spider turret from a 30-minute missions kit. I really want the claws to look sharp and dangerous, so I'm doing that by making them sharp and dangerous. It's a hazard. To make the two front feet, I'm using these Neo Shifter hand remains. I'm filling these holes with interesting-looking circular bits from Gunpla. This ball joint and socket are from the same third-party miniaturized Lego knockoff brand. The joints are very stiff, which is why I think they'll make the perfect wrists. After some mild surgery, this socket piece is getting sandwiched in the middle of this 30-minute mission's hand bit. Nothing fancy here, just putting all the pieces together with super glue. Not even really sanding. I don't know, it's probably fine. While I'm not going for 100% set accuracy, I do want these claws to resemble the original piece a bit more. To bring in some more of that Technic style I've been talking about, I'm gonna hijack these tubes from the Iron-Blooded Orphan Gundam Shins. It's not the same as the original piece, but it does evoke it in a way.
Derivative.
To fill the remaining holes, I'm going to use some of the free cylinders provided by these leftover model kit sprues.
Hey, shoot!
I'm gonna turn this gun into not a gun. I'm mostly interested in this little stock barrel piece. I think it nicely fills out the gap between the socket and the rest of the foot. One more fake Lego piece on the back of the heel, and this little kitty cat paw is done.
Ah, tight, yeah!
While I was trying to find another piece to pad out this little wrist, I found the perfect bit. I dropped it, and unfortunately, it's the exact same color as my floor, so I'm not gonna be using that.
What do we do? I'm really not too sure.
Instead, I'm gonna go for a smoother, cleaner look with this Gundam back-of-hand piece. It's an artistic decision, not born out of necessity, but out of choice. I discovered that this knockoff Lego socket piece is actually the perfect size for this 30-minute missions joint. I'm going to be using this as the connection between the torso and the waist. This Neo Shifter's crotch piece has the perfect gap for me to wedge this bit into. Now to drown it in glue and baking soda to seal it forever. Soda! I'm gonna use this bigger piece for something else later, but for now, what I want is this little guy.
I'm a little baby.
I'm going to attach it to this little hinge joint so that I can plug in at the waist and help fill the gaps between the waist and the torso while still maintaining that sweet, sweet posability. I like to think of them as little saloon doors that swing open for rugged cowboys. But instead of rugged cowboys, it's just a cat's butt hinging from left to right. They also help maintain the silhouette that I want. I want this guy to look a lot less fragile than he actually is, which is what we all want for ourselves at the end of the day. To that end, I'm gonna help cover up the joints with some more dune treads. Then I'm adding this Gundam armor plate to bulk it out a bit, and here we go. It was at this moment in editing the video that I realized I had no footage of me making the back legs. And I was really proud of a lot of the techniques I used, so you can imagine how I felt. 2 days later, I discovered that I had just gotten my footage out of order somehow and had spent a weekend being depressed for no good reason. I mean, there are plenty of good reasons, but so you can imagine how I felt.
At last.
I'm using a lot of Neo Shifter hands for this build for something other than their intended purpose, which probably means I can't get my warranty from Mega Bloks, which is a bummer, frankly. I really like this Gundam joint, but I think it could do with a wider range of motion. So, with surgical precision, I'm going in and nipping off the bits that are getting in the way. Now that this joint's inhibitions have been released, it can feel the rain on its skin. I want the two back feet to look slightly different from the front, so to that end, I'm using tiny little nubby claws. To cover these big holes, I'm taking these greeble pieces that I'm stealing from a Gundam docking bay model kit. I decided to leave a little bit more overhang on these cylinders. I'm using another one of those same pieces to help fill out the bottom of the foot, and then I'm also adding another Gundam hand piece on top. This is straight up just the leg from the main Iron-Blooded Orphan Gundam, whose name I'm forgetting right now.
Barbatos.
I really like it, but I want to try to disguise it as much as I can so it doesn't just look like I used a whole Gundam leg. So I'm going to be adding all kinds of extra leftover pieces here.
My leg!
And now I'm using some leftover Gunpla armor bits to fill some of these ugly gaps at the top here. Yeah, that looks intentional.
It's no accident.
Now this thigh part's gonna have a lot going on the inside, so pay attention.
Pay attention and you can learn a lot.
I decided to attach a hinge joint for one axis on the inside of the thigh piece itself. Instead of there being an interior structure and then the thigh armor is attached on the outside, I'm building the interior structure on the shell, and then the interior is going to be a facade interior. What I'm saying is I'm very smart and cool, and you should give me money.
I'm smarter than you!
After severing the last of the fingers from this neo-shifter's joint, I'm going to use this piece to make up the main thigh connection to the waist. Why did I say it that way? It's just the hip. I forgot the word for hip for a second and tried to sound smart.
I'm not stupid.
This rubbery Gundam polycap is going to get a rod inserted for structural stability. This is going to help what might be the most precarious gluing point in this build so far be maybe, hopefully, slightly less precarious. Now it's time for more baking soda.
Soda.
I'm going to fill this gap with more leftover tread parts. It's a bit too thick, so I'll just snap it in half.
One of the tracks has been damaged, look!
What? No way!
Nice.
On a similar note, these round shoulder bits are a bit too smooth for me. So I'm attaching more cut-up tread bits. I might be skewing a bit more Transformers than Bionicle with this one, but I really like Transformers too.
I'm flattered, but I'm too busy destroying Autobots to go to prom with you.
And now back to the legs. You may have noticed I've been collecting little circles throughout this leg build. I'm gonna use them to decorate these joints and make them look a lot more mechanical. I'm also gonna slap one on the outside of this thigh for the hip, because I remember the word hip now. Next, I'm inserting this part to bulk out the inside of the thigh. It also comes with the perfect size socket.
Socket to me?
Now it's time to assemble the whole leg. I realized I may be contributing to unrealistic body standards with this thigh gap. To fix that, I'm gonna slap some big old toes on the inside of these thighs. Is this a Muwaka from Bionicle 2001, or is this Dennis Leary's beloved character Diego from the Ice Age franchise? The only way to cure him of this ailment is emergency tail attachment surgery. Just line it up nice and gently. This guy's looking so complete now that I kind of feel like I have to sit down.
These are rather good. They're very good, actually.
But before I completely call it quits, I'm committing to filling in some of these other parts and gaps that have been bugging me. Now, this is just a process of sitting here, turning it over and over, looking for more places that could use patching up. This is also a great opportunity to use some leftover pieces that you maybe spent a bunch of money on and don't want to waste. I like to imagine that this Muwaka also has acid reflux issues, so this vent helps him offload some of that chest heat. No unnecessary ER visits at 3 a.m. for that guy. I'm also taking this chance to cover up my cardboard sins. Ever since I saw these Gundam Epion shoe covers, I knew I'd have to fit them into this project somewhere, and it might as well be here. Plus, it kind of resembles like the little arrow piece that the Muwaka has to show you which direction he's gonna bite you from.
Ow!
This logo here is a bit too distinct and recognizable, so I'm gonna cover it up. Sorry. And finally, I'm adding these two sprue pieces to the end of the treads to make it look like they go somewhere instead of just ending in oblivion.
Stop right there!
And now, to add what makes this Bionicle a Bionicle.
A great Kanohi mask!
This is the iconic Kanohi How.
How?
I could just use actual Lego pieces, but the blood oath I signed as a child prevents me from destroying official Lego property. Plus, I want something that's a bit smaller in scale. I'm a huge fan of 3D Sonago's channel. If you haven't seen it, go check it out. And my partner got me a 3D pen of my own 2 Christmases ago. And now I finally have an excuse to try it out, and I'm sure it will go perfectly. This is my horrific brain son. I have mixed feelings about him. On one hand, I'm glad to have tried something new, but on the other, he turned out quite a bit bigger than I was hoping for, and sanding and melting this guy is going to be a big pain, but you know what? I've committed, I'm going to try to make this from scratch, and it's going to be great. I found these cool springs on the ground at my day job, and I couldn't stop thinking about what a great match they'd be for the Mwaka's arm tubes, like a normal person. The springiness was a problem, so I'm running a flexible wire down the length as one long bone for support. After that, I threw together some extra bits to connect the dude to the tube.
This will feel a little weird.
And that means this little guy is finally ready for painting. But before that, a quick rinse in the bath to get rid of all the plastic dust, and, no bath. Except it turns out I forgot it's February and actively snowing, so I can't spray paint today.
I don't want to live in a hole anymore. It makes me feel poor.
We are poor.
Oh hey, it's March.
Beware the Ides of March.
No. That means I've had a chance to hit all the pieces with a nice shiny black base coat.
Does it come in black?
Oh hey, my symbols of shame and defeat have finally arrived in the mail. That's nice. This scale is way better. If I ever end up making Toa in this style, I want them to be roughly 1 to 1/44th Gunpla size. I got these for super cheap, so the texture is not smooth at all, it's pretty rough, but that actually works to my benefit because I want these masks to look infected and rusty by Makuta's evil cheese touch. After a base coat in black, it's time to dry brush some silver. For the silver, I'm using an old makeup brush. These guys are great at hiding their own brush strokes, which helps sell the lie that this thing is actually worn out metal.
Liar!
This is my favorite part of painting. The dry brushing is always so easy and so fast and so satisfying, not like this next part. I was originally going to use yellow like the original set, but then I remembered something really important.
I love gold!
Plus, I needed something to match the tubes as closely as I could, so, this kind of does it. When painting lighter colors in general, you have to do an unreasonable amount of coats to make them look solid and consistent, and it's just the worst. Gold is the worst color to do this with, and I brought it on myself. At this stage, I probably should have been wetting my brush a lot more. I'm leaving a lot of visible brush strokes, and you know what? At this point, all I can do is pretend it doesn't ruin my day every time I notice. With that done, I'm going back over everything with a deep gunmetal gray color. I'm picking out certain sections of the silver to give this guy some variation. Plus, there's a lot of gray and black on the original set that I want to evoke.
Derivative.
The two masks get the same gunmetal treatment, along with lighter shades of brown and then orange on top to really get that rusty effect going.
I rusted solid, and I've been that way ever since.
Next, I hit the teeth with a little bit more silver to really make them pop against the, other silver.
Introducing new Colgate Whitening.
Oh, would you look at the forecast? It's time for weathering.
Now, we are looking at weather at some point, weather for everybody. Look for weather now Saturday, weather in the Northeast, weather in New England, and then Sunday, we're going to be looking at weather. Savannah? Savannah?
All right, Al, thank you.
I'm grabbing some more of that gunmetal gray paint and lightly and randomly going over the edges of all the armor. I went a little overboard, but mostly I tried to hit spots that seemed high friction. Next, I go back to my trusty silverleaf marker and add a second, deeper layer of chipping and weathering. This adds a dimension that I really like the layers of paint are coming off. Now, who is painting these robots? I don't know. Bionicles, I don't think, have paint on them. I just think it looks really cool and real and gritty. This is also the exact same weathering technique I use for my life-size cosplay masks that I make over at my Etsy store. That's weird. I think I'm getting kind of lightheaded. I need to sit down.
Posters, stickers, lots of stickers, mugs, shirts,
am a painting statues. Late commissions are open. Patreon.
Your baby, wake up.
After much deliberating, I've decided that the masks would look best placed on the shoulder blade blades. With all the detail painting done, I'm now mixing up a delicious cold brew of brown and black paint.
Damn good coffee.
And I'm adding a shot of Dawn dish soap, both as a flowing agent, but also in case there's any oil spill victimized ducks in there. Washes are super easy. You just kind of slap them all over, let them flow, and then wipe off some of the excess. Really make it look all dirty. Want this guy to look, rugged. These pink translucent pieces will serve as the eyes, and yes, the cat has pink eye. Only rugged men get pink eye. That's what they say.
I don't think I've washed my hands for 10 years. It's just not, germs are not a real thing. I can't see them. Therefore, they're not real.
Real men don't wash their hands and love to get pink eye. Toxic masculinity is a prison where the jailers are also prisoners. After one final coat of satin varnish, it's time for this guy to get his act together. And by that I mean I'm gonna put him together. The parts. They're in. I need to put the parts together now. That's what you're gonna see. Before we start congratulating ourselves, let's be responsible and get this cat's tubes tied. Now it's finished. I'll admit, I had my doubts about how this was going to turn out, but I'm really happy with how it did, even though I have some nitpicks. I've been wanting to try to kit bash some Bionicle characters and creatures for a while, honestly, and this has given me so much confidence that it could actually turn out looking pretty cool and pretty good. I've got to keep my ego in check, though, because otherwise I might try to do something crazy, like remake every Bionicle character and creature in this style. If you want to see that happen, or if you just want to help me pay medical bills and rent like a mensch, then you can head on over to Patreon, chuck in a buck. If you can't afford to spend money on silly stuff like me and my channel right now, which is honestly more likely than anything, then just leave a like or share this video or subscribe. I don't know. You could start an argument in the comments. That always helps. Really gets that engagement up, Anyway, here's a super special clue at 2 things I'll be making next. Which one will be coming out first? You decide. Or don't, because you can't, because you don't control me.
Please go to my Patreon. Please buy something for my store. I'll do anything, please.
Koa must face the terrifying jaws of...
Change is an inevitable part of life. Like it or not, things change. Nothing will stay in eternal stasis. Even the things we take for granted have to change, to twist and mutate themselves into an unrecognizable form. If one wants to survive this change, they do have to change, whether they want it or not. That doesn't mean change is always a good thing, though. For the past 2 years, I made analytical video essays on the first 2 Bionicle movies. I've dissected what makes them work, where they falter, what they try to say thematically, and how they've evolved the series forward. Naturally then, it is time to explore the last of the original Miramax trilogy, Web of Shadows. Out of the original 3 Bionicle movies, Web of Shadows is easily the most contentious. While Mask of Light and Legends of Metronui do have their fair share of detractors, they enjoy a relatively positive reception in the community. They aren't seen as masterpieces by a long shot and admittedly a little bit cheesy, but for the most part, the first two movies are well liked and celebrated. Web of Shadows doesn't enjoy the same luxury. Its reputation is split in half between those who love it and those who don't. Depending on who you ask, it's seen as either the best of the original trilogy or the worst. This divide makes Web of Shadows an interesting subject to discuss. Like any divisive piece of media, there are valid reasons why Web of Shadows provoked such a strong reaction one way or another. It is a movie defined by having a set of qualities that attract some while driving away others. A movie that simultaneously follows the formula established by its predecessors while setting itself apart from them, for better or worse. Which is what I am here to discuss. What makes Web of Shadows such a controversial movie compared to the rest? How does it differentiate itself from its predecessors, and in what ways does it stay the same? And above all else, what does the movie try to say, and how does it try to evolve the Bionicle franchise forward? I'm the Arcanist, and without any further ado, join me, my gathered friends, as I explore the transformation of Web of Shadows. Web of Shadows continues the story of Tahu Metru. Shortly after the events of Legends of Metru Nui, the Tahu Metru discover an island they could settle into, but have to return to Metru Nui in order to retrieve the Matoran. Long story, we don't have time to explain, just go read the two books set in between the two movies. Web of Shadows then opens on their return to retrieve the remaining Matoran. The city is now a shadow of its former self, abandoned and left behind. It is now the home turf of the Viscerac, wicked arachnid creatures unlike anything else the Toga faced thus far. Soon enough, the Toga end up captured by the Viscerac and imprisoned into their cocoons. The Toga don't die, however. Instead, the Viscerac's venom mutates them into hideous reflections of themselves, monstrous grimaces known as the Hordika. Now, the Toga have a new task: find the legendary guardian key Tahu, who is said to be able to revert the effect of Viscerac venom. But can the Toga find a way to revert themselves back and defeat the Viscerac horde, or will they succumb to their inner beast? In many ways, Web of Shadows follows in the footsteps of the first two Bionicle movies. It tells a technically self-contained story about a group of heroes attempting to find something, or rather someone, with a protagonist who doubts himself and his purpose till he finds the courage to face his destiny head-on. There's a quirky mentor in red who helps our heroes, a twist surrounding the goal at the center of it all, a dramatic darkest hour moment in the third act that culminates in our hero realizing his true potential all along, and so on and so forth. In many ways, it's a very been there, done that kind of experience. We've seen these movies before. We know how they play. Let's get this over with. In spite of that, Web of Shadows manages to set itself apart from its predecessor. It possesses qualities that make it quite different, both for better and worse. By far, the most overtly notable differences has to be its tone. Because let me tell you, Web of Shadows is bleak. I know, I said the same thing about Legends of Metru Nui in comparison to Mask of Light. And I still stand by it, even if I might have excurated just a little bit for a dramatic effect. This pales in comparison with how bleak Web of Shadows is. Because let me tell you, Web of Shadows is somber. The color palette is dominated by dark hues and sickish green, which paired with the movie's surprisingly solid cinematography creates an oppressive, dread, and bleak feeling. All this is enhanced further by the script. Web of Shadows is the most serious of the three movies. While the stakes aren't as calamitously catastrophic compared to Legends of Metru Nui, they're perhaps the most personal any of the movies got. The Toga's transformation to Hordika is treated with the weight it deserves. In addition, the movie is, frankly speaking, rather mean-spirited at times. Characters spit at each other, argue and bicker with each other in such a venomous way, the viewer can feel their frustration not just at the situation at hand, but at each other. This is especially true for Tahu. He's easily among the most embittered by the whole situation, and it shows.
Most of the movie he complains about his new hideous form or lashes out at the rest of the Toa for getting them into this mess to begin with. Far cry from the lovable comic relief from the previous movie. The tone is a two-edged sword, however. For as bleak as the movie is, it might be a bit too bleak for its own good. Its constant doom and gloom with its tone and characters are played to such excoriated extremes that they come across as, admittedly, a bit too corny. For an adult viewer, Web of Shadows melodrama flaunts itself in such an over-the-top manner that it becomes hard to take the movie seriously. Some scenes are played so straight with their line delivery that they become a bit too silly.
You don't have to understand the message, Norik. Just carry it.
This message, what is it?
Worse, Web of Shadows' bleakness ends up working against the movie in another way as well. It makes the movie rather dull to watch. Not necessary for adults, mind you. I do find the movie compelling as an adult in spite of my issues with it. But that wasn't always the case. Here's a little secret. Out of the Miramax trilogy, I have watched Web of Shadows the least. As a child, I only watched it a handful of times. Possibly even just once or twice. A stark contrast from the hundreds of times I watched the other two movies. While I can chalk parts of it for finding the movie too scary or sad, possibly felt I found the movie just dull. There weren't any tonal shifts or excitement. It was just the same misery over and over again, painted in a way that isn't just fun to watch for a child. It wasn't the movie's dark tone that bothered me as a child. Dark media can be enjoyable for a child. A good example can actually be found within Bionicle itself. Growing up, I was a huge fan of the much divisive Ignition trilogy. Still the best era, by the way, don't at me. Largely because of its darker and edgier tone compared to the previous arcs. Heck, my two absolute favorite stories of the series, Time Trap and Birth of a Dark Hunter, were released in the same year as Web of Shadows, and were just as dark as it, if not even more so. The difference comes from how the darkness is applied. The Ignition era was dark and edgy for sure, but in a badass and cool way that makes it engaging for a child. The stories were filled to the brim with intriguing power struggles between factions filled with crooks possessing larger-than-life personalities such as the Piraka. Contrast this to Web of Shadows, which plotting was less multifaceted and key players less bombastic, and while both works had their mean-spirited insults and remarks, one had far more fun with it than the other. Rudiger's demand of the Resurrects to
throw yourselves off the edge
is iconic for a reason, but it lacks the sheer charisma of the Shadow One telling Zaktan of how he will make an example of the disgraced Dark Hunter. This ultimately illustrates the core issue of Web of Shadows' tone. It is too straight-faced for kids and too silly for adults that it ultimately makes its seriousness unappealing to anyone. The movie fails to find a balancing act of making a serious story work for a younger audience due to lacking elements that kids can easily latch onto, while being a bit too serious for adults to take it seriously. Perhaps a bit more levity could have helped making the serious moments hit harder. This worked in favor of the other movies after all, but it's hard to say how it would have meshed with the rest of the movie. Who knows? It could have easily had the opposite effect. For what it's worth though, the seriousness does have its merits in spite of shoddy execution. For starters, the seriousness gives Web of Shadows a level of earnest sincerity that's missing in current media landscape. Yes, it may take itself a bit too seriously for its own good, but in a generation plagued by half-hearted quip pieces of media, this is still welcome. The sincerity helps to give weight to the movie's emotional moments where it matters the most. At its best, Web of Shadows can truly hammer home the utter sense of the spirited Toa feel. When the movie hits right, oh boy, does it hit right. Its climax is just as emotionally charged to its predecessors thanks to the combination of the script, the stellar voice acting, and Nathan Furst's excellent scoring. The other notable difference Web of Shadows has from its predecessors comes from its scale. Web of Shadows has the smallest scale of the three Bionicle movies. No big stakes, nowhere to stay. Technically there's the Matoran, but they are not that important. Instead, the movie is all about the heroes attempting to save themselves. It is a personal story throughout, telling a self-contained tale that focuses on the characters rather than a larger conflict. This small scale ties to the movie's structure. Web of Shadows is perhaps the most cohesively structured out of the 3 Bionicle movies. It tells a story that easily is the most self-contained of the 3. Mask of Light serves as the grand finale for a 3-year-long story arc, while Legends of Metro Nui tells essentially a Cliff Notes version of 2004's story. Sure, neither of the movies need the supplemental material as much as people may claim, but it is a trait that affects the movie's structure and overall experience. By contrast, Web of Shadows truly feels like an open and shut story that only exists within the confines of the movie, in spite of this not technically being the case. Because there are other books in the story, but unlike with the other movies, it doesn't really matter. You don't need to read Web of Viserak or Challenge of the Hordika to follow along with Web of Shadows' story, and unlike the other 2 movies, you can't really tell that. Unless you knew about the books beforehand, you couldn't tell there were any missing pieces for the story, and just assume that this was all there was for the Hordika. This cohesiveness is perhaps a major reason for one of the most pervasive, and in my opinion, one of the most frustrating criticisms surrounding the movie, that it is pointless filler for the greater Bionicle story. This criticism is, frankly speaking, a bit silly. For starters, filler is one of those buzzwords once held a specific meaning, but has since weaponized and misused in internet discourse to such a degree it has been diluted to mean a little more than a fancy word to describe fiction as bad. But even if we pretend that calling something filler is a valid form of criticism, it still isn't an apt way to criticize Web of Shadows. If we use the bastardized version of filler, that being pointless fluff that carries little weight to the overarching story, Web of Shadows fails to meet such criteria. Sure, Web of Shadows may superficially fit the criteria of filler, as it seems to be a simple in-between story with little weight to what followed. But if we look a bit deeper, we understand that Web of Shadows does in fact have a place within the larger Bionicle narrative, both from a structural and thematic standpoint. From a structural standpoint, Web of Shadows serves an important role in the larger narrative, that being to set the story's tone and scope moving forward. As questionable as the movie's tone can be at times, ultimately it serves an important role for the larger picture. Think about it. If we jumped from Legends of Metro Nui to the Boyanui arc, the results would be jarring, to say the least. Granted, it is still a bit jarring as it is, but going straight from the ultimately hopeful Metro Nui arc to the hopelessly bleak Island of Doom would be like walking from your safe house to a pit of vipers. For all its flaws, Web of Shadows helps softening the blow the tonal whiplash would otherwise give. For the first time, we got a taste of the larger world and political power struggles at play, both aspects of which would play a crucial role in shaping the style and scale of the Ignition trilogy. This is all to ignore the movie's thematic importance. Web of Shadows continues to build on ideas presented not just in the first 2 movies, but also ones resting at the core of the franchise. As discussed in my previous videos, the Bionicle movies are largely interested in exploring responsibility and duty. They feature protagonists tasked with saving the fate of their own worlds, doubting their own capabilities, till the situation forces them to act as the hero they were destined to become. Web of Shadows throws an interesting wrench in this. While it does continue play with ideas of responsibility, duty, and insecurity as its predecessors have done, after all, a huge factor of Towa desiring to return to their former selves is so they can save Majoran of Metro Nui, it does build upon them in its own way. Rather than following the formula of insecure protagonist is thrust to adventure against his own will and refuses to answer the call to the literal last possible second imaginable, Web of Shadows instead flips the script. What if our protagonist is robbed of his responsibility, while Web of Shadows does put Towa's duty on probably a back burner to get its mileage out of some juicy drama? This absence doesn't remove the core focus of it all. Even if we choose to ignore all of the above and still argue that Web of Shadows is filler because its concrete events doesn't matter to the larger picture, so what? Just because Web of Shadows fits a wage definition of filler, that doesn't inherently make it a bad story. Stories such as Time Trap or Blood of a Dark Hunter fit this definition of filler just as well as Web of Shadows, yet no one argues them being bad stories because of it. Now, this isn't me trying to argue that Web of Shadows is on par with either of those stories. I certainly don't believe that. Instead, I argue that Web of Shadows should be judged for its own merits as a standalone story rather than being chastised for being pointless filler. If a backstory for a dead and ultimately irrelevant minor villain can be one of the best standalone stories in the entire franchise in spite of that, then Web of Shadows deserves to be evaluated as its own standalone work. Of course, we shouldn't ignore how it fits in the larger Bionicle picture, but that alone shouldn't dictate the story's reputation. Instead, we should try to address where the story falters, what it does right, and what it tries on its own merits first, and only after look how it fits to the greater picture. Now, all this out of the way, let's analyze what the movie tries to do by looking at its characters and how they fit to the themes both of the series as whole, but also within the movie itself, because oh boy, for all its faults, this movie has some interesting thematic stuff in it that I can't wait to get into. At its core, Web of Shadows is a movie which largely revolves around change and transformation. The Toa Metro story revolves around one question: how do we deal with change? When life throws at us a drastic change unexpectedly, do we accept and adapt, or do we try to reverse the change, attempt to return how things once were, rather than accept the here and now? This is at the heart of the movie, and the fundamental conflict all heroes have to tackle throughout. As said, the Toa Metro story centers around their transformation into Toa Hordika, and attempting to reverse that. Each of the 6 Toa have a similar, yet different reactions to their horrific predicament. Some of them deal with it better, like Nukama, who attempts to keep the group together in spite of everything, while others deal with it worse, like the utterly repulsed Tahu. Regardless, none of the 6 truly accept their transformation initially. They are distraught at losing themselves and turning into monsters. It is no wonder that the 6 embark on the quest to find Kitongu. It is the last hope they have in just returning to their past lives and reverting their horrific transformation. Said quest is easier said than done, however. It is filled with trials and tribulations, both from external forces and, more importantly, within the Toa Metro themselves. As the Toa continue their search to find Kitongu, they end up in conflict with each other, arguing over what is the right thing to do and having drift in their unity. This ends up being a major factor in the movie that plays into its climax, as the Toa have to not only fight a wizard, but also one of their own. Web of Shadows' conflict they change our heroes have to deal with is something dangerous that, if not checked, can easily end up spiraling out of control and hurting them. Along their journey, they have the mentor figures, the Rahaga. These 6 small creatures were actually former Toa, though this is only mentioned in supplemental material. While this detail is not that important in the movie, knowing it does improve upon it. The Rahaga were once in Toa's situation, having to deal with the change of turning into a monster themselves. As such, they are not only able to empathize and understand what the Toa are going through, but able to help with them concretely. They went through a similar change themselves, so they understand how to adapt to it. Most of the Rahaga aren't really characters. They mainly exist to move the plot along and to serve as their figures, but they don't really have personalities or do much on their own, mainly working as collective. This is all except one, Norik. Honestly, one of my favorite characters in these movies, and easily among the most underrated Bionicle characters. Norik serves as a quirky mentor. He helps the Toa in adjusting to their change and tries his best to get the Toa, but especially Wakama, in understanding the meanings of Hordika. He is essentially the Rahaga summarized in one character. The
one's former hero who now has to live as a monster and helping him out. Norik in general is a very endearing, unlikable character, but more importantly, he's not an important purpose. Being a mentor who helps the heroes throughout, Norik's advice is helpful and takes the heroes along, but in a way that differs from the different mentor characters due to the interesting wrench that we'll touch on when we talk about Wakama a bit later. Though speaking of Wakama, as the protagonist, he is the one with the most significant character arc, though we'll touch on that later. Wakama is one of the two Toa characters who struggles with the Hordika transformation the most. He blames himself. He sees himself as guilty of getting the Toa into this situation in the first place and tries to fight the change. But then eventually, well, we'll get into that. Let's just put a pin on that for now. Unlike Legend of Matanui, Wakama isn't the only Toa who's getting a bit of love in the character arc development. No, boy. Because we need to talk about my boy Matao. Honestly, my personal favorite of the Toa Metro, and no, that's not just because he's Toa of Air, and I am inherently biased to have the Toa of Air as my favorite Toa in the Toa team, unless your name is Gongu, in which case you are not valid and do not have rights. Full legal relations is a joke. Anyways, Matao, oh my god. I absolutely love Matao in this movie. As said previously, Matao isn't the quirky, lovable, brave face Toa hero comic relief he was in the last movie. No. He takes his transformation horribly, sees himself as hideous, and just wants the most to return to his former self. He is abrasive, spouting vile things at Wakama to perpetuate his guilt even further. But if this was all, that Matao was just a mean bully who takes his transformation very, very poorly, like a certain someone I know and love, that would be fine. But that isn't all it is. Because as said, my boy Matao has a character arc. And not just that, it's, excuse my language, big fiction. Over the course of the movie, as things escalate and the Wakama stuff we will talk about happens, Matao realizes that he's a bit of a fuck-up. That he may have been a bit too mean to Wakama. He realizes that maybe this all isn't what's the most important, and what matters is their mission, to protect the mature and to help their people, to be the heroes they are, and that you can be a hero even if you are a monster. While Tahu's arc isn't as spelled out as Wakama's, it's still so good, so good. To the point that, honestly, the scene with him and Wakama at the end is easily one of, if not the best scene in all of these movies. It just, chef's kiss, so good. But we'll get to that. But first, it's time for the moment you've been all waiting for. The part where the Arcanist talks about the Bionicle villains. Hell yeah. And now it's the time to gush and analyze the villains. I promise this won't be the longest segment once again. I'm trying, I swear. So with how I laid the theme being about change, you'd expect the villains following the suit, but truth is, they don't really. They are the catalyst of our hero's monstrous transformation for sure, but they themselves do not really reflect the theme of change. In and of itself, this can be seen as a way to contribute to the themes. The villain tends to be the antithesis to the themes, lacking the quality the heroes have to reflect their opposition. If the heroes deal with change, it makes sense for the villains to be stagnant, to not face any change themselves. However, while this is true, I find looking at the villains solely from this angle rather boring, to put it mildly. It doesn't really go that further, and more importantly, doesn't really give that much room to explore or analyze their characters to their fullest. Instead, I want to argue that the villains in Web of Shadows explore another theme. Rather than exploring the idea of change, They instead explore another idea crucial to the movie: leadership. Now, this might sound a bit antithetical given how I just said that the change is the central theme a few minutes ago, but trust me, this will make sense much later. Web of Shadows has two central villains, Sidorak and Hordika, and in a gay way, they are just as important characters as the Tahu. You could even argue more so. The two have a lot of screen time and have far more characterization than some of our heroic characters. As such, we'll look at them individually, both as how they are written and how they fit to the movie's central themes. And then we'll occasionally comparing them to each other. So let's start with Sidorak, and oh boy. First things first, Sidorak is a loser. Affectionate. This man is an absolute utter failure. He's an utter buffoon, and he's a joke. Much like Hordika and Kreka from the previous movie, Sidorak ends up being a little more than a joke. He flaunts himself, presents himself to be the big shot above all big shots. But in reality, he's far more dark than bright. Unlike the two Dark Hunters, though, Sidorak is actually handled a bit better. For one, as said, Web of Shadows is a really dark movie, so having a bit levity here and there is welcome. But more notably, again, you could say the same thing about Hordika and Kreka, but unlike those two, Sidorak's comedy is actually handled well. Sidorak isn't really treated as a traditional comic relief. Instead, as said, he's a failure. He thinks he's all talk, but in reality he's not. And that's how he's used as a comic relief. It isn't so much as a traditional comic relief unlike Hordika and Kreka, but also, more important though, the reason why Sidorak being an, excuse my language, absolute boy failure actually works compared to Hordika and Kreka is how it fits to the themes. Because Sidorak carries a very specific narrative purpose within Web of Shadows themes. As said, he's kind of failure king. He is the leader of Sidorak, the big shot, the man who calls all the shots. He's their boss, their king. And thus is the point of his character. He is an example of what a leader shouldn't be. As I said in my previous Bionicle videos, one of the core themes these movies explore is what it means to be a hero. But the angle Web of Shadows goes with it is what it means to be a leader. Because oftentimes the characters we follow all their leaders. They are the ones who keep their group together, who calls the shots, and are the ones the other heroes follow. So as such, Sidorak is designed as the central antithesis to this theme, an antithetical view of what a leader should be. As such, him being a buffoon actually contributes to the themes. He's a coward, a fool who makes all the talk about himself. Especially if you read novels, because like with the Rahaga, the supplementary material adds actually interesting ideas to his character that expand on him and his thematic role, while still being tangible in the movie itself. Sidorak is an absolute and utter failure of a man. And that's the point. He thinks he is a great king, someone to be feared, someone to be followed. But in reality, he's not. He's making this up, having this ego, but in reality, not really able to be more than he presents himself. He's an emperor with no clothes, whose nakedness is fully tangible for all the others to see. Sidorak is a mirror. He's a mirror to Wakama of what a leader shouldn't be, what a failure of a leader is. There is a third reason why Sidorak's character works better compared to Hordika and Kreka, because remember how I said in my Legends of Matanui video that Hordika and Kreka were more or less treated as the main villains until Makuta showed up? Well, Web of Shadows makes it very clear who the main villain is from pretty much the beginning. And it's not Sidorak. Yeah, talking about Sidorak is fun, but now we get to the real stuff. It's time to talk about Rahaga, baby!
Okay, so is it a hot take to say that Hordika is the best villain in all of these movies? And no, I am not just saying it because she is hot. Though, trust me, that does play a factor. But seriously, Hordika is an amazing villain, and easily the best in not just the movie, but one of the best in the series as whole. And I'm going to gush about why she's. And yeah, I know I said that Makuta in Mask of Light was a great villain, but oh boy, I just love Hordika so much in this movie, man. There are so many reasons why Hordika is easily a great villain. For one, it's how she's written. She's a master manipulator, one who plays around the other characters, most notably Sidorak and Wakama, around her finger. She's the devil who whispers words in their ear, the one who says sweet nothings to them, who says soft little lies around their fingertips. A great example of this comes early on in the movie, when Hordika and Sidorak are talking about what to do with the Toa crew. In the scene, Sidorak plans to kill them off, but Hordika suggests something else. She suggests making them trophies instead. And she proposes this by saying that, well, Sidorak is a leader. A leader a king shouldn't just casually kill off, instead making it something memorable, something spectacular, a demise to be remembered, as she says. This is a perfect example of why Hordika works as a villain. She isn't an active force, a fighter who tries her hardest to fight. Instead, she's a manipulator. She knows what the other characters think and uses them to her advantage. As said, this is mainly present with Sidorak and Wakama because those are the two characters she interacts with, which I actually think works for the best. We don't need her to interact with every single character for her to leave an impact. That's not what she's meant to do, and the movie is all better for it. Hordika is like a spider. She's like the wizard she commands, a looming presence who whispers sweet words, telling her prey exactly what they need to hear, until it's too late for them to realize. This manipulation is what makes her a great villain. She has that psychological manipulator edge few villains in the series have. Really, the only two that come even close are Makuta in some of his incarnations and the Shadow One. And Hordika, she just handles this better than those two, honestly. Makuta and the Shadow One are great, but Hordika's whole thing is manipulation. That's her whole MO. And she knows it. But beyond Hordika being an excellent manipulator who's used effectively, there's another reason in her writing that makes her such an effective villain. And that's, surprise surprise, how she ties to the themes of leadership. If Sidorak is the false leader, the leader who isn't really a leader but thinks he is a leader, Hordika is a real leader. But the kind of leader you don't want to be. She commands Sidorak with fear, something she admits to Wakama. And this is something that the movie makes very clear isn't a good thing. Because in order to command your subjects, they have to respect you. They have to actually like you. Actually being willing to die for you. You cannot just command them to jump off the edge. They have to be willing to do it. And this is why Hordika is such an excellent one. She represents the dark side of leadership. The kind of leaders that rule not with compassion but iron fist, making their subjects fear them rather than respect and care for them. And this is why she works as such a good mirror to Wakama. If Sidorak is the fake leader, Hordika is a real leader, but one that you don't want to be, which the movie's climax makes perfectly clear. When Wakama refutates the way Hordika rules the Visorak, it's a narrative telling this isn't the right way to lead. Instead, a leader shouldn't oppress their subjects. Instead, they should care about them more than they care about themselves. Something I don't really feel many leaders in the world really understand, but I digress. Now that we talk about our two main villains and how great they were, there's still something else because technically there is a third villain, and well, You probably have noticed I haven't talked about a certain character that much. Well, there's a reason for that. Let's rip the band-aid off and talk about the most controversial part of this movie. If there's something that's controversial about this movie, more so than the tone, more so than the filler accusation, it's easily Wakama. Because while having a somewhat similar arc to the previous movies, how Wakama's arc is handled is a bit controversial to say the least. As you all know, Wakama has a bit of a villain turn in this movie, becoming temporarily an antagonist as his insecurities lead Rahaga in manipulating him to become the new ruler of Vizarak. To say that this plot beat has been met with controversy is understatement at least. Many people feel that this doesn't really work for Wakama's character, most notably one of the notable creators of the series itself, the much beloved but controversial Greg Forstey. As he has said a few times, Greg didn't really like how Wakama was made a villain. Like, at all.
Because it didn't make sense for his character. This is the guy who is totally wrapped up in the tradition of the Towa and the honor of being one, who took the whole thing more to heart than any of the others did. For him to turn evil and attack the Rahaga and such made no sense at all, and no effort was made in the movie to explain why his behavior had shifted so radically. The reason was that there was no reason. The people behind the story simply wanted it to be Wakama that went bad, whether that made sense or not.
It's easy to understand why Greg had these concerns. Wakama already had his arc, so why would he essentially regress? Thing is though, insecurities don't just magically fade away. Even if Wakama managed to resolve his issues, that doesn't mean they're forever done. And that's what Web of Shadows tries to do. Rather than pretend that Wakama didn't have his arc, instead, it's showing that regression is normal and it happens. But here's the thing, Greg, and to a lesser extent, fans with a similar mindset to him, understand Wakama's arc a bit wrong. Because there is one little behind-the-scenes information that has some massive ramifications in understanding what the movie tries to do with Wakama. When it comes to why Wakama had this arc to begin with, this is what Greg Forstey had to say.
It's hard to say. The head of the story team was very much committed to doing a hero's journey with Wakama, which is why our arguments against 2005 got rejected. So even if we had won, I don't know that Wakama's future role would have been diminished as he was meant to be the focus.
Let's look at this specific word Bob Thompson used to describe Wakama's arc, hero's journey. If you have dabbled in analyzing media, especially from more academic runs, this term should ring some bells. Popularized by the writer and academic Joseph Campbell, hero's journey is a narrative structure that follows the trials and tribulations of a hero, naturally. Following a specific set of steps, the hero's journey has our protagonist enter a new world where he is tasked until he becomes a better person, returning to his old world as a changed man. It is present in many stories to the point Campbell has argued for its universality. And this arc plays to Wakama's arc to a T. Wakama starts the story as a Glatoran, but he turns into Towa, a hero, and is forced to leave his world. If you look at Wakama's arc from a hero's journey lens, we notice something interesting, because this reframes how Wakama's arc is looked pretty much entirely. Wakama's arc in Web of Shadows is meant to be the low point in a hero's journey arc. In Hero's Journey, there is something known as the Descent, the darkest hour of the hero, when they're feeling the lowest and having difficulty to face themselves. This is what Web of Shadows is. Hordika is the Temptress, a figure of obstacle who tries to tempt the hero, and temporarily succeed. So, Wakama's arc isn't a hero turning villain arc, it is a part of his hero's journey. This, however, lays a bit of a trouble. You see, remember how I said this movie works well as a standalone? Well, this throws a major wrench in this. You see, by making this a part of Wakama's larger narrative, it makes it not work so well as a standalone movie. Don't get me wrong, there are elements where a character is enhanced by how they're portrayed in a larger story. Just look at how we talk about the Rahaga or Sidor. But unlike in those cases, Wakama is the main character, and this is only a fraction of his story. Again, this plays very against the idea of a standalone, and is perhaps one of the movie's bigger flaws. Wakama's arc is good. It makes the movie less standalone and more a part of a larger whole. Beyond the hero's journey narrative, there are other ways Wakama's arc in the movie is interesting, and that's because it acts as the nexus point of the two main themes. As said, Wakama is the character who struggles with change. He doesn't want to change. He's scared of himself, scared of what he will become. This is why Hordika is able to manipulate him, play with his weaknesses, his fatal flaws. And Wakama is so insecure about what he will become, but also about his skills as leader. Wakama's arc, ultimately, is him struggling with his leadership and change, and how those two intersect. Because of this, Norik isn't able to fill the typical role a Bionicle mentor fills, and instead fails to bring Wakama to light. Wakama succumbs to his darkness if it doesn't form a Tahu.
You are weak, brother.
You're right, Wakama. I am weak.
So, at the end, you see the truth.
We all make mistakes, Wakama. That's what happens when you're brave enough to make decisions. I understand that now.
I don't believe that coming from you!
Wait! I'm sorry for doubting you. Our strength comes from our unity, Wakama. Which means you can't be strong without us.
I'm better and stronger alone.
I don't believe that. And I don't think you do, either. You're our leader, Wakama. You're my leader. We've got a job to do. A duty. Rescuing them is our destiny. It's your destiny. And if there's any of the Wakama I know left, he'll know what to do next.
Tahu is the one who is able to bring Wakama from darkness. Tahu, the older Toa who has struggled with the same issues of Wakama, is able to help him see through that even if you're a monster, you can still be a leader. You can still be a hero. This is ultimately what Web of Shadows is about. It's about dealing with change, and how change can make things scary, how it can break our soul and make us doubt ourselves, doubt if we are good at the things we do, like leadership.
Matau! Don't!
But also, how in order to deal with change, we have to face it head on. We cannot reject it, we cannot be succumbed by it. We have to accept it, accept the change, and deal with it as positive, and deal with it as positively as we can. That, ultimately, is the message Web of Shadows wants to give. And funny enough, Web of Shadows, in many ways, changed the franchise itself as well. Sadly, it was the end. Web of Shadows would be the last Bionicle movie for quite some time, although it wasn't planned to be this way. Nathan First has mentioned there being a movie pitch dedicated to exploring Makuta's origins, and there were plans for a movie dedicated to Lee Khan's origins as well. Ultimately, both of these ideas were scrapped, as well as any other future movies The Legend Reborn. Naturally, there has been much debate why this is the case. Everything has been flamed, from Bob Thompson's departure to work on a Warhammer movie, to the Legos fear that the Piraka were a bit too scary for a movie-going audience, But it isn't as exciting as the fiction. In reality, it's simple. Legogood just wasn't interested in working on Bionicle movies at the time. Their partnership with Creative Capers ended, and they didn't really want to pursue working on Bionicle movies anymore. Ultimately, this makes Web of Shadows the end of a transformative era. As I've argued in my Bionicle videos, the movie era was arguably the most important in Bionicle's history. It's the one that changed the franchise, from a simple adventure springboard to a proper story, with characters that go through arcs, intricate plotlines, and interesting themes, something that would continue long after the movies were over. This makes it kind of bittersweet. Web of Shadows was a culmination of a 3-movie transformation, a metamorphosis that made Bionicle what it became, for better or worse. Many think Bionicle wouldn't be the same, but many also loved its later years, myself included. But Bionicle's future would be different, for better or worse. But it would be disingenuous to wax about these poetics about change and future without talking about what the future holds for me. Because this has been a ride, hasn't it? For 3 years, I've been talking about these movies. I've been exploring their ideas, looking at what makes them work, and where they falter and what their strengths are. It has been a ton of fun, and I enjoy doing it, even if at times it admittedly struck me up. But as fun as it is, I have to pause here, at least for a little while. I am not certainly done talking about this series, both when it comes to Bionicle Day and just in general. I definitely want to make more videos about it, exploring some of my favorite characters, story arcs, maybe look at why Ignition Trilogy deserves a bit more love by the community. But for now, I want to take a bit of a break. There are so many other stories I want to explore, so many games, movies, and TV shows that I love just as much as Bionicle that I just ache to talk about. And in order for me to talk about them, I have to put Bionicle to rest for a while. Not permanently, mind you, I still love Bionicle, and there's still so much I want to talk about when it comes to it. But at least for now, a bit of a pause. So, I want to say thank you so much for everyone that has joined these 3 videos. It means so much to me. And I hope you're able to continue following me in my journey as I talk about media that may or may not be Bionicle. But regardless, I am very grateful for Beaverhouse, for the organizers of Bionicle Day, and for you, my dear viewers, that you have been following me. This has been so much fun, and for that, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. And for one last time, this is the way of Bionicle.
A few moments ago, this chamber was the scene of a furious battle between the Tahu Hordika, the Rahaga allies, and the Vizorak. Now in the aftermath of that disastrous struggle, it is quiet as the grave. Battered into unconsciousness by the rubble, Kohlilheadz sleeps and dreams. Dreams of a time long ago, before he and his friends were Rahaga, when they too were mighty Toa, and of a tale told many times since then. Time, the past. Outside the gates of a Brotherhood of Makuta fortress. Situation, desperate.
Well, this worked out well.
I know. I'm thinking.
Can you think faster?
Go! Take the bag, find the others, and get as far away from here as you can. Hurry! My lava may slow down these things, but it won't stop them.
You took shiny mask! Give it back! Think I'll be busy for the next few minutes? Are you always this annoying?
When you're quite through playing Dump the Dark Hunter, Aruni.
Be right there. What? Look out, dumb stuff coming through.
You're going to help us find a safe way out of here, right? Because I really hate the smell of baked Vizorak.
Later.
Still no sign of Gaki, Pooch, Koala, or Bamonga. I know you fire types like good mask work, but is this thing really worth all this?
You know it is. You were there. It's still Rahaga. We too and Pooch, Gaki, Bamonga, and Kulis were sworn to defend Makuta against any threat. We believed Makuta lived to protect all Motori, until I found out the horrible truth. Makuta and his brotherhood were raising a legion of Vizorak, dark hunters, and Exotoa distracted other lands. They had already succeeded in capturing the Mask of Light, so it could not be used against them. We raided their fortress, stole the mask back, and made our escape.
Hold it! Look over there!
For Capture Toa to question. How delicious.
Leaving the Sukurak bound and helpless, Norik and Iruni trail the Dark Hunter.
I don't suppose he could be talking about 4 other Toa.
If you believe that, you wouldn't be here. You told me you were going to quit the team after we raided the Brotherhood's fortress. Remember?
And I will, as soon as the others are safe. Then again, now might be a good time to quit.
I see prisoners down there, but they certainly don't look like Toahaga to me. Can you get in?
Concealing the mask in a safe place, Iruni uses his mask of quick travel to teleport himself.
Can I get in? I was sneaking into worse places than this when you were still trying to make sparks.
Reappears next to the Vizorak cage.
Not sure who you are, but I'm here to get you out. And have you seen 4 Toa?
Iruni, we are the Toahaga. We were changed into these monsters by
By me. I think your little friends look much better this way, don't you? No longer Toahaga, now a monstrous blend of what they were and vile Rakshi. They are Rahaga.
Rudaka. You miserable. Oh, let me.
Go! Run!
You dare to lay hands on me?
We're Toa. We dare a lot of things.
Whatever Makuta is planning for the Motori, it ends now.
A bold statement, Toa Norik. But I can think of a few hundred reasons you're wrong.
The others are safe. Remember what we did against the Frostilus?
You call it.
Now!
Using the cyclone of molten lava to distract the Vizorak, the 2 Toahaga race to join their teammates. But no amount of magma can stop Rudaka's Watuga spinners, nor can battle-weary Toa outrace their doom. Where once stood 2 Toa, now there are 2 more of the strange beings called Rahaga.
Leave them. They are no longer a threat. Let them live and suffer.
But Rudaka was wrong. The Rahaga escaped with the powerful Mask of Light, and would one day bring it to Metu Nui and see it safely into the hands of the Toa Hordika. But that is a story for another day.
Do you think they're still alive under there?
Stand back! I'll melt the rock and free them.
You mean you'll fry them? You used to use your head for something other than hanging a mask on.
Keep it up, Onuwa, and you won't have a head.
Nuju, are you alright?
I will be, if you two would keep it down to a Tatarack roar. Where are the others?
Oh, you know Montage Nakama. They always find a way to keep busy.
This is the absolutely last time I listen to one of your ideas, Matau.
You said that after the last idea.
This time I mean it. Let's get out of here before they start drooling. I hate it when they drool.
Alright then, let go of the whip.
Are you crazy?
Let's see, I'm half Rahi, I quick dodge Vidrak all day, and I'm about to plunge to certain death. So answer's yes.
What are you— Ah!
Hit Rahi or make a mess.
Hit? Hit what?
This! I hate Vizorak, I hate webs, but I love this! Woohoo!
Matau? Once we stop going up, don't we start going down again?
Well, these webs to grab hold of. That was fun. Let's do it again.
Don't forget why we're here. Onwa wants us to scout the defenses around the Colosseum so we can get in and rescue the Matoran.
So? We came, we scouted, we all conquered? Nothing can keep us away from the Colosseum.
Well, nothing. Except that.
Later.
Vizorak quick boat those towers all over the city. We captured one before, we can do it again.
You must be half very optimistic, Rahi. Last time we had 6 tall Hordika plus a shapeshifter and a 40-foot-high Tatorak helping us.
That's the problem with you water types. Oh, that swimming makes your spine soggy. See? Only one Vizorak either way. Watch this. Beware, Vizorak! Ugly and angry Tahu hero coming for you too. Never mind.
I can't take you anywhere, Matau. That's the problem with you air types. There's too much of it between your ears.
Plus, we'll never get the smell out of my armor.
That too.
Rounding a corner, the Toa Hordika stopped dead at the sight of another new threat.
What is that? It looks like a ram for battering down walls.
Well, it could be the worst news we've had today. Or it could be the answer to all our problems. Come on, we're hitching a ride.
What if they tried to ram something while we're under here?
Then we will have a much faster and shorter trip.
Unaware of the 2 stowaways beneath the battle ram, the Vizorak pulled a mighty siege engine inside their guard tower.
We've stopped. We made it inside.
And they just shut the gates, so we won't be going back outside anytime soon.
We lost the Kagrak, the Toa Hordika, and the Rahaga blew to capture again. And Sidorak says I shouldn't worry. Well, take heart. Do you know the old saying about bad news? Don't kill the messenger? Too bad. I always kill the messenger. So this is the latest addition to our legions? How many do we have now? 12? 100? Soon, they will overrun this city, smashing every possible Hordika hiding place into rubble.
It's worse than we feared. We have to warn the others somehow.
Wait a moment. What is this? There is something here that shouldn't be. And it must be taken care of immediately. A portion of this ram is damaged, no doubt due to your clumsiness. Well, you know what has to be done. Drag this machine into the furnace and burn it. Now.
Hydraxon stood tall on the roof of the caravan, watching the sun break over the horizon as he traveled over the sands. He had chosen the first watch of the day, wanting to be alone with his thoughts, and to serve as a self-imposed punishment for his failure. When the Matoran universe's population made its way to Spherus Magna, it was not only heroes that took to the new world. The criminals, scum, and low-life villains needed a place in the new home as well. The Toa were quick to organize a prison, and any captives that had previously been held in the pit were transported there. Hydraxon, being the jailer of the pit for centuries, naturally took command of the newly made prison, and was assigned a legion of Maxillos robots and Glatorian fighters to guard the prisoners. He hadn't expected anything to occur so soon. An unidentified fire Glatorian had staged a breakout, murdering many of the guards and escaping before anyone could be recaptured. Hydraxon had little memory of the night that had happened, his earliest recollection of the day being waking up stranded in the middle of the desert. By the time that he had returned, it was much too late. While he didn't know what caused his lapse in memory, he blamed his own oversight for the mistake. He had grown careless, confused by the new world he found himself in, and it left him susceptible to attack. He wouldn't let it happen again. Wasting no time, he was quick to move out, but he had been halted by Rahaga Oniwa, who requested that he take along 2 treacherous Matoran to aid him. The jailer was hesitant, not wanting to take along additional baggage, but he knew better than to argue with a Rahaga. Whether the Rahaga wanted to offer these Matoran a chance at redemption, or simply wanted to get rid of them, he didn't know. What he did know was that the Matoran were very rarely taken as prisoners. It wasn't often that he had to interact with them, but he knew well that the Matoran's safety was the responsibility of all members of the Order. Begrudgingly, he agreed to Oniwa's terms. Taking them, as well as the 2 remaining Maxillos guards, he departed into the desert, vowing to recapture the missing prisoners. It was my error, he thought to himself, as he watched the morning sky drift from orange to blue. I will correct it. Resting within the cylindrical cargo hold of the caravan, Akhmu almost drifted off to sleep before his dreams were interrupted. The hatch on the ceiling opened with a mechanical hiss, and the silver and black-armored Hydraxon entered the hull of the vehicle. "You're up," the jailer said, halfway between a question and a statement. "Good. Morning's come. We'll wake her up." After descending the final steps of the ladder, he made his way to the back wall of the vehicle and placed a hand on the metal. With a slight push, the wall moved out of the way, revealing a stash of weapons mounted behind it. He retrieved a launcher, as well as a bag of Thornax fruit, and slung both over his shoulder. Akhmu sighed.
"You know,"
he spoke up,
"we've just been sitting in here, twiddling our thumbs for days. I'd be more helpful if you'd let me in on the action."
Hydraxon paused for a moment. "You're lucky I let you come this far," he said grimly, not turning his face to Akhmu. "It wasn't my idea to take 2 Matoran along, much less traitors. You will provide me with the information on any Makuta allies I capture, and that will be the extent of your contributions."
"Come on, you know I can do more than that."
"I do," Hydraxon replied. "That's why I'm keeping you here." Akhmu frowned as Hydraxon exited the cabin.
"Well,"
came Gavla's voice from behind him, yawning as she awoke.
"what did you expect? He made it clear from the get-go. We're not trustworthy. We're a liability."
The Pomatoran turned.
"Whatever,"
he huffed, storming back into his seat.
"Let's just hope we can get home soon."
Gavla smiled sadly.
"Home,"
was all she said. Once again on the top of the transport, Hydraxon stood as the morning breeze passed by. Looking off into the distance, a spot had suddenly appeared on the horizon, not one that he had noticed before. "That could be something," the jailer said aloud. Walking forward, he made his way to the vehicle's cockpit and knelt down. He leaned into the cockpit's view and peered next to the Maxillos robot piloting the vehicle. Maxilos, he demanded, what do you see up ahead? The drone was silent for a moment, seemingly unaffected by Hydraxon's words. Then, at last, a robotic voice emanated from its speaker. Prototype Vaki transport class, Ninra design, armed, 2 biomechs inside. Hydraxon took a moment to run the information through his head before he rose back to his feet. Sure enough, the spot on the horizon had grown closer, and he could begin to make out the legs of the transport. Like most of the vehicles in Metro Nui, the Vaki transports were equipped with mechanical legs for transportation. During the Great Cataclysm, as Hydraxon later learned, the transports had been utilized to move the Motoran pods in accordance with Makuta Pterodax's wishes. What if I had been there? He found himself wondering. The Order of Motunui could have prevented the Great Cataclysm. I did my duty in the pit. When the quake struck, He paused, as if paralyzed. The vision came again. He saw his own body, lifeless as it drifted into the depths. I can't... He saw the Baraki Takadox standing over him, dagger in hand. He saw the mask of life, the one bright spot in a sea of darkness. It's not... He saw Motoran, clinging to the mask for dear life as the black water consumed him. I am... And he saw himself, the jailer of the pit, returned to his station to wage war on the Baraki. His own thoughts interrupted. His head raced as he tried to make sense of the images that flashed before his mind's eye. He tried to fight it back, reminding himself of the mission at hand, but a phrase kept echoing through his mind. Who am I? At that, he rose to his feet once more. I am Hydraxon, he reminded himself, jailer of the pit. I have been assigned to recapture the runners and return them to their cells. As the vehicle drew closer, the Vaki transport came into view. The jailer could now make out the turrets that had been added onto the hull. He didn't know the intent of the transport's pilot, but he knew it could be nothing good. Gavla and Akmu sat across from each other in bitter silence. Avoiding each other's eye contact, they remained in their place as they had for days now, as the vehicle carried on through the desert. Despite their shared status as traders, they had not grown close together in the slightest. On the contrary, their time together had only made them realize how much they hated each other. To Gavla, Akmu was a coward. Makuta had planted him as the Turaga of Metro Nui, but he was no leader. Watching the city from above, he was helpless to quell the Toa's rebellion, and it baffled her that he was granted such a powerful position. She took it upon herself to show him how a true servant of the Makuta fought, and pledged herself to his side on one condition, that he would return her to her former state as Shadow Motoran. But Akmu had refused to fulfill his end of the bargain. For Akmu's part, his decision to force Gavla to remain an Av Motoran was a purely tactical one. As an Av Motoran, she would be able to disguise herself using light rays, an ability she would lose upon turning back. Her personal feelings were irrelevant. Now, with Makuta Pterodax dead and the Motoran universe destroyed, Akmu and Gavla found themselves with no one left to run to. As much as they hated each other, they were stuck with each other. And so they had nothing to say to each other as they waited in the empty cabin. That was until the cabin suddenly shook, jolting the two to the side. They both slammed into the wall in unison as the vehicle straightened itself back out. Akmu rubbed his mask and groaned.
What was that?
Hydraxon clutched onto the roof of the vehicle as a ball of fire suddenly shot past. The Maxilos pilot did its best to avoid the projectiles fired from the nearby transport, and no damage had come to the vehicle. The jailer glared at the Vaki transport once more, and watched as a figure emerged from the vehicle's hatch, and hauled another explosive round into the launcher. Not a runner I recognize, he thought to himself as he tried to discern the figure's identity. He raised his Thornax blaster and quickly put it back down. Not close enough. Bear left! he shouted, and the Maxilos brought the caravan towards the left. As it began to move in a semicircle around the desert, Hydraxon watched patiently for the opponent's next move. The transport carried on, its clawed legs pulling it forwards through the sand. After a moment, it swung wide to the left, eventually traveling in the same direction as Hydraxon's caravan. Not great at turning quickly, he thought to himself. Time to exploit that. Hydraxon stood tall, aiming his Thornax launcher at the Vaki transport. "Slow down," he shouted to the Maxilos, and the caravan decreased in speed. "Almost there," he said to himself. "Just a little closer." As the enemy drew near, Hydraxon spotted an armored figure emerging from the cockpit, carrying a heavy-looking blade in his right hand. "Got you," Hydraxon smirked, and fired the Thornax fruit at the exposed figure. The fruit traveled through the air, shooting forward at blistering speed. As it neared its target, the figure wound back his blade and swung forward. With perfect timing, the blade struck the Thornax fruit. It reversed its course, sailing back towards the caravan. As Hydraxon watched, there was no time to react before the fruit struck the front of his vehicle and exploded in a ball of fire.
Don't be an idiot,
Gavla snapped.
Relax. I'm not.
Akmu shot back, taking another step on the ladder.
I'm just going to see what's going on.
You'll be killed.
As she spoke, her expression suddenly lightened.
Actually, please do go out there.
Akmu rolled his eyes and grabbed the next rung of the ladder. Suddenly, the vehicle shook violently, tumbling rapidly, and sending the two Matoran into a chaotic spiral. The Matoran did his best to hold on, but his grip quickly loosened, and he collapsed to the shaking and tumbling floor. Hydraxon awoke, his vision blurring from the crash. A few feet away, he could see the downed caravan. The front had been caved in, and the smoke and ash billowed out of the hatch. He dug his fingers into the sand and attempted to pull himself forward. He needed to ensure the Matoran's safety. They weren't a responsibility he chose, but they were his responsibility all the same. Before he had made any progress, he felt a metal boot stomp on his chest. Looking up, he came face to face with the pilot of the Vaki transport. The being was quite large and covered in many mismatched pieces of armor, and with a wide variety of weapons strapped to his back. A Kanoko launcher was mounted on his shoulder, aimed straight at Hydraxon's head. Just looking at the figure above him, Hydraxon knew how he would take him down. His opponent's heavy armor would make him far too slow. He could use his speed to his advantage, flanking him with quick, light attacks until he fell. But Hydraxon had been taken off guard. With the enemy's foot on his chest, he had nowhere to run. Who are you?" he managed to say. The figure paused for a moment and then smiled. "Just a gatherer of lost things. And you, my friend, seem to be very, very lost." Frowning, Hydraxon prepared to strike, but stopped in his tracks. Besides the mysterious figure, a more familiar one approached, one he hadn't seen in several millennia. "You?" he stammered, unsure of what to make of it. "I take it you've already met Shadow Stealer?" Gatherer smirked, gesturing to his diminutive companion. "When he heard that you were on the prowl, he was eager to pursue." Hydraxon's eyes remained fixed on Shadow Stealer. "We fought together once. You don't need to do this." Shadow Stealer simply shrugged.
"No, but I really want to."
Before Hydraxon could think of a reply, Gatherer fired a Kanoka disc at him. His senses quickly gave way, and he could no longer feel his limbs. His mind screamed, begging himself to move, but to no avail. His thoughts blurred, losing their ability to distinguish thought from reality. Within moments, he slipped away into unconsciousness.
Whenever you're ready. Just get the game in the state and I'll let you know when to start.
Okay. Well, hello there, everyone.
Well, that clearly didn't work. That went live a lot sooner than I thought it would. Oh well, screw it, we're doing it live.
Hello.
Always do it live, Liam.
Yeah, well, welcome to this year's Bionicle Tree Hut. This year we are showcasing Kralik here with Okoto Heroes, and Hordika Heroes first, actually, because I am dumb.
No worries. Thank you for having me so much, you guys. I'm a big fan of Bionicle Day, have been for many years. It's kind of crazy I'm here now actually talking about stuff. How about that?
Yeah.
I guess I'll lead with a little introduction. That would be the sensible thing to do. So hello, I'm Kralik. I'm an admin on the Bionicle Heroes modding Discord. I, along with a couple of other active modders right now, mod Bionicle Heroes. And we have been for about 5 years or so now. This year is probably our most interesting showcase yet. The first mod that we have today that I'm showing is Hordika Heroes, which, as the name and the looks suggests, it replaces all the 810NICLE in Bionicle Heroes with the Tahu Hordika. So, there's a lot to talk about, and we don't have a lot of time to do it, so let's just get on with it. First, I figured I'd show you guys the Tahu Hordika as they are in this mod, and we'll talk a little bit about the process used to make them. So, of course, we have the Karma. And for this showcase here, we're currently playing with the level 2 Tahu, but I'm going to swap to the level 3 in a moment, because they've got the ones who have the actual Hordika weapons. So, we have the body textures retextured, custom head models as well. And every Tahu, except for Nuju and Nokama level 2, use a custom weapon model, which was designed with the, usually with the model that's already in the base game files, actually, for a lot of these weapons, and then modified it to be more Bionicle Heroes styled. So, yeah, the flow with the heads was, meanwhile, we sourced these from the Community Bionicle Stud.io pack, and then again, I kind of brought them down into being more game ready and kind of made them more like how Bionicle Heroes tends to do these things. Body textures here done by Shadow Walker over on the Bionicle Heroes Discord. And Hordika Heroes itself was a joint effort between me, Shadow Walker, and Vanadium Gadget, and is powered by innovations in the Bionicle Heroes modding scene, which are only possible because of Hexadecimal Mantis. So before we move on over to the level 3 Tahu, we can talk about the Karma level 2 a bit more. Obviously got a Kanoka disc launcher, as makes sense. The way we've structured this is that the level 1s are the Rahaga weapons, since they're, in theory, they should be the weakest, right? The level 2 weapons are the Tahu Metru weapons, and then the level 3 weapons are the Hordika weapons. Typically, when we make character mods, the signature weapon of whatever character it is, that weapon is the level 3 weapon. So even if, you know, it doesn't necessarily make sense, like, for the Hordika weapons to be more powerful than the Metru weapons, that's just the flow that we currently follow. And an interesting thing about this Kanoka disc launcher, this is something Vanadium Gadget, this is his special shout out here, great job, mate. He found an unused projectile in the game for a Kanoka disc, and so when Vakama shoots in this mod, he actually shoots with his Kanoka disc. And so, all of the Tahu, in both the mods we're going to be showing today, have completely new gameplay and weaponry, designed by Vanadium, using lots of cool trickery that he has documented himself. He's definitely better at it than me at this point, has done quite a bit of work on that. And of course, the reason why, you know, there's Bionicle 3 music playing is because Vanadium as well very carefully mastered the soundtrack to match the timings in Bionicle Heroes. And so every level has its own music, the hub and everything, and the main menu and so on. So that's pretty cool. So anyway, I'm going to stop talking and start playing. First, we're going to quit out to the main menu again and head back in with the level 3 Tahu so that you guys can actually see the Hordika weapons. I
find it interesting that you guys did like a whole custom model for things like the disc launcher. Even like there was already one there, but the heroes models really don't look like the Metru tools very much, depending on which one you're looking at.
Oh yeah, like that's like with Nokama and Nuju, it made sense to leave it, right? Those ones are pretty faithful. But yeah, all the other ones, yeah, we had to kind of just remake them. I particularly felt like a few like Matau were like very, very hard to see what his level 2 weapon was.
I'm also going to say, I particularly like the gun stock on the back of Matau's. That's a very nice touch.
Oh yeah. I mean, some of these are a great excuse to get over-talked by the music. Some of these are a great excuse to just kind of strap these Toa. Like, Nuju is just... this is probably my favorite weapon of this lot. Nuju looks very dangerous here. So in addition to the body textures, Shadow Walker also set up movie-themed retextures for Rudaka and Sidorak. I think Rudaka has the slightly more interesting level of the pair of them, so I think we're going to go and do Rudaka's level here. And the splash screen's also done by Shadow as well, as we come in here now to Rudaka's level.
It's amazing what you guys have managed to do with this game with such limited abilities to modify certain assets. I still remember back when all that could be done was like simple vertex edits.
Yeah, I mean, and even that was a pretty big innovation at the time, but now it's just... There's really not a lot stopping us just making every custom character that is in Bionicle, to be honest. As long as that, you know, you don't mind it being an Inika style mock of said character. Because that's pretty much the blocker. But yeah, as we go in, you know, Kongu, or I should say Matau, has a shotgun weapon. His projectiles are a little bit more damaging, but they are now projectiles rather than being hit scan. So that's the trade-off there. Nokama kind of fires like almost like a whirlpool of water now. And Onua is firing these kind of seismic blasts in a spiral. Oh, and I should say, there is a playable Makuta Pterodax in this as well. It seemed appropriate given Makuta's involvement, sort of, by association, in
I'm guessing
Bionicle
he
3.
replaces Vizon?
That's right, he does, yeah. He replaces Vizon, and this head model was done for another mod for Bionicle Heroes, Double Vision, but sourced from a guy named Visova, who did a really good job with some Bionicle Heroes-styled mocks a while back. And he very graciously let me use this head for that purpose. And Pterodax is completely busted, by the way, intentionally. I figured if you're replaying this game all the way through for the third time, to 100% it, it's probably fair enough if you just can kind of walk through everything. I won't be using him a whole lot today, because otherwise you won't see much of the other Toa. But yeah.
Oh, so he's got like Vizon's ability, but times 3.
Yeah, exactly. Right, it's not only does he fire 6 of Vizon's projectiles at once, he fires them more quickly, and they have AOE. So
okay, but make them explode like Nuparu's, though.
Oh, absolutely. That would be the way to really hit home, right? So, yeah. Just a quick little look at these curious fish, by the way, which I've always found are very neat. Okay, so we'll head on through because we don't have all day in here. I'd like to see if we can get all the Hordika today. Vakama has a great little flamethrower attack. We're going to have a nice little look at the coastline, courtesy of Bionicle Heroes' cinematics. There we go.
You know, I actually quite like the effect that's used for Nokama's weapon more than the one for Hali, because Hali was just kind of like a laser that kind of moved around a little bit.
Yeah, I think, like, in terms of function, right? Like, in terms of how they play in gameplay, there's not a lot that I feel Vanadium could do to make these guys work differently as water, but visually he's done a really good job differentiating them. We'll see it later in Okoto Heroes, but Okoto Gali has a kind of like tidal wave kind of look to her water, right? And so Vanadium's done a really good job having like a different identity for each of the water Toa. There is a Matoro mask around here somewhere I can see, so let's go pick that up, and then we'll get to show Matoro a bit. And then I think
Matoro?
Oh, you're right. Sorry, my bad. My bad. Nuju, you're right. Sorry, old habits die hard, right? Here we go. Old Rhino head himself.
Bird language, technically.
Yeah. Now, there's another fun thing I want to talk about here. The firing sounds for Kongu and Nuju here are actually bug fixes from the original game that we've done. because in the original game, Kongu level 3 uses the same firing sound as Kongu level 2. This is also true of Motoro, so this firing sound here is that fixed, which is also fixed in our Community Modder Edition, basically a bug fix patch of sorts. And it will be fixed in a new release of that soon, I think, for Motoros as well.
Is that also in Myths of Voyanui?
So it's not in the most recent release of Myths of Voyanui. I haven't done a release of Myths of Voyanui in about 2 years now, but there is a 3.
Since the last time you were on Bionicle Day, I think.
Yeah, you know, that's probably true. But Myths of Voyanui is getting a 3.0 update, maybe this year, maybe next, and this update is going to have a lot of cool things in it. It's going to have level edits as well, since we have the potential for very small level edits now. And so I'm going to be using that to fix instances where some of the Paraka are not rigged properly in statues and that kind of thing, so they have bits floating off of them and that kind of thing. So yeah, that's going to be doing that. I mean, I think we're about out of time for more Hordika Heroes.
What was that
stuff
Tannock doing? He just kind of did like the sideways shuffle there.
Oh yeah, I see. I see where we're at in the stream. So I think that's probably it for Hordika Heroes. We'll move on to Okoto Heroes now. You'll have to bear with us a sec because I have to move to a different version of the game pretty much. But yeah, I hope you guys like the look of this, and don't forget both these mods are going to be available on ModDB. They're available right now. Go and play them. So yeah. So I'm gonna start swapping over to the other game now, Vakti, if you give me just a sec.
We will see you guys in a moment.
I'm ready when you are.
And we are back, I believe.
Okay, well, if we are in fact back, hello again, everyone. If not, then I guess I'll see you when we are back. But hopefully we're here, and you guys are going to be seeing... Yes, we are. I'm seeing on my end. So hello, we're in Okoto Heroes now, if I go back to the main menu screen for a second here. So this was kind of a stretch goal for our group here, me, Shadow, Vanadium. And there was a contribution by an extra modder in the scene, a person named Waddles. I think they're in Bionicle Day for other things this time as well, which is cool. So I guess you'll see them around this time. But of course, you play as the Toa Okoto in this time. Or is it the Okoto Masters? I actually can't quite remember what the correct terminology is there. I just call these guys the Masters.
The official term they gave them was Toa Master, Master of Element, so on and so forth. And then eventually they became Uniters. Complicated.
Yeah, I see. Okay, that's fine. These are the Okoto dudes. And lady. Okay, first off, we're going to kick off into... we're just going to load in with level 3. So, as with Hordika Heroes, Vanadium did all the functions here for these Toa. He also did the music integration, and the music integration is sourced from not only the Journey to One series, it's also sourced from the iOS game, where you, for these guys, the ones they released in 2015. And we actually did quite a lot with that iOS game, so we're going to be talking about that again. But with this one, the level 1 for these Toa is the protector weapons. The level 2 is just the master weapons, and then the level 3 is a kind of a middle ground of the protectors merged with the master weapons. It's quite hard to precisely match the sets with these guys, a lot harder than it was with the Hordika, so a lot more liberties taken. But you'll see they're actually still made out of the Technic as we flick through the Toa here. Some of them, like the Hatu, some really interesting things had to be considered for getting him to hold his weapon properly. So all the models for the heads and the weapons here are actually sourced from the iOS game as well. It's on Unity, so it's very easy to extract the files for that one. And so first we extracted the files for the heads and the weapons, and then we kind of bashed them together and did the transition work between there and Bionicle Heroes. And then the iOS stuff is also super low res, so we did a very simple AI upscale with the albedos as well. And then I hand created normal maps and specular maps for all of the weapons as well. Which is the same flow I did for Hordika Heroes, but I didn't talk about it then, so I'm talking about it now. Vanadium again did the weapons of these ones. Tahu kind of has these big old fireballs that he shoots from his weapon. Gali, of course, has this kind of wave attack I talked about, giving her a different form of water attack. Liwa fires a kind of a green foresty jungle poison beam, whilst Kopaka fires an icy beam. Pohatu fires these explosive energy balls, which are kind of like the rockets, but they're more accurate. And then Onua fires an absolute minigun of attacks, which is my favorite one of this lot that Vanadium whipped up. It doesn't really matter which one of these levels we play today. Okoto Heroes is mostly about the 6 Okotoans. It was kind of our stretch goal mod, but since we were able to source most of the content from the iOS game, it did make it more achievable. So let's hop into Fox Mountain, I think. Let's hop into the second Fox level, I think, and then we'll go with that. Splash
I gotta
screens,
say, despite the aesthetic differences between like G1 and G2, these turned out really nice.
Yeah, I think the kind of painted-on lo-fi style of the iOS version did a really good job of kind of like mimicking how Bionicle Heroes looks already. So they fit in pretty well. Alright, fuck, just behaving silly again. I'm just checking the time since we are coming up on really the end of time for Okoto Heroes as well. And we have one other very cool thing to show today. But I'll show these guys in combat a little bit. The 7th Baraka in this one is back to being Vazon. I should say we do actually have plans to expand these mods. We had some stretch goals which we didn't hit in order to make sure we actually did have time to do both Okoto
Turn
Heroes.
the Baraka into Skull Raiders.
Yeah, pretty much. That was the idea with Okoto Heroes, and then with Hordika Heroes, we do want to make you able to play as Kitongu, Sidorak.
Oh hell yeah!
Rudaka.
Vakita Nongu himself.
Yeah, Vakita Nongu indeed. And we'd also like to do the Shadowed One, Voparak, and then I forget who we picked for the 6th one, but Sentrak, I think. I think it was going to be Sentrak. So I think that's basically how we were going to handle that. Yeah, I don't think we're going to get to showing all the Okoto Toa in combat right now, because we kind of need to move over to the last thing. But we'll move over, we'll get a little bit of Harley action, I think. Her attack obviously better when they're at the same level as you. At this level, Barker's a little better, because he can actually still zoom in. His attacks still do a good amount of damage. Or we can use a little bit of Vazon as well at range. So, yeah. Okay, I think I'm first going to use this thing here, because that's a sensible thing to do. We need to get this bridge built. Yeah. So I think we're probably going to move on over now. So we aren't going to get to showing any Tahu right this minute. But like I say, guys, you can go ahead and download these yourselves off of ModDB. And yeah, give these mods a go yourself and see how you like playing as the Okoto people, individuals, and the Tahu Hordika. Yeah. So I have one more very cool thing to show you guys today. Vakti, I'm gonna head on over to setting that up now, I think.
Sounds good.
And then yeah,
we'll see you guys in a moment then.
Yeah, see you in a moment, guys. Okay, now for your...
And we're going.
Okay, hey everyone. I think we're back.
Yeah, I think we are.
Okay, I'm just watching
Yeah, I
the
believe
stream
we're
as well to make sure I can catch myself up as well. There we go. So you guys are now seeing my desktop, and I'm being very careful about this, so that we you know show only a certain amount of things. So basically, this is my secret weapon, which very much got ready at the last minute, pretty much. This is a tool for Bionicle Heroes, which will let you make your own custom Toa. So the idea behind this is, you know, as we all play like Lego Star Wars for Complete Saga, right? You can make your custom minifigure with all the Lego Star Wars parts in the game. And, you know, that doesn't exist in Bionicle Heroes. Now, there's, you know, maybe some good reasons why. There's only 13 playable characters, and there's only 6 playable Toa. But with the onset of, like, all these custom character mods, we've now got tons and tons of heads available, tons and tons of bodies available. And this means that making a custom Toa is actually very, very possible. So we have this little GUI here, which is meant to make this easier. We have a more detailed demonstration video and article, if you guys want to check that out at some point for more detail. Today we're just going to be very quickly nipping through it, pretty much. But the first thing you do is specify the directory you want to do the edits to, and you need to do this into basically a moddable version of Bionicle Heroes. There's a version of Bionicle Heroes on ModDB called Modder Edition. There's another version called Modder Edition Deluxe, which actually comes with this tool. And this has all the content pre-extracted so that you guys can begin modding it right away. And then we can kind of pick whatever Toa we want to replace. We're going to replace Jala today. And then we can pick body files and head files. So in order to make it a little bit more human readable, at first it only shows parts that are designed for that given Toa or would work with that Toa's color scheme. And so, for example, Jala has access to Hordika Vakama's body, Okoto Tahu's body, GWP Tahu body. I'm not going to describe all of these mods right this minute, but these are all sourced from character mods that we as a community have made over the years, right? And then the same is true of head files. So of course, Okoto Tahu and Hordika Vakama that we've both seen today are in this mod. And then we also have a couple of other character mods from around the place that are in here as well. And so if we just want to make a custom Toa file, we can say pick Hordika Vakama's body and, I don't know, let's say Okoto Tahu's head. Save this customization with that button there. And then if I start up the game, and I'm hoping this is going to work with the OBS stream here. So let's put our hands together.
Everyone in chat is also going absolutely nuts over your Windows XP theme.
It's a theme, folks. I'm not actually on Windows XP, alright? Just to be clear, I'm not that backwards.
Hey man, XP was a really good operating system after like 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, absolutely. So as you can see, now we're in the game. Yeah, I can see we're on the game on the stream, so that's great. So,
NVIDIA jump scare.
Yeah, so as we can see on the stream, we are now playing with Hordika Vakama's body and Okoto Tahu's head. So there's a few things that obviously aren't modified right now. HUD icons is one of them, and weapons also are one. For version 1 of the tool, you can't modify either of these two things. But for a version 2, we'd like to find solutions to these so that, you know, your custom Toa works a little better. I had a bit of a brainwave only a couple of days ago about how we might solve the HUD icons, particularly in a V2 or something. So we'll see about that in future. But hey, combining just red Toa together is a little boring. Let's do something interesting. And let's do something interesting that doesn't look hideous. Because, don't get me wrong, you can make whatever combination you like of these things, and most of them won't work. but you can do some pretty cool things, I think, already. For example, we have Wildcard Toa enabled here, right? And so this is Voriki and Takanuva right now. In future, it'll basically just be any Toa that's not one of the core 6 elements from the base game. We also have the ability to show all parts, so this will actually show you parts for all Toa bodies and heads. As you can see, it's kind of already a pretty big list. For V2, we're going to do a full refactor of the tool, and we're going to add categories so that you can enable or disable certain categories of Toa parts you want to see, so that you can really get into it and make sure you get just what you want to do, so you're not having to scroll for ages through loads and loads of options. And then we can also apply this to all 6 Toa. So we're going to do both of these two things. We're going to show all the wildcard parts as well. And first, I'd like to show an example with Voriki's head, which looks kind of cool. So Okoto Onua's body, which has purple on it, of course, along with Voriki's head, which is in somewhere in this massive list. This is the problem I was just talking about. If I save customization and then boot up the game again, and then head into the game. So yeah, if I boot this up and go and look at, say, Huki, I think some of this kind of works. We've got a bit of the purple from Okoto Onua, right? And then silver and gold and black are all kind of accent colors, and they all go with most Toa. So there's a couple of body types, like most of the Toa of Ice, and also most of the Toa of Earth, have pretty good accent colors that work here. And so that kind of works. And then the last combination I want to talk about is a couple of different kind of Toa of Light I think you can make right now. I think this is personally my favorite thing you can do with this right now. So we're going to pick as an example Takanuva's body. And by the way, there is in fact a Takanuva mod, guys, released last year. No, year before that. Yeah. Super cool, in my opinion. It's the biggest community collaboration we did until today. And with all the stuff we're showing today. I definitely recommend you guys check it out. But yeah, with the body file, we're going to pick Takanuva's body. And then there's a funny little mod I made a while ago called Sunny Harley. And this is basically just a mod I made to demo a different piece of technology. Yeah, that one there, she has a golden head, so that can kind of work. And then we could pick Sunny Hardy's body and Takanuva's head. Wherever that is. There he is. Replace Harley with this one. And then lastly with Kongu. Let's pick the Takanuva body again, but this time the Maktoran Jala head. And we'll replace Kongu with that one. And Maktoran mod is basically a little mod I made that makes the Nika have their Maktoran color schemes. That's pretty much all that does. So we're going to head into the game, and these are 3 kind of convincing Tower of Light I feel like you can make with the tool right now, with the parts available. Seeing as all 3 of them kind of have gold bodies and color schemes. So I believe we modified Jala. Okay, so there's Jala with Takanuva's body and the Maktoran Jala head, and so it's kind of a sort of a goldy look there as well. And then I think we modified Harley. Oh no, I had the modify all Toa flag on. My bad. Let's do that again real quick. Okay, just quickly replace Harley with... I think it was Sunny Harley body. No, it was Sunny Harley body and Takanuva head. Sorry about that quick little technical difficulty, guys. I hope you guys are enjoying a look at my desktop wallpaper, which is definitely not just selected for this stream. Okay. The Takanuva body and the Sunny Harley head. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Right, this is the last showcase we'll be doing for this little bit here, but let's quickly go right back in here. I don't think I've applied this to all 6 Toa this time. If I have, then at least we'll get to see the second one. That's the important thing. There we go, well, I can see Sunny Harley's freakish head here, so I think that means I've done it correctly this time. So, there's Jala with Sunny Harley's freaky gold sun-looking head, but it's golden, so you know it kind of works with Takanuva's body. There's Harley with Takanuva's head and Sunny Harley's body. And then there's Kongo with the Maktoran Jala head and the Takanuva body. And so, like I say, with these combinations, you can kind of, you know, make already a sort of a Tower of Light mock of sorts. But the whole thing is that these things are very... this thing is very scalable, right? So, of course, we need to refactor to make the tool more powerful in terms of sorting and categorization. But every character mod that gets released from now on, with the consent of the creators, of course, but I create a lot of them, so I obviously consent, we'll fold the parts from these character mods into the tool. And so over time, the tool will just get more and more powerful, until the point where I think it is a true character creator inside of Bionicle Heroes, and really it does what we were all looking for out of the creativity from Bionicle. So yeah, I think that's about the best demonstration of this I can do right now. I have shown a lot of different mods here today. You guys should check out ModDB at Bionicle Heroes, and then check the mods and add-ons sections on that site. And you'll be able to see all the mods that I have referred to in this very short part here during the customization tool, as well as Hordika Heroes and Okoto Heroes.
Sounds good, and great job on this. You've really outdone yourselves this year.
Thank you so much, and thank you again so much for having us. It's really means a lot to us, you know. Bionicle Heroes is like remembered by us a lot. We're really fond about it, and we'd love to see more people trying out the mods for this.
Well, I'm definitely excited to see what comes next year for its 20th anniversary.
Oh yeah, I mean, we have some very big plans. Very big plans. Hopefully, you and I will be having a lot of conversations about that this next year.
Indeed. And on that note, we are out of time, unfortunately. So thank you for joining us for the Tree Hut. And as far as the Tree Hut itself is concerned, we will see you all tomorrow for our demo of Chat Plays Bionicle Maze of Shadows, which will be our all-day third day event because we are masochists, apparently. So we will see you then. And until then, join us in a few moments for the Onumetru Film Gala.
Matao and Nokama should have been back by now.
I know.
You should never have sent them to scout the Vizorak alone.
I know.
Could have waited until Nujo and I were free to help.
I know.
If you want my opinion...
I don't! Vakama, put him down! What's gotten into him?
The same thing will claim you all in time. The rage of the Hordika.
Let's hope Matau and Nokama are having an easier time of it.
Got any bright ideas?
You never like my ideas.
Well, your last one got us a one-way ticket to our own barbecue. I might have a thought or two. Hang on!
The power of Toa Hordika Matau's air spinner brings a cyclone to life.
Otto! Yeah, I know. Great idea plan, isn't it?
There are still Vizera hanging onto the battle ram!
They made a bad career choice.
We don't have time to fight among ourselves. We have to find the others.
Guys? Of course, I could be wrong, but I think they found us!
Scatter!
No one could have lived through that.
Now on about Toa Heroes. A last second spinner, just enough of an air cushion.
Plus landing on me. Ouch.
And here we are.
Too bad that one Vizrak wasn't so lucky. I'll never get all of them scraped off my feet.
Things are getting much worse in the city. The Vizrak are speeding up the conquest, capturing Rahi and their cocoons, and turning them into monsters. Worse, when they run out of Rahi, who's to stop them from starting on the sleeping Matoran?
Us.
One quick hard strike. Hit them where they live. The Colosseum.
Won't be easy getting in there. They will have every approach guarded, even underground.
You need a diversion. Ages ago, when I was still Toa Norik, we mounted a raid on a heavily guarded Brotherhood of Makuta fortress. My job was to distract the Vizerak guards on the south wall. Do mighty hunters hide behind stone walls? You couldn't catch fireflies in your web, Vizerak. They didn't understand the words, but they recognized the tone. And they reacted just the way I hoped. Running right into our trap. So intent were they on their pursuit, they never thought they might be the ones being hunted today. Those were the days.
Thanks for the sleep time, Tail. If there's one thing I can't stand, it's someone who does nothing but share stories all day long.
At the Colosseum.
I dislike having the Toa loose out there. It's like having a disobedient Vizerak I can't beat with a Z-Vor.
Patience, my king. If I know the Toa, they are out there, even now, planning and plotting. Long before they became Hordika, they were prisoners of their own natures, trapped by the role of hero. They will come to us, because they have no choice. Could they be a Toa and do anything less? They will come to us, and we will destroy them.
Not so very long ago, 6 canisters washed up on the shores of an island called Matanui. 6 heroes emerged from those canisters and dared to challenge the darkness. But these canisters do not carry Toa, and this is not Matanui. And on this island, the darkness has already won. Welcome to the island of Voyanui. The Rahaga hope you enjoy your stay, because you won't be leaving ever.
job, pal. I win again due to my huge muscles. Congrats. Alright, good guy, it's your turn. I win yet again. The crowd goes wild. There are no glowing walls in Connect 4. That's an illegal move. Then explain what I just did. You did an illegal move. Well, this is my new version of the game where there are glowing walls. I'm about to make a version where I put you in a blender. You're jealous because I'm the best good guy in the entire house. I'm literally amazing and perfect. You've come a long way. You didn't choose to be this confident. It's hard to not be confident with my gorgeous physique and lovable personality. I'm awesome. There's only one good guy, and that's me. What about me? You like my sweet charm.
Mail call.
Dang. Massive box.
Oh boy, is it for me? I'm waiting on my set on new exfoliating loofahs.
No. It's mine.
You want something this big?
It was necessary. Come, I'll tell you all about it. Oh, I also think that second box is for you, good guys.
But we didn't. I hope it's a pipe bomb. Please don't say that. Let's see what's inside. Wait, what? What do you see in there? Anything cool? No, this can't be. No. No!
Alright, it should be good to go now.
I don't understand. Why did we need a 3D printer, exactly?
I can explain. So, if you didn't know, Shapeways is dead and no longer accepting orders like it once did. So you just
say Shapeways is dead?
Yes, we can't buy Bionicle parts like we once could from there. That's why I went ahead and... Wait. Where did he just go? Godspeed your beautiful website.
Okay, I'm back.
Is that out of your system now?
Yeah.
Okay. We can make any Bionicle piece we want. An entire universe is at our fingertips.
Oh wow.
I didn't think of it like that. We're essentially like Artaga.
I guess that begs the question. What do we print first?
Anything.
Such as?
Hi.
So you're all. Each and every one of you are.
Yep. We're Kohlilheadz. It's so nice to meet you. I'm your so good guy. That's good guy 2007, another good guy 2006, and some bad guys.
I'm good so. I read books. Reading books doesn't make you a good person, even if they're all written by Dr. Seuss.
Oh my god, I hate my listen to nobody will listen to my scream.
Do we help him out?
Oh, we don't talk about him. He's insane.
That's it. We're going to put you all to the test. You all see that I'm the best, most unique Kohlilheadz the world's ever seen. I'll show you. I'll show you all.
Is he okay?
I haven't given up asking that question.
Now, while this is being printed, we need to have a talk about ethics.
Ethics?
We are essentially going to be able to mod ourselves in any shape we want. This invites deep discussions about transhumanism and what it means to be ourselves.
Question.
Yes?
Can I make a gun?
No.
Question.
What?
Can I print using deadly chemicals?
No.
Question.
Oh my god.
Can I eat anything I print?
I think I overestimated how much philosophy was going to play a role in this.
I have an idea. I guess.
Is it hazardous?
Nope.
Awesome. Tahu, you are not allowed printer privileges until we discuss why you are like this.
Question.
What?
Hi.
That's a strike. Winner, Bad Guy 2007. No, that's cheating. Winner, Good Guy 2007. This can't be happening.
Good game.
Don't touch me. Remove. Good game. We still playing your version? I'm close. Next move after this I'm gonna... No freaking way.
I don't understand. Weren't we playing the special bow and ball version?
I feel humiliated.
What are we doing next? No, we aren't doing that, you freak.
Nothing. We do nothing. I give up. On everything.
Hey guys, we printed something cool for a special someone. Okay, so we thought it'd be neat to make a test print on a small Bionicle set. Check this out. We made you, good guy.
Yeah, do you like it?
We used a little too much filament on this.
Are you going to say anything? I appreciate it, but does this mean you can literally just print hundreds of me? Thousands of me?
I guess so.
So I'm not special? I'm not anything unique? Everything I try at, everything I succeed in, it doesn't matter, because I'm mass-produced, right? Dude, they're trying to be nice. Well, this is what I think of it. Screw you all. There's no point in trying anything. I give up. Her techniques are just how he shows love.
You got issues, man.
Fine. See what I care. I'm nothing. Simmer down yet? Yeah. Wanna tell me why you yelled at them? My whole life I've wanted to make something of myself. It's why I do what I do. I feel hollow and thrown aside. I thought I could find peace in knowing I'm unique, but I can't even find that. I just saw the statue as a monument to how much I don't matter. How much I failed at trying to be someone special my whole life. I'm just nothing. I've never met someone who doesn't have something to add to this world. I know how much you want to be important, but here's the trick. You don't stop trying. You keep being you, and you ignore those people you compare yourself to. But I can't stop comparing myself. That seems nearly impossible. Man, if you make what you want, something true to yourself, something to the best of your ability, you'll make something special. And be happier for making what you're proud of. It's about you and your experience, dude. No one else's. What if I do that, and nothing happens? Those who see you putting your genuine self into something will recognize it. You keep doing that, over and over, and you'll keep getting better. That's the beauty of trying. You've always been someone I admired for that. That's what makes you special. You think I'm special? If you ever need a reminder of that, I'll be here. So I just keep doing what I'm doing? Of course. Always keep going. Good guy. Thank you for being my friend. Hey, if you don't quit on yourself, neither will I.
This is what you train for, so get the job done. And don't touch anything. archive. Now you can tell me what he told you, or I can find out for myself. Decisions. Lord Arcadia. The Glatoran did not in fact know of the Leaker's plans. His memories showed that they did not even meet in person. Another dead end.
Yes. But have patience, Vestrix. The machinations of my brethren cannot stop us now.
I hope you enjoyed that sneak peek into episode 1 of Bionicle Apostates, which will, hopefully, come out next year. Apostates is a fan miniseries that will start on Pre-Shattering Spheres Magna. This is a casting call to all voice actors and Bionicle fans. Do you have an acceptable mic and willingness to be criticized by the internet? Do you want to be in an unofficial, non-profit fan show? Well, auditions for a variety of characters will be starting up soon, so keep your eyes open. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy the rest of Bionicle Day.
I am Tahu. My strength will burn away the enemy. I am here to battle evil. It is my destiny to claim my golden mask of power and become the master of fire!
Greetings, Bionicle community, and happy Bionicle Day. To start things off, my name is Jake, and I am the creator of Chionicle. You know, it's always been a dream of mine to be on Bionicle Day, so I'm very happy to be featured in this year's one. Now, what is Chionicle? It's a mix between Bionicle and Shima, so that's what it is, hence the Chionicle. But it's more than just a mix of the two. It's more than just a little mashup. Going into making Chionicle, right away I noticed a lot of similarities between Shima and Bionicle in terms of their stories, their characters, and their worlds. So right off the bat, I knew exactly what pieces matched up, which is why when I started working on Chionicle, I thought, hey, there's some of these elder characters in Shima. They kind of like kings, they're kind of like Rahaga in a way, you know? They were the heroes of the past, you know, like King Lagravis and that era. And that really correlates with Vakama and those guys, you know, the Toa Metru. They were the heroes of the past. And so
these were characters that, sure, we know a little bit about them, but there's more to their stories that definitely needed to be fleshed out. And this was an opportunity to do that in a different style. Right away, I noticed all the benefits and opportunities I now have now that I'm working within the Bionicle style as opposed to Shima style. You have these fully articulate robot characters, robot animals now, that you can really express them more. You got a lot more things you can convey with that. Now you're probably wondering, what is this about? So, in Shima's lore, there was a time before the current time. This was back when Lagravis and King Crominus of the Crux had kind of a feud, and it was all about the chi. Crocs weren't getting their fair share, so therefore they resorted to measures similar to Season 1 Shima, but to a much more brutal extent. I'm talking like takeover of the Temple of Chi, the kingdom as a whole. King Crominus, aka the guy who's taking on Makuta's role in Chionicle, has these two hunters, a raven named Ranzak and a wolf named Rothgar, and they are all after all the chi from the lions. But more specifically, they're after a golden chi, which will be the driving motivation for this story. Everyone's after that golden chi. It's kind of like a great mask in a way. It allows them to create and make stuff in Shima. So that seemed like a very cool MacGuffin to use for Chionicle. And of course we have our Toa Kavora. They are Lagravis, Lavertus, Rygor, Balkar, Grumlow, and Ewald. They too started out as Matoran and then became Toa to fight off the Kruk dictator that is Crominus, with help from a Toa Likang figure of sorts. His name is Toa Lothar. Lothar is an actual character from Shima. He's kind of like this mysterious lion elder, and I thought, hey, he would make a great Lacan, so there you go. And then two more things. I thought this would be really funny. The beavers will obviously take the role of the Borok because, you know, they are hungry. They want to tear down everything in their path until, you know, they fix it. And then another thing, there's this character named Plovar in Shima. And I said, hey, what if he is kind of like this spy in the sky sort of thing, kind of like Nivok. So there you go, Plovok was made. Already you are starting to kind of picture where I'm going with this. All the similarities. It ended up working a lot better than I initially expected for two very different at face value themes, but they really just work together very well.
I decided, hey, why don't we merge these characters together? And now we have the Toa of Kavora Nui. And that is all I have to share. Hope you all enjoyed my presentation, and I hope you are all excited for it, Bionicle. It's been a long time coming. I've had so much fun working on it, do all the animation, the voice work. It's coming out very beautifully, and I am very excited to share it with all of you. Once again, happy Bionicle Day, and that is it from me. Or should I say, happy Bionicle Day? Just kidding. Or am I?
Thank you, John.
The ship's thrusters are damaged. What do we do now?
Tomorrow we shall see. In the meantime, Chronicler, tell us what happened after you found the stones.
Oh yes! I picked up the 6 stones to I went Amajanui. When I placed them in the sand, a ray of light. I went up to the sky, and 6 stars fell. The Toa. When they landed on the beach, the Toa lost their memory. They only knew their names. Each one sets out on the road in search of answers. Each Toa met their respective Rahaga. They told them the legend and the destiny they had to fulfill.
Show me the girl.
Look at her. What if she is the one? The one who'll break the spell?
Hello. You can talk.
Well, of course he can talk.
Hello. Pleased to meet you.
The Master's not as terrible as he appears.
I say we kill the beast!
Don't be afraid.
I'm not afraid.
Gathered friends, listen again to our legend of the Bionicle. In the time before time, the evil Makuta struck down his brother Matanui, bringing ruin to the world of the Motoran. Legend told, however, of 6 noble heroes who had arrived to defeat the Makuta. After receiving golden masks of power, these heroes battled the darkness that plagued us, and all the horrors he unleashed. Time brought transformations, and as new enemies arrived in our lands, new heroes joined us as well, and the Makuta was finally defeated. Free to return to their once glorious home, the Motoran learned of the legendary city of Metru Nui, hidden deep beneath their island refuge. In ages long past, this city of legends had Tahu of its own, but they fell one by one, as an unrelenting shadow sought to rule for all time. From the strength of their unity, a new team of heroes beat the shadows back, but were corrupted by them all the same. As the armies of darkness arrived to defend their master, the Tahu found new allies, and the Motoran was saved. Our happiness was not to last, of course. In other faraway lands, evil continued to grow, and the Tahu Nuva disappeared in their fight against it. Destiny, however, created new heroes to challenge the Paraka and save the life of Matanui. Deep beneath the sea, after a raging battle with beasts thought lost for thousands of years, the Tahu succeeded in their quest, and the life of the Great Spirit was saved. Now, with the universe on the brink, the Tahu Nuva must face their greatest challenge yet. The battle for power has begun.
And then we, the Brotherhood of Makuta, shall seize power in Matanui's absence.
Treason! Worse than treason! Stupidity! Succeed in your grand design and you risk the death of the universe itself!
A risk I am willing to take.
And what will you use to attack the Great Spirit? Your shadow hand? A troop of Rockshi? You're an insect in the eyes of Montanui, and in mine!
And you are a relic. This universe belongs to the strong, and your position of power has made you weak.
Insolent worm, you would lead the Brotherhood to destruction and disgrace.
I would lead it to supremacy. Supremacy that is ours by right. I leave it to you to choose who you will follow.
I live to serve you, Pterodax.
I claim leadership of the Brotherhood through the will of the Convocation. The plan will go forward. As my first act, I sentence you, Miserex, to death. Kriga, Spiria, you will carry out my will.
You are all suicidal fools, tampering with the very order of the universe! And this maniac will lead you nowhere but to your deaths! This is not over, Terrax! Kill me! Scatter my remains from here to Metronui, but someday I will be avenged!
These are the preparations that must be done. Go to the Matoran village. Burn it to the ground, but do not kill any of the Matoran. They will be more useful to us alive. The Avmatoran are unique. They will soon be servants of our will. Toa without virtue. So, Antraz, Makuta of Zia.
It's the Makuta! Run!
Corrupt them all, ruthlessly, and without compromise.
Here, take this.
Where do we go now?
We've got nowhere to go but down.
What about the basement?
The basement? We'll have no ground left unless we fight back.
Have you seen what's happening out there?
We shouldn't back down. Toa don't.
Do we look like Toa to you?
We already tried to defend ourselves. We're just too powerful.
Look, the more we argue, the more likely we are to get picked off.
No less than we already are, circling around like stone rats in a maze.
Oh yeah, why don't you go out there and take one out yourself?
Okay, that's enough. The basement leads to a catacomb system to other parts of the village.
It's a better holding ground than outside.
And we'll have a better escape route.
Better than our usual routes?
What else could we do?
Defend our home! If we're to reach our true potential, we have to...
Well, basement it is.
Let go!
I'm not letting go!
Don't leave me, please! Oh, there's no time! It's now or never! What? No, you can't do this! Please! Please! Please!
I promise!
Toa, help us.
Your Toa cannot save you now.
Are you going to work, or are you going to stand around?
Keep your mask on. Gavla? Did you see... Okay. I must be imagining things. Come on out. It's safe. Gavla?
Why did you make me do that? I don't want to hurt you. I want to help you.
What? What happened to you?
Oh, that. You might say I've seen the light by peering into the darkness, and now you're going to see it too. It doesn't hurt, you know. It's quick. The light is drained from you, and what's left is sharper, clearer. You know what you have to do, and you know you won't let anyone stop you.
Hope you don't mind if I try. I have to get to the other villages. I've got to warn them before Shadow is all that's left of this land.
These Matoran are stubborn. All but one of their villagers captured. Their friends turned to our side. Their position hopeless, and yet still they resist.
Of course they do. The Great Beings made Matoran to be more than just laborers. They gave their creation spirit and passion, even if misguided. That is something you would not know about.
I was working on something new before the call came to travel here. You might want to see it sometime. I'm sure it would like to see you.
You take everything too seriously, my friend. Take this village. You can be annoyed at its resistance, or you can take pleasure in the fact that its Matoran are still free and available for torment.
This is a first. Someone expecting a being born of the shadows to look on the bright side.
What is our silent ally up to?
Hunting, as only he can.
Is upset with you. What am I going to have left for my work if you keep consuming all of their light? I was promised material for my studies.
What is he waiting for? Radiac should be back by now. We need to go find him.
I could use Kirob's help about now. At least he gave us all one gift before he lost the battle. He told us who we were facing.
Ancient legends say we must always keep our true nature hidden. This is the reason why. This is the enemy it was foretold we might one day face. The warriors of shadow, the dwellers in darkness, the brotherhood of Makuta.
Toa wouldn't act this way.
What was that?
I said Toa wouldn't act this way. Tahu, Kopaka, they would be out there fighting, not sitting here, hiding and waiting.
Tahu, Kopaka, right. If they're so great, why aren't they here? Where were they when all my friends got turned into those things? Why aren't they protecting us?
Hey, I think it stopped outside.
What is it? What do you see out there?
I really don't know. Maybe it's the start of something. Or maybe the end of everything. Pull back before they cut us off from home.
I think they have other plans.
Let's go!
killed. And as you realize what's wrong, the dirt under your feet is gone. The enemy looks in your eyes. Now it's time to make it right.
Мы делаем короткую остановку на планете Леганав для того, чтобы встретиться с хранителями заветного секрета Лего-человечками. Приготовьтесь, очень скоро они продиктуют нам 7-е зашифрованное слово перепутаницы.
Привет, леганавты! Напоминаю вам, что это таинственное послание мы получили с острова Матануи.
До начала времен он был настоящим тропическим раем. Но потом на остров Матануи спустилась мрачная тень страха по имени Макута. Она измучила всех жителей острова. Из старинной легенды мы узнали тайну. Она гласит, что остров могут спасти 6 могучих героев из племени Тоа. А вот и та самая капсула, в которой хранилось таинственное послание. Внимание, на экране появляется слово «перепутаницы».
А теперь все вместе еще разок. У-В-О-Х-Д-А-З. Мы ждем от вас письма и телеграммы. Ну а тот, кто первым разгадает все слова виртуальной десятки, получит суперприз. Это я вам гарантирую.
Мы расстаемся с лего-человечками ровно на 1 неделю. Возвращаемся в студию, чтобы продолжить игру.
Им всем подвластны стихии. О них слагают легенды, а ты можешь получить потрясающие призы в конкурсе от Nickelodeon. Смотри лучшие серии о магах стихий каждый день в 19:55. Лови в эфире часть маски силы и запоминай ее. Заходи на bionicle.nickelodeon.ru. Выбирай из представленных частей маски ту, которую ты видел в эфире. И отвечай на вопрос дня. И тогда ты сможешь выиграть новые фигуры Lego Bionicle и шанс отправиться в парк развлечений Legoland. Ищи подробности на bionicle.nickelodeon.ru. Открывай маски силы и управляй стихиями. Только на Nickelodeon.
This season, Bionicle invites you on a journey to the darkest deeps to face the strangest creeps. Yubaraki short movie on BionicleStory.com. Ask your parents first.
I'm live in the Swamp of Secrets. The final battle for power has begun. The evil Makuta must be stopped. Go online now, be part of the final battle, and you can win at bionicle.co.uk.
Bionicle, the Legend Reborn, presents Kina. A fierce fighting Glatoran from the Water Tribe.
Proof of what I've been saying for years.
With the most powerful of weapons, dual-headed Vapor Trident.
Pretty great!
Kina has the skills, agility,
don't even think about it,
and heart to conquer any opponent. She believes believes there are worlds beyond her own
Yeah, we kind of thought that might get your attention.
and would like nothing more than the freedom to explore. With the help of a new friend, she may finally get the chance she's been looking for. Join Kina as she fights beside Matanui.
We can win this together!
In a battle against the Skrull and a chance to fight for the ultimate freedom.
For unity!
See Kina in Bionicle, The Legend Reborn. An all-new movie on DVD September 15th.
Tour of Light on the final journey to meet his destiny and save the inhabitants of Matanui. It's time to face Makuta, Master of Shadows. Bionicle, each set sold separately.
The Tracer from Bionicle. The Beast from Bionicle. The Trigger from Bionicle. The Snake from Bionicle. The Bully from Bionicle. The Drifter from Bionicle.
Bionicle, The Legend Reborn. An all-new action-packed Bionicle movie. See Glatoran legends wage battle in support of a new leader. I'm here to fight for my friend's freedom. The Legend Reborn. We can win this together. Bionicle, The Legend Reborn. An all-new movie on DVD September 15th. Get a free subscription to Lego Club magazine, plus an exclusive Bionicle guide at $10 value. And from Bionicle new Glatoran legends, each set sold separately.
Новый герой Bionicle Глаториане. У Грэша составной щит, у Малому коготь пламени и ледоколу Страка. Грэш решил проучить грозного Скрала. Он стреляет, но как тот извернулся, Грэш тоже использует щит и ха! Берегись, Скрал! Первый раунд за Грэшем. Новые Глаториане от Bionicle.
Remember, kids, no eating in the car. Okay, maybe just this one.
Mighty Hungry, Mighty Kids Meals. And now a Mighty Kids Meal exclusive.
Your turn. Beat that.
Bionicle Upper Deck Card Game. 30 different cards to collect, only in a Mighty Kids Meal.
Im September 2003 wird Lego erstmalig einen Bionicle-Film als Kaufvideo und DVD auf den Markt bringen. In diesem 70-minütigen, komplett animierten Film werden die Bionicle-Figuren eine atemberaubende Geschichte erleben. Denn er erzählt von dem entscheidenden Ringen um Mata Nui. Die Toa Nuva werden mit ihren Verbündeten, den Matoran, gegen Makuta und die 6 Rakshi antreten. Der Bionicle-Film wird in zahlreichen Spielzeug- und Videoläden erhältlich sein.
I'm here in the Swamp of Secrets. We're receiving pictures from inside the Coldrex, where the Tahu Heroes have discovered battlecraft of awesome design and amazing power. But the evil Makuta have stolen one and are heading for the swamp. More on this as we have it. Go online now, be part of the final battle, and you can win at bionicle.co.uk.
Hey there, welcome to the Build Zone. I'm Sam. If you like action, adventure, and Lego sets, you are in the right place. I'm crazy excited about today's set. The latest version of Tahu from Bionicle. Tahu, Master of Fire! This is the first Tahu to be released in 5 years. Let's check out the box. It's set number 70787. It's recommended for ages 8 through 14, and it has 89 pieces. On the front, we have a great image of Tahu surfing a lava flow on his lava board. We can also see his golden mask and a green skull spider. If we flip the box around, you can see some of Tahu's features. Right here you can see that by spinning this knob, you can make his arms move. It also looks like the lava board can transform into 2 large swords. This blue piece can pop masks on and off his face. The skull spider also attaches to his face if he's not careful. And there's a comic strip featuring Tahu. Let's get the box open. Alright, let's break this down. Inside, we have 2 swords, 1 black body piece, and 2 big silver swords that are gonna turn into the fireboard. 2 bags, and 1 instruction booklet. Let's get building. On step 14, you want to make sure that you fit these gear pieces together so they're interlocking. If you turn the yellow knob on the back, both of the gear pieces should turn too. Step 2 on the lava board is a bit tricky as you have to interlock all these little teeth together. A good tip is to work from one side to the other, one at a time. Once they're all together, it should feel pretty secure. And we're done! Let's take a closer look. The skull spider is really evil looking. He has 4 scary legs and is a really creepy looking light green color. Tahu is a very impressive and durable build. He has lots of joints, so he's super posable. His armor is red and gold, which is perfect because Tahu is the master of fire. He has a cool, complex chest plate and 2 gold swords that he can carry on his back. His arms can move by turning this yellow knob. I really like how they move in opposite directions, so you can make him run or fight. He has a sweet lava board, which can separate into 2 giant swords. Finally, he has identical red and gold masks. They can be swapped out by pushing the button on top of his head. The skull spider can also attach to his face, but let's hope that doesn't happen. Now, let's see Tahu in action. Woohoo! I know that golden mask is around here somewhere. Wait, what's that noise? Skull spiders! They must be after the golden mask too. There it is! Wow! I really have to tell the other masters about this. Thanks for watching. This is Tahu, Master of Fire. See you next time. Tahu. Let's dance. Tahu, Master of Fire. Ah!
Bionicle Star, le retour des grands guerriers. Alors que d'anciens ennemis refont surface, 3 héros, Gresh, Takanuva et Tahu se tiennent prêts. Le bien et le mal s'affrontent. Aide Toa Tahu à revêtir l'armure d'or pour gagner la bataille finale. 6 éléments dorés à collectionner, 6 Bionicle Star.
Arrivano dallo spazio. Sono le penne Bionicle. Scatena la potenza. Lego Writing System. Da oggi scrivere sarà un gioco da ragazzi. Collezionale tutte.
Nei migliori negozi di giocattoli e nei negozi della giraffa.
Започни можете игра на закуска с 6 различни Bionicle мини-бойки. Безплатно в упаковките на зелени закуски на скелети.
Diving at great speed, the Tellamari are on a dangerous mission into the unknown deep. The high-tech Tella terrain crawler is ready for action. You can gear up and begin your mission on your hydro scooter, but make sure you're prepared. Danger may be right behind you.
Alert! Creature attack!
You can fire the Kodak blaster and defend the terrain crawler. New playset from Bionicle.
Am I on? You join me live as we are receiving these amazing pictures. Powerful earthquakes and energy pulses are shaking the whole island. After 1,000 years, the Great Spirit is awake and has revealed his true form for the first time. Awesome. Go online now and you can win at bionicle.co.uk.
In the time before time, far beyond all you imagine, there is an island paradise where legends are real. Protected by 6 mighty guardians, threatened by one immortal enemy. Only a mask of light can defeat the darkness. Bionicle, Mask of Light, the movie. Only on DVD and video September 16th.
Now that you have made peace with your elemental creatures, you will be surprised by the power you will command when you are unified. You know what you must do. You've got to find the mask and bring it to me.
He's using the elements against us!
Run! I know that place. It's closing up. Is that where we're going?
releasing from the protodermis, 6 heroes have transformed into the mighty Toa Nuva. With new masks, new armor, and new tools, Toa Nuva are ready to meet any challenge. But will their powers save the island of Mata Nui or shatter it forever? Cartoon Network's giving you the chance to live the Bionicle legend. We're giving away more Bionicle stuff than you can shake a stick at. One grand prize winner gets the jackpot, a solid gold Kanohi Mask of Power for your favorite Toa Nuva, an $800 value. But that's not all. The grand prize winner also scores all 6 Toa Nuva Bionicle action figures and a pile of other Bionicle goodies. 500 second prize winners score one of 6 new Toa Nuva Bionicle action figures. Want to get in on this? Go to CartoonNetwork.com and register for your chance to win. Let's see if you've got what it takes to live the legends. Bionicle from Lego.
You can enter the Bionicle in a place of mystery where evil hides in the shadows.
That destiny I must shatter.
A hero will be revealed.
Trust in the mask. Let it be your guide.
And an adventure will come to light. Bionicle Mask of Light, the movie. Rated PG. Now on DVD and video.
What's this? Come have a taste. You've made a great steak! Thank you.
Hello, everybody. This is Lahari from Red Star Games speaking. Just going to do a couple of quick Red Star Games specific pieces of housekeeping and announcements before we get into our game for this year. First and foremost, Heroes of the Stars Revision 5 is now available. That is our G2 tabletop role-playing game that's a little bit more rules light than the Doranai Nui, and that's a bit of an understatement for those of you in the know. This version includes a variety of fixes, new formatting, and a fillable PDF character sheet. On top of that, and I'm very, very excited for this because I just picked one up at Brick Fair myself that's painted up by the wonderful Mud Alt, RSG is releasing a new mask design for free. This is going to be Red Star Games' take on the Mask of Light and Shadow, and it can be downloaded in both STL and stud.io formats. That is actually all that we have to announce this year. So, without further ado, let's get into the game. Okoto Daybreak.
And speaking of the daybreak that is Okotoning, hi, I'm Lay Hart, and I will actually be DMing this session.
Yay!
Woo!
Huzzah!
Huzzah! Everyone. Okay then. So as you can tell by the background, this is going to be a cold one with the boys. So, we are going to start things up real quick. So, where we are starting off is on Okoto, specifically in the region of ice. And it's very cold. However, inside of the main villages of the region of ice, then you have these gigantic domes. And inside of the domes, where you can see through the crystal windows, then there are climate-controlled crystals. Everything's powered by crystals because I think crystals are neat. And inside of this place, then there are, stores, shops, and diners. And inside of one diner, it's late afternoon, and despite the place being filled nearly to capacity, it's dinner time, the majority of the guests being of the ice element and naturally of a quiet disposition aren't making that much noise as they're just peacefully eating their meals, having a good time. All except for one particular table where two beings distinctly not of the ice element are a bit louder than their surroundings. Oni2, let's introduce yourself.
Brother, give me more crystals for the battle pass. Come on, brother, give me the crystals, please. I need them.
I am playing not Tino Nui this year because we can't do Peeg. Well, we can do Peeg, but we can't do that Peeg.
Not that specific Peeg.
I am playing the exact opposite of Tino Nui this year. I am Onitu, the protector of acid, who is an actual baby and is basically just like a little gremlin. And also, he has guns on his guns.
Yes. Can you temporarily move us ahead of the chat
The best part is we tested this. We tested the hell out of this, and we didn't anticipate there would be this many people for some reason.
It's like, people are going to be bored of this one. There we go.
Just a little guy.
Just temporarily.
No,
we will return to the people.
Yes. And fun fact, I drew all of these myself. And yes, by the way, my commissions are open. So anyway, with that out of the way, then Onitu is bothering his brother, who, speaking of which, how about you introduce yourself?
Hi there, I'm Uhax. I am a Toa of Air, and I'm also the Wrangler of Goblins.
Brother.
And yes,
brother, I need the battle pass. I'll make a scene.
Not now. Not now.
And yes, you did hear that right. He's a Toa of Air, not a Toa of Jungle, because he and Onitu are actually from secondary elements, which in Here's the Stars means that they are either from a combination of two elements, or they come from a different place entirely. And yeah. So elsewhere in the diner, then there are three separate individuals. One is a Toa of Ice, who is I assume also peacefully or attempting to be peacefully eating her meal.
Correct, yes. She likes to jot down in her journal, write whatever thoughts she has in her head. But it's hard to do that when there's a couple of goobers making noise.
Goobers is the best word for it. Okay, so she's over in that corner. In the opposite corner is what appears to be an Uma with spiked horns with a cloak over the majority of their body.
I am Nirovi. I am an Uma of crystal. I am staring daggers at the loud jackasses that are sitting across the diner from me, because out of both of the regions that I tend to call home, those being ice and earth, the unifying factor among the both of them is that they are quiet.
So
I love that.
Blame me.
So real, dude. To see, he gets it.
I understand the assignment.
I never thought I would agree with the Skull Raider, but yeah.
Well, a Nairobi is not a Skull Raider. Nairobi is an Uma.
Oh, you're right.
However,
Correct.
just then,
My
it's
bad.
funny you should mention that, because just then, the door opens, and what steps in is a Skull Raider. Let's introduce him.
Hello, I'm Lumen. I'm the Skull Raider. I walk in. I immediately look over. I notice the noise kind of going on at the table. And then I, not so subtly, just start staring at Nairobi, and I'm gonna walk over to the bar, maybe stumble because I'm not walking real. I'm not looking in. I'm just staring at Nairobi as I walk.
Okay, so you walk up to the bar, and there is an Okoto of ice standing by the place, and his name is Rastak. And he looks up, and he kind of like blinks a little because he's not used to seeing Skull Raiders before, but he tries not to be racist. And he goes, "Oh, hey, what can I do you for?"
I'm pretty. My character's pretty used to this at this point, so I won't even. I'll brush over that. I'm looking for any rare materials. Have you heard of any caves nearby or anything that I could investigate?
Ah, caves, huh? Okay, so yeah, and don't tell anyone, but I actually heard tell of
and he gets really excited at the prospect of finally being able to tell someone a secret that he a little bit too loudly just goes, so there's this really cool mask hidden in a temple.
I would like
And
to
then he
interrupt and throw my glass at the head of this idiot little bartender.
He okay, I'm actually gonna roll dodge for that.
Boy, we're just getting right into it, huh?
Oh yeah.
Nice.
I'm gonna make a roll, and let's see how that goes.
Oh yeah, there's the
He
roller
gets a
coaster.
2, so
Oh,
it
no.
walks him in the side of the head.
Off to a great start.
You will not reveal the secrets of this region to outsiders, you little twerp.
Ooh.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, twerp.
Nairobi makes for the front of house and tries to loom over the Okoto.
Okay, could you give me a charm roll? You're trying to intimidate him.
Could I perhaps have it on prowess instead?
Oh, okay.
What's the matter?
Yeah.
Does your character have no charm?
Just ever so slightly.
For context, prowess is your attack stat.
I am aware.
I'm still gonna let you roll it.
I am aware. It's 1d12 plus 2, is that it?
Yep.
He just stands there, says nothing, and just flexes his muscles.
Okay, and
Oh wait, hold on. That was a d20. Hold on. Sorry.
Yep, you have to do slash roll sides 12 offset plus 2.
Oh, that music is probably going way too loud right now. What the hell? Okay, turning that thing
I
way down.
I would like. Okay, got it. So offset 2. I got a 4.
Okay, I'm going to roll.
Who knows? Who knows?
Okay, I'm gonna roll his resistance. He got a 9, so he is actually not phased because I'm assuming that he has dealt with this before. He actually stares Nairobi down, and he goes, I'm sorry, I forgot what you said. Could you please tell me what you said again so I can get actual...
Is this what he's saying, or is this you asking me?
This is me asking out of character because I have horrible memory.
I like to think you just like... I'd just like to think that you just punched him so hard he just got like Shadow the Hedgehog amnesia.
Can you tell what you said again? I forgot. What?
Allow me.
I'm sorry, I had this really cool comeback in my head and I only came up with it just now.
Are we rolling with he is unfazed because I gave him a small head injury? Or...
Makes sense. I like that.
Okay, so he's not you know what? I'll roll with that. He's not intimidated because he does not remember that you threatened him.
He's like a chill guy. I don't know about you guys.
So, but the thing that he said about the mask was not left unsaid. So I would like everyone to make a roll for aware to see if they heard that.
Because he was talking to me, so I was standing there, but I don't. What did you say about a mask? I thought he said something about like a cave.
Yeah.
I've got -3 awareness because I put everything into dodge and prowess. So
I actually have a +2 in my aware, so that's going to be
what do I
D12 and +2.
Yeah, I was going to ask, what the fuck do I even roll for that?
So, let me double check your sheets. Onitu, you have -3 aware,
Yeah.
so you do.
Dang.
Okay, so.
So is it a solid
You'll
D20 plus?
No. You roll. You do /roll sides 12 because it's a 12-sided dice system,
Oh,
and then
you're right.
offsets. And in your case, Yoka,
Well,
you would have +1 aware.
okay, cool.
So
I got a 9.
So for me, it would be -3.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I still
All
got
right.
a 6.
Dang. Yeesh.
Okay. So Yoka was the only person who didn't actually hear that.
Even Onitu
hears that.
Even Onitu. Oh my god.
Onito was like, wait, you got your crystals.
I was I was jotting down. I was locked on something else.
Okay, out of character, I don't even remember what was said about a mask, so...
So what all that the bartender, all that Rastak was able to say was just, so there's this really powerful mask. That's all he said before Ndolrobi threw a glass at his head. But that's all he was able to say.
So,
but now,
if I may, I actually think the only reason why Uhox even heard it is Onitu kind of looked at Uhox and said,
"The mask,
give me the mask, give me the mask, get me the mask." And that's why Uhox was paying attention.
I need power, Uhox. I need power.
Okay, I'm sorry.
All right. So what are you guys gonna do with this information?
I want power.
Okay.
Screamed at the top of his lungs in character, by the way.
Nairobi looks over their shoulder and tries to stare Ukaz down.
Oh, we're playing that.
All right, we can do that.
So we're already getting our Tahu Kopaka moment.
I just want it known. I've been dealing with this thing pointing at Onitu this whole time. You really want to try to intimidate me?
Yoko also noticed she looks over her shoulder and she notices Onitu is I want power.
There is no power for outsiders here.
Was that the Onitu?
That was at Onitu and Ukaz.
Yeah, both of them.
We're not so much as an outsider as just a not insider.
Uhox, that doesn't make any fucking sense.
Nairobi looks incredulously at Uhox at that. That's all.
Brother, why the fuck did you say that? That was stupid.
The bartender just kind of slowly slinks back, hoping to get away.
While they're doing that, can I look at the bartender and like nod my head to let's move over to the side and try to sneak over there?
Yeah, he notices and just kind of moves his hand to kind of gesture you over and to the back room where they're preparing the food.
I kind of want to send some wind their way to knock them over.
You can go for that.
Wow, you're an asshole this year, huh?
All right, send me an expend one of your elemental reserves, and then you will do that. Okay, so you definitely have enough to knock over the bartender because he's just an Okoton and he's not expecting it. Lumen, however, is a Skull Raider. He is the largest out of all of you. So I would like Lumen to make a. Let's see.
Because I think can I use my elemental block as a Skull Raider?
You can.
Yeah.
You can. So you can choose to block incoming elemental attacks. So
the other guy
your
gets
block,
blown flat into a ball, and you're just standing there entirely unfazed.
Okay, that's true because your strength plus resist, which is blocking, by the way, is 7. So you just shrug that off completely.
To be fair, I don't think Uhax was thinking
Not
about that
at all.
Time.
That's hilarious.
So
all the force just goes over to the Okoto, and instead he just slams into the wall.
he gets slammed like into a prep table. that guy is not having a good
like those old Western movies when the guy gets shot and he just flies over a table or through the fucking wall.
Exactly. It looks like the stunt double with wires got just yanked. Except there are no wires, and yes, it is painful for him. So
DM, I assume that I would notice this.
you absolutely would notice this.
I'm pretty sure we're not being subtle.
I'm gonna run over and see if the Okoto is okay.
Oh my! Okay.
Brother, you're gonna get us kicked out again.
Yoka,
Yeah.
Yoka, you help the bartender up, and he's like, thanks, Toa Yoka. Ugh.
Of course.
These non-regulars, I swear. Ugh.
I wish I could do something about it. I mean, I don't want to, cause too much trouble. But maybe they'll just do whatever they're trying to do and get out of here fast.
It's my fault. I let them. I ran my mouth about the whole mask of power thing. Ugh.
Wait, what?
I didn't think he remembered that.
Mask of power.
So I guess the bartender got hit so hard that it reversed the amnesia this time.
Wait. Yoka be aware of the mask of power before this?
Yoka was not aware of the mask of power before this, so he just let his mouth run all over again. And the bartender just goes, "Oh yeah, the mask of power that's hidden in the secret temple just northwest of here." Wait, hang on. Did I say that with my mouth out loud?
The mask of power. The mask of power for Makuta. The mask of power expressly made to kill Makuta.
Oh my goodness.
I'm just laughing too hard right now.
If I may give a recommendation, go ahead and close up for today. Go home and don't tell anybody about this.
Yeah, I won't. I won't. Good night. And he moves, looks at Lumen, notices that he's like 9 feet away from him because of how far the Okoto got knocked, and just points at him, does a thumbs up, and goes, "I hope you heard all that," and leaves. So now both Lumen and Yoka know, or at least probably know, where that temple is.
Were we close enough to hear it?
It was in a different room, but give me an aware check.
Okay.
I'm looking straight at Lumen.
1 sec. What was my aware? Yeah, +2.
Yes.
Well, that's a 12.
That is a question. That is a question in chat. Can bonkles get drunk in this universe?
Fruit exists in this universe, which means fermentation exists in this universe, so presumably...
As long as it's not immune to poison, I think it can.
Well, it's a
poisoned
protector of acid, so...
Poisoned is an actual state in Here's the Stars, so...
Yeah.
Given that being drunk is a state of just being poisoned, then yeah. Okay, so
hold on,
Yeah.
Lahari, that is quite a lot of background noise.
Sorry, I'm done.
Okay.
Okay. Anyway,
and you get on our case for making too much noise.
Martin.
Okay, so because you have a 12, you heard every word of that.
Oh man!
Also, I just like
you know.
I imagine Nairobi was just standing off to the side, observing this whole thing, just munching on a bag of chips there.
Well, Nairobi probably knows all of this already. So.
Eating baguettes disdainfully. Nairobi, would you like to roll for aware to see like whether you heard that or not, or do you already know it? Because I wouldn't put it past
already
you.
know it.
Of course you do.
Well, now I know it.
I sit here disdainfully eating my croissant.
I'm looking around the room. Nairobi and Uhox and Onitu. Do you guys know Yoka before this?
I presume we probably bumped into each other at one point when we were walking in and out of pubs or whatever.
For sure.
Yeah, I'd assume that Yoka's a regular here, so...
Yeah.
Cool, we're able to go in just because we haven't been kicked out yet. But then again, that's because I guess this protector had been like, or the Okotan is okay with Onitu's.
He gets absolutely plastered here every night. I don't know why.
Oh, yeah, but the pay's good.
CP pay's good, yeah. Sometimes the pay is worth it.
Point is, we haven't been kicked out yet, so yeah, we probably bumped into Yoka at least once. But
for sure, okay.
Really socialize.
Okay.
Yoka's just like, I recognize the screaming one.
You do fair.
Now that you've met each other, why don't you greet each other and introduce each other to yourselves?
Hello. I'm talking to Lumen, because I think Lumen, you're right across from me, right?
Yeah, I'm.
Yeah, you're both in the prep room.
Yeah, I'm a few feet away.
Okay. I don't want any trouble, and I trust you heard about the whole mask thing.
I'm gonna look at did the Okotan, did he leave the room or did he pass out?
He left the room. He's headed home to just take a nap.
Yeah. Okay.
He probably has a concussion and then a double concussion on the other side from getting flung into a prep table. So he's down for the count, but in Betty by.
I will say
you're not supposed to sleep with a concussion.
It's true.
I didn't know.
Well, sleep spares him pain, and awake he suffers.
Oh no,
he won't wake up. No, somebody call him.
Alright, then in response to Yoka, I'll kind of eye him up and down and be like, "You a Toa?"
Yeah, I'm gonna kind of slowly start to reach for my hooks, which are dangling on my sides.
I'm gonna look down at them and be like, "Ooh, those are beautiful. Do you know Akimu? Did he make those for you?"
Would I know Akimu? I mean, I assume I know the legend, but I mean,
yeah, I don't know if I'll
you know that
him.
that he's like alive and around, but you've never met him before. He's kind of a celebrity.
Are those
for
Gucci?
Sure, okay.
Exactly.
Are them the Akimu ones? The Akimu 7s?
Yo, get his Jordan.
Get his Jordan. Let's see. Maybe not. Did Makuta give you that face?
I'll nod, but I'll be like, I was resurrected, but I no longer serve the weak. If you can help me meet Akimu, I could be your ally.
Why do you want to meet Akimu?
I seek apprenticeship. I'm trying to become a better craftsman. What I know now is nothing in comparison to the things I've seen him forge.
Well, Lumen, you're quite lucky. Yoka is very trustworthy, and she likes the words you speak. So she moves her hand away from her hooks and goes, "Okay, will do. Just don't go stab me in the back."
You know, I'll nod and be like, I agree to those terms.
All right, wonderful. Let's go see what the others think.
Yeah, and then we'll walk out the room.
Nice.
Meanwhile,
nice.
Meanwhile, Onitu is having a full-on temper tantrum or something.
Of course he is.
Hawks has already got him in his hand, holding him up.
Man,
Like,
what a great
style.
calm scene. I wonder how everyone else is doing.
I am literally kicking and screaming, firing bolts from my guns at random into the room.
Oh!
Phenomenal. Oh my goodness. By the stars.
That's not great.
By the stars.
Are there any steel chairs around?
There are wooden chairs around.
Ooh. Do they perhaps fold up?
I knew we were
I'm
going
sure
for
there's
a
at least,
fastball
like,
special,
one.
but I didn't think it was going to be like this.
For the sake of argument, and because I think it's funny, I'm gonna say yes.
Neil Rovey with a wooden chair tries to get Onitu to stop shooting random holes in the fucking diner.
By silencing him?
Yes.
Have all the other accounts cleared out too?
So is that a dodge
they're
roll
all
now?
They're all
Because
gone?
you're firing bolts of acid, then yes, all of the Akotans are. They're all trying to escape. There's a word for that. Not rendezvous. Retreat?
Evacuate?
Retreat?
Evacuate, that's the word for it.
Yeah, I think at that point, Uhox is just like motioning to the door, going, "Look, just get out. It's safer. Get out."
Okay, so
Not shuffle.
Nilrobi, are you throwing it, or are you whacking him with it? With
I am
both?
whacking him with it with both hands.
Okay.
I'm going to put my
That-
whole ass into this.
Okay, okay. Smart. You need to start taking notes for the recap next year. I forgot about that.
All right.
I've got some aggression that I need to get out here.
Yes, Nilrobi, give me a prowess roll. So that's 1d12 plus 2.
Ooh, nice.
And Onitu, you
12
can choose. Oh boy. Onitu, would you like to block or dodge this attack?
I think dodging is my better bet.
Okay, gotcha.
Good call.
Because
Oh, no,
I'm
you're right.
I am maxed out on dodge, and I can re-roll if I fail. I am untouchable.
You're right. Okay, so give me 1d12 plus 6.
D12
That means you gotta beat a
with
12,
an
though.
offset of 6.
Yes.
Okay. Well, there you go.
You beat it! you see Onitu very clearly as you raise the chair, and then as the chair passes by your vision, as you're slamming it down in slow motion, Nilrobi, you see Onitu with frightening speed suddenly bolt and roll to the side as your chair slams and into splinters against the ground.
May I make a suggestion?
Yes.
I didn't dodge to the side, but now I'm sitting on his shoulder like fucking Bugs Bunny or some shit.
On Nilrobi's shoulder?
Yes.
Yes.
I think that's going to require a little bit of... That would require a second roll.
I mean...
I think that would require you, like, critting.
Okay. All right.
That's fair.
Yeah.
So just as a side, I don't really want this to go too much longer. And again, as the Wrangler, I really think I see where this is going. Can I just?
You need to handle this child.
Yeah, I'm just gonna try to pick Onito up and just throw him in my backpack.
Yeah,
just get him in there.
All right.
I refuse to go to gay baby jail.
Too bad.
All right. So if you're wrangling this guy, I'm gonna call that a. I would say strength, but you have a 0 in strength, so I'm gonna be nice and say prowess.
Do I have to do another dodge roll?
Possibly.
Wrangling time,
Yes.
bruh.
It would be prowess versus dodge if you're trying to avoid getting in there.
Well, I got a 14.
Oh, well, just barely.
Ooh, just barely.
Very nice.
That was
Lost.
that one.
Wow.
All right, so Uhox successfully bags Onitu.
God damn it.
In the sentence you just said, congratulations.
You just
And-
there is nothing that now the bar is just filled with the sound of melting wood and very muffled screaming.
Luckily, the screams are just. They're just barely audible. And there's a brief moment of calm. Everyone's evacuated at this point except for you five.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at Nilrovi and be like, it's acid protected and there's an iPod hat in there. We're fine. We're not even going to explain what an iPad is. We're just going to move on.
No. You see, it's a tablet.
Yeah.
It's a stone tablet, but it's very interesting to him.
It's a very fascinating stone tablet.
He can do
We
anything.
can go down the.
I see pretty pictures if I stare at it long enough.
I'm pretty sure that's called schizophrenia, but you know. Okay, anyway.
It explains a lot.
Yeah. So at this point, I believe that Lumen and Yoka have actually fully gone from the prep room over to rendezvous with.
Yes.
With
Yeah.
The others.
All right. What are you guys gonna do together?
Okay, so we're still in the diner, but it's the main room of the diner.
Yeah, it's the main diner. It is just the 4.5 of you.
Okay, great. I'm gonna start
smoke around because of the acid.
Yeah. By the stars, what happened here? I asked Uhox.
There is a stench of burnt wood.
Yeah.
My goodness.
Nairobi is coughing and decides to walk out into the street with a middle finger raised in the direction of Oni2 directed at.
I'm gonna go check on Nairobi, see how he's doing. Are you okay? And he's like,
I hate outsiders. I hate non-ice and non-earth people. I really would love it if you all just fucked off and died.
yeah.
I'm extremely racist, guys.
I mean,
everything came from the heart.
It's a bit of a strong stance, but I do understand where you're coming from. You know,
I'm glad that you agree with me. Please go jump off a cliff.
Okay. a little harsh.
It's not racist if he hates everyone.
Exactly.
Equal opportunity hater.
Equal rights, equal lefts.
True.
It's called misanthropy. There's a difference.
Check out the others. Yeah. She's like, I'm sure you don't mean that, but anyway, I'm gonna go check on the others.
Yeah.
See how everyone else is doing.
Nairobi just stares incredulously at Yoka, minimizing my feelings. Yeah.
I'm just cradling a backpack right now.
I mean, fair enough, you know. I mean, you're pretty, you know.
Okay, so, Nilrovi, I have
enough.
a question.
Mm-hmm.
So, I feel like at this point, you've always known where the temple is. You know that these guys are going to attempt to infiltrate the temple and steal its masked treasure for whatever.
Yep.
What are you going to do with that information?
That's for me to know and you to find out, weather boy.
Where are your parents? Okay, anyway. Okay, so I assume at this point that it is Uhox, Lumen, and Yoka who is presumably walking back from the mini spat from Nilrobi.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So, with the three of you, there is an unspoken knowledge between all of you where it's like, we all know that there's a temple in the northwest that has a mask of power inside of it.
I'm just curious what it could be.
Yeah, it makes you wonder.
Very muffled from the backpack. Alright, I want power.
I mean,
My
shouldn't we?
brother here agrees.
I I mean, I do agree. Maybe we should go after it, but to protect it, not to use it.
Oh, I'm just curious. I'm not sure if I'm going to even want it. I just want to know what it is.
I too just want to examine the temple and see its fortifications.
You want to see if it's one of Akimu's finest.
Yeah, I'll see how well it's protected.
Another Akimu original.
Another Akimu original, baby.
Absolute G2.
Nairobi walks back into the slowly disintegrating and full of fumes diner that you idiots are still in for some reason. And,
no, I think we left.
Did we?
You guys are like, if you guys are not inside of it, you're like just at the entrance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, then I turn around in the middle of the very cold streets and stare at the group for a moment and be like, if you want to get to the place that you morons are talking about, I can take you there for a price.
Really?
Yes,
How much?
really. How much do you have?
They're not getting my tablet, brother. Don't give it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
I have 4. What's the currency? The
crystals.
Crystals.
So-
It is crystal.
Yeah.
I have 4 crystals.
I have 100 crystals.
Oh, character sheet. Checking things. I have.
What's the D again?
You have
is it
Onitu,
dull
you have
crystal?
5 crystals.
I think D
yeah.
is dull. Yeah.
Yeah, D is dull crystals. That's like $1.
Okay.
Yeah, $4.
I think Yoka's the richest out of all of you because she has 100, and then
Here's the
Uhox
thing.
is second with 67.
Yeah.
I'll
I've been
turn
kinda
to
hiding
Nairobi and I'll look at him and I'll be like, I will help you build traps to keep out intruders and foreigners if you help us take this dangerous mask off your hands.
She is a toe of ice.
No, Nairobi really only, you want to protect the land, and this mask is attracting very, very dangerous individuals, like this one. I'm just going to point at the backpack. if you let us take this mask
around a little bit,
traps to keep intruders out.
Nairobi points at Lumen and says, "Deal." Nairobi points at Uhox and says, "Throw the one in the bag down a cliff edge, and you can come." And Yoka,
A very small tear appears in the bag, though.
No, it does not.
No, I'm just going to answer. I am duty bound to protect this young one.
what do you have to give in exchange for this excursion?
I do have cash on me.
Okay, however much cash you have, double it, and the answer is yes. And then Nairobi points at Yoga. You too.
Me too. Wait, I had to double my 100.
These are my terms.
You're so.
If you want
you're so
to die in the mountains, correct.
Can I
Welcome-
use
welcome to
can
the
I
ice
use any
region.
charm at all? Can I try and charm him?
You can
Oh,
give
wow.
it
Should
a
have
try.
just 100?
You'll have to. Tell you what. Do the roll first, and then roll play out your attempt, and I'll tell you what the result is.
Sounds good. I'm gonna do my my big pose. So can it just be 100, please? Pretty please. All right, here we go. You said it was the D12, right? Straight up D12.
Yep. Well,
All right.
D12 plus.
Yeah, plus my charm.
D12 plus 3.
Fantastic.
And,
So 6.
Oh,
it's plus
wait,
6
no,
plus.
that's not a set of 0. So 3 plus 3 is 6, which is around halfway.
Oh man.
So it was your role playing it out literally just could it please be 100?
Yeah, just like make her eyes bigger and like can you speak if you want, please?
I have a plan on how to convince Nairobi. I have a plan.
Okay. All right, lay it out.
I'm going to use my logic, and I'm going to point out if we don't let us go with you, this one
actually,
this one is going to run after it without you, and God knows what's going to happen to your temple.
Oh, there we go.
It gets there.
It's a good plan.
Are you intending to roll, or is this your? Or is this?
I'm gonna roll.
Yeah, I'm gonna have you roll, and based on Lahari, because you have experience DMing, I'm gonna let you decide whether the roll passes or not.
Crazy.
All right. Give me D12.
Under my on my logic.
Logic +3.
Logic.
Ooh.
Not with that roll.
Okay, so Nairobi's gonna sit here and list off all the reasons why that's the stupidest fucking thing I have ever heard.
By the way, I just realized I actually have 67
12 hours later.
I just realized I have 67 in the D category, which is apparently your notes say 5D equals 1C. Oh, okay, I see what it is. Never mind.
Yeah. Dull crystals, clear crystals, pure crystals. Go on.
So first of all, I know these mountains like the back of my hand, your hand, and every other hand in this entire village. I can get from where you're going to back in under 4 hours, repeatedly over the course of several days via 10 different routes, all of which are fraught with deadly traps, monsters, just the sheer fuckery that is trying to move through glaciers. I am a native. I still sometimes scare myself with what I'm capable of in terms of moving through this horrible environment made entirely up of moving rocks, that is to say ice. I do not believe that your sugar-addled thing that you have in that bag even knows where to go, let alone can beat me there 2 times over.
I mean, the only counterpoint I can put at that point is, yeah, but he could just burn through everything.
On what type of whatever?
That's my only. That's my only counter at that point. And that's again based on that roll. That's all I've got. So I've got nothing else.
Nairobi is unimpressed.
Well, shit.
Also,
So how do we make more
I
money?
apologize to you specifically for the swearing if it is something you are not comfortable with. However, I will fucking do it again.
Like,
Did you
that's
say
like
that in character?
at the end of it's like when they first tease like the Skull Raiders in the animations, the hand like comes out of the ground. That's just Onito's hand coming out of the bag right now.
Oh no.
Oh no, Onitu's getting out.
Luckily for Onitu, since he is in the bag, and because it is a very special bag, he will only come out when Uhox lets him out. However,
oh no, I'm a
Uhox
Pokemon!
However, Uhox should probably let him out at some point so he can
breathe.
Not necessarily breathe, but it is a bit stuffy in there.
I slowly put my hand towards the opening.
Oh. That's a threat.
Wait, okay, look. Why do you really need all of that money? I mean, what do you spend it on?
And how is that any of your business?
I'm just saying, like, you know, 100's a lot.
I have a charm roll set up and ready to go if I have to.
Okay, perfect.
You are more than welcome to try to beat me there.
You could
I thought we could
climb
do
on
this
it.
together. Or... All right.
Well, that was a 7 on the charm.
Ooh.
And what is this charm in service of?
I was trying to intimidate you with that. Opening the flap that just let Onitu out.
Yeah. See if that works.
Can I roll aware to be aware of that? And
You're already aware of it, but I would say to roll will to see how resistant you are to that mentally.
Okay.
Like, I know we said Jack and Daxter earlier, but I think at this point now it's a Sam and Max situation.
Yeah, no, I can see that. I can see that. Yeah.
I'm about to let my max out.
Sorry, I rolled a d20 at first. I rolled a 10.
Okay.
prefer
Okay,
the
so you do
roll.
beat that. You see that either he's bluffing, or more accurately, probably, then you know that they don't know their way around the tundra. They're not gonna. There's no chance of them beating you.
So, you can pay me with what you have in your pockets now, and get me the rest in 3 months, or I will come and find you.
I like that
deal. Nairobi extends their hand in the direction of Yoka.
Okay, I raise my hand as well, and I shake it. All right.
All right, now throw the little one down the cliff, and we can get moving.
Wait.
I can't do that.
I'm just gonna chuckle and be standing watching this all happen.
It's a part of the deal.
It's amusing.
I have altered the deal. Pray I do not alter it any further.
Fine, then just turn out your pockets, and we'll call it good.
All right, I give you my 100 dull crystals.
All right.
Nairobi bites one.
It is
nice.
The one that you happen to bite into is pure, meaning it is worth 20 dull crystals.
Oh.
Yeah. So that's like that one crystal is like a quarter of Yoka's money.
While they're arguing, could I take out 4 of my clear crystals and identify them?
Yes, you can. All right, give me a.
I gotta do a roll, right, for each, identifying each?
Correct, yes.
Sweet, alright.
Yeah.
Hubris Incorporated, that shit is fucking wild.
Yeah.
Wait, what? That's
you have to do /roll sides 12.
Yeah.
Yoka is very
Should
glad.
get a better roller.
Aha, there we go. I wanted to do 4. There we go.
Oh, nice. Okay,
Nice.
so.
Okay, so we got a sturdy crystal. Ooh, nice. We got an elemental, an explosive crystal, and a dark crystal. Okay, let me write that down.
The bag shakes slightly at the mention of explosives.
I steady the hand. Not now, brother. Not now.
In due time.
All right, yeah, that's explosive.
I'll be back in a sec, by the way. I'm just going to get some water.
Okay.
By the way, where are we checking for these numbers of this?
So check your crystals, then that is over in the crystal smithing add-on pack. And
here's
that
the stars crystal smithing PDF.
Yes.
Yeah, that was not.
Oh yeah, explosive
to my
and
knowledge.
dark. Oh yeah, I got it off the website.
Yeah.
Explosive dark. Yeah.
Drop it in the out of character chat for you real quick.
Dark.
Appreciate it, but I could also go to redstargames.org to download right now.
Well, yeah, but then you'll download all the PDFs.
It'll have everything, including Dor Nui and Baron Nui and Heroes of the Stars.
Which, right. Red Star Games is a website. It's a team.
Who said that?
Check out.
That was so fun.
That was Ethan, wasn't it? No, that was Craft.
Yeah.
Oh no, that was.
No, it was crafting.
Easy setup.
Yeah. Crossfire Crafts.
Yeah.
Anyway, whilst you guys are working on that, as a general note, remember, kids, swearing is cool.
It tells you how immense your vocabulary is.
All right.
Multisyllabary filler words are very important to a properly functioning human soul.
I thought it was multisyllabic.
Getting words wrong is also a very important part of the human soul.
So if I understand correctly, since I only have 67 dull, I can't really do anything with those to check them, can I?
Well, you can combine them because because 5 dull crystals is 1 clear crystal. You can convert those because what you have is worth 67 dull crystals. It doesn't necessarily mean that you have 67 dull crystals, if that makes sense. Yeah.
Okay. So, so technically, I have 3 pure crystals right now. Or what?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I could check for those real fast.
All right. 5 dull is 1 clear, so I'm just gonna take 65 divided by 5, and that means you have 13 clear crystals.
Okay. So roll sides. Well,
while he's identifying them, I'm gonna look over and nod, and I'll be like, "If you let me, I could help forge something out of that. I do have the crafting kit."
So you said, go ahead and do 5.
13. If you want to analyze every single clear crystal that you have, then it would be rolling 1d12 count 13.
Yeah. All right, let's just do it.
That is some forge options. Oh boy!
Well,
all right, elemental.
I do have a pure. I have a really good
shifty. Oh, you got a magic one. That's cool.
I do have a magic one. Okay, so hold on. Let me just write these down as I go.
Shifty.
Yeah.
Elemental. Shifty.
Tabernacle is a great swear word, y'all.
What?
I'm watching the chat. I don't know what you're doing, streamer.
Sturdy.
Oh, I think sturdy increases your resistance too. That's a good one.
A temperate. Elemental. Another sturdy.
To make sure that the people who are out there in Streamland kind of understand what's going on, the party is taking a look at all of the crystals that they have, which they're identifying them for to assess their extra special properties that can be used in crystal crafting.
Am I able to do that from inside the bag?
You can hear what's going on. Let me check how many crystals you have. I don't think you have all that many. You have 5 dull crystals, so you can convert that into 1 clear crystal and identify that.
Dinocast,
Sure.
we'll get the new version hosted.
Why not? What am I rolling for that?
Just 1d12, no modifiers.
Hubris, the reason that Vakiti's character is currently in a bag is because he was spraying acid all over the goddamn diner. And Swart's character put him in a burlap sack that is used especially for this particular purpose of making sure that the goblin can't shoot acid all over the surrounding area and make it everybody's problem because...
Hey!
Yeah.
In my defense, it was an accident.
Throw him down the cliff!
I know Roby is starting to sell me on this idea.
I'm just glad no one died.
No one did.
Yes.
Do you have an idea how carcinogenic acid fumes are? I don't, but I assume
I have a list of all of the ones that I have now. I have 4 elemental, 3 shifty, 2 sturdy, 2 hypnotic, 1 temperate, and 1 magic.
Nice. Oh, here, I'll put that in there too.
And I guess I have an elemental.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just a default crystal. As close to default as you can get.
So, could I
respond to you with the chat?
Could I do anything, like, could I barter with that magic? Would that be a worthy one to try to barter with?
So, you think about it, and you look at the magic crystal itself, and it sparkles and glows slightly. Not to the point where it could work as an actual light source, but it's pretty looking. It's slightly powerful where if you infuse it into armor, then you're essentially immune to ranged ammo.
It's really good.
Yeah. And if
So
you
it's now
infuse
debate
it...
if I want to fusing it or trading it.
Exactly. And you can say, hey, you could fuse this with, if you visit a, etc. You can also choose to infuse it with a weapon that gives it a chance to deal extra damage. Or you can melt it into a charm, which adds +1 to your charm, if you wear it. Meaning your charm stat goes up.
Nairobi notes that it sounds an awful lot like you guys are trying to melt down my money.
Oh no, now I'm just trying to debate how I can work this and make sure I can, not have to give you all 67 of my crystals.
I mean, he did say empty your pockets.
Mm-hmm. I don't care what you turn it in. Whatever you turn it into is also mine, so...
True.
I mean, I could also just say, no deal, and then Onita and I walk away, and I just end the call.
Where the fuck are we gonna go?
I'll look at Nilrovi, and I'll say, how about he gives us the magic crystal, and with my tools right here, I'll infuse your armor with it to make you immune to ranged attacks. Oh. That way you won't have to visit a blacksmith. I'm already right here.
And it'll also make him immune to me.
Oh, yes. True, actually.
You know that this guy is, he is not bullshitting. He knows what he's talking about.
Very real.
I'm willing to give up to 1 crystal if I can keep the rest and not have to deal with tossing Onita off the edge.
Fine, don't kill your little pet, and yes, make me the armor.
All right, then.
All right.
And because you already have the tools needed, you don't need to roll for that, and you successfully infuse Nilrovi's armor. And I'm going to add
I'm down
to
63
Nilrovi's
cash
sheet now.
I need to download a stock magic effect and just put it over Nilrovi's avatar here.
That's just what the big version of their armor looks like.
Oh god.
Oh no.
So I guess that means I'm now down to 63 cash because I just handed that off.
Yes, that's correct. Okay.
Oh, hey, wait.
Yes.
How well would I know the ice mountains and main tundra? Because I know I would know the village pretty well, but I guess kind of outside of that, maybe not. You know?
I imagine you've. That depends on whether you know up front where the temple is.
I do not.
And I would assume. Okay, got it. So in that case, you know how to navigate the terrain. Definitely better than Lumen and Uhox.
For sure.
You don't know it as well as Nilrovi does, though. So,
okay, cool. Just want to establish that. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
All right. So, Nilrovi begins to lead the way.
Oh, thank goodness.
To the place.
I begin to traipse through the tundra, and
I just want to let's just dwell on the moment, the realization that it took us a full hour to get even through the front door of that bar.
It was a lot of negotiation, and I gave him a magic crystal.
Nairobi was a hard sell. That's why I said thank goodness. That was, jeez. Holy moly.
The power of trade. Commerce prevails.
Look, tip your Sherpas, okay? That's all I'm telling you.
Tip your Sherpas.
Really? I like that. And so we're off.
All right. You guys are headed off.
No, baby.
Are we just assuming Tino or Onitu? I keep saying Tino. Is Onitu out of the bag now?
Oh yeah.
That is up to Uhox.
I'm gonna go ahead and I'm going to take Onitu out, but I'm gonna fix him up with the booster seat so he can't.
Yes.
Well, I'm just happily sitting up there on the tablet.
Yes.
For context on that, Uhox has a special. His weapon is a Stormarang that folds into a booster seat that Onitu sits on top of.
I'm gonna grab water real quick.
It's actually called a Jetarang.
That's good. Yes, Jetarang, Stormarang. I think it's also. Oh right, Kaboomerang.
Yeah.
That's an actual thing. I didn't make it up. It sounds like I made it up, but no.
Welcome to G2.
Love that.
It's gonna be more fun when I forget to take the seat off.
Where can I purchase this as a poly bag? Is it available or is that a GWP? I love it.
Okay, so you guys are making your way through the tundra, and because I would have you roll this, but because Nairobi knows the way, then unless you want to deliberately misguide the other members of the team, then I would assume that you make it to the entrance safely.
I would
am
like
I
to
correct?
deliberately mislead the team.
Oh, I will rip
Great.
that armor right off your body.
Oh, dude.
That's
Oh,
great.
come on now.
I'm going to make us take the long way, which will get us there by nightfall.
Okay, so
Hey, you didn't pay.
Route, guys. It's the friends we made along the way.
You all paid half. So therefore, you don't get the express service.
all right, Yoka, I would like you to make an aware roll.
Fantastic.
Yeah,
I'm like, these are the.
call him out on his bullshit.
Wait a minute, guys, hold on. All right, let's see here. D12. I gotta get back on
D12
that
plus
screen
1.
there. Phenomenal. I gotta wait. Oh, there it is. I was looking for the server. Here we go. All right. Okay, 5.
They seem to know where they're going.
Okay, yeah, I'm just enjoying the silence of the mountains and
the
watching
place-
the. Yeah, beautiful, fantastic. Nothing is wrong.
The place is deathly quiet.
Awesome.
I
Love
take
Except for Onitu, like, clicking on the tablet.
the route that I take them through takes us long enough that we don't arrive at the temple until nightfall.
Yes.
Damn.
At this point,
How long would that be about?
I'd say about like 2 hours. Like you guys went over to have dinner before nightfall.
Are we
So
there
at
yet?
this point,
Are we there yet?
At this point, there are stars in the sky. You can see
Wow.
see 2 planets in the distance, and just slightly you can see the Okoto equivalent of the Aurora Borealis in the sky, just beginning to appear.
Localized entirely by this village.
Localized entirely within the region of ice because you don't see it anywhere else.
At this day, at this time of hour?
Yoga's gonna take out her sketchbook and start sketching it out.
Ooh, nice.
I'm gonna use a crystal.
What do the others think of the scenery? Or how long
beautiful.
this has been taking?
Onitu is probably very much excited to see all the scenery, let's be honest. I would like to take a 5-second, do an awareness check, I think, just to see is there anything I'm not aware of yet.
Absolutely, go ahead.
All right. Sides 12, offset of 2.
Hey, so I just found, out of character for a second, I just want to share something that I just found that was done for the event. It looks like one of the designers behind the Baraki, Brian Ellis, did some special art for the event this year.
Oh, very nice.
We'll have to
That's
share
awesome.
that after.
Absolutely. Okay, so Uhox, that is actually a success. So in the distance, you see what appears to be just a mound of ice, but you see an unnatural, cyan blue glow beyond the snow. It's in the very distance, and if you weren't looking carefully, you would have just saw it as, just the snow reflecting off of the aurora, but looking closer at it, they appear to be well, it's hard to tell from the snow, but there's something glowing underneath the snowy mound.
Fascinating.
Yes. Would you like to perhaps approach it?
I think I want to question Nairobi about it first because I'm not aware of this area. And I don't know if that's a trap or...
All right, Nilrovi, I'm going to tell you what that mound is over messages.
Probably a wise idea.
Indeed. Would you believe that it's something that glows?
What? No way.
They haven't actually messaged me whatever it is yet, just say.
I have now.
It is blue. It glows. It's shiny. Go deal with it. Well, no.
I see something shiny. I want the shiny. Give me the shiny.
Well,
you see what I have to put up with.
Yes. And you still refused.
Honor bound to protect the young one, not by choice, by honor.
I mean, fair, I suppose. Anyways, that is the temple. That is the area that you all have paid me good legal tender to take you to. Bye. And Nairobi just walks off into the night.
He just walks away.
And that's the last we know.
Just mask out his avatar in the scene.
Nairobi slides down into a crevasse out of sight.
Okay, yes. And I'm going to play the session forward as if it's just the four of you. I'm actually not sure what Nairobi's going to do, but it looks like they would want to do their own thing. They might pop up later. Who knows? So,
okay.
Between the four of you, from what you saw, Nairobi just jumped into a crevasse and is nowhere to be found anymore. However, all of you, since you were all informed of it, you now all see the temple glowing beneath the layer of snow.
Ooh. Well, we came this far. We see it. Least we could do is go knock on the door or something.
I am intrigued about it, especially that it seems to be underground.
All right. So I'll also mention the mound of snow is like, I'd say...
So fully covering it?
Yeah, it looks like a mini mountain almost. That's like, I'd say 30 feet tall-ish.
Okay.
I guess it was my time to shine.
While we were setting up camp, could I have infused another piece of armor with one of my crystals?
Yeah, which one?
I wanted to infuse the sturdy crystal into my armor.
All right, I can do that. Or you can do that. All right, so Lumen...
That gives me, I think, one extra resistance. Yeah.
It does. So your resist is now 5. That's great.
Oh, better than that.
Nairobi is gone fishing. Let's go. Okay.
I was waiting for someone to notice.
All right, which one of you goes forward and knocks on the door?
Oh, so the door is visible. It's able to be... Okay, never mind.
It's the area where the glowing is the strongest. And it appears to be it appears to be like... this is going to sound weird, but you know the Toblerone packaging?
Yeah.
It's like
kind of triangular...
triangle cylinder thing. It looks kind of like one of those, but like tall.
It's good imagery. All right.
Yeah.
Cool. All right.
And you are at the head of the cylinder.
Yoka's not going to go first.
That's like, before we go in, can I turn to Lumen and be like, hey, can you upgrade my weapon?
I can. Let's see. Yeah, you got a lot of stuff. Okay. Yeah, that's true.
What would be our best choice right now?
Okay, so you've got Shifty is... that's more for items, and I don't think you really need that right now, actually. Let's see. You got Hypnotic. What's that do? Negate Charm. After infusing something, boost. Do you want extra Charm?
I mean, I'm down one already, so I might as well boost it
you're
back
down
up.
one. That's actually worse. It reduces your charm even further if you're negative, so don't want that for you. You can actually... I could cut off a rope. I could cut a piece of rope up and attach it to that crystal. And so if we like immobilize someone and you can like dangle it in front of them, you could try and hypnotize them.
I've got 15 meters of rope. We have that backup plan. Though.
We could. That's a backup plan. Yeah, we could do that. I feel like that's something we could do kind of on the fly, maybe.
That's how we calms down Onitu from now on. He just hypnotizes him.
I was about to say, my contingency plan with Lay earlier was, I have rope. And immediately Lay said, say no more. I got it.
Yep.
Let's see.
That was the plan for Onitu.
Certain crystal over in this terrain gear. Oh wait, you have a bunch of elemental ones. Let me look at that because I could give you sturdy, which is good. That's just +1 resistance. But elemental, because I didn't even look at that one because I can't use elemental stuff. But it will become your elemental swirls around you and encases you in a protective shell +3 resistance. When you release the elemental energy, it creates a 3-meter explosion from yourself that deals 2d8 damage. That's pretty cool.
That's pretty good.
You want some explosive armor?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Hell yeah.
Very nice.
All right,
Explosive armor, okay.
Where would you like me to put that down at, Lay, or...
That's one of your 4 elemental crystals.
I'm just going to paste it over here with explosive
Brings me
armor.
down to 59 cash, which is fine.
There you go. That is just the thing that you have.
All right, adding it to the bottom of my character notes.
All right, and I will do the same.
All right.
All right.
Wait, no, that's not actually it. That's not actually it. Oh, sorry, I said that wrong. It's not actually explosive armor. It's the, he gets to activate a 2d8, elemental explosion.
Oh.
Wait, what?
It's under...
with elemental armor?
Yeah, it's the elemental armor.
Never mind then.
I misspoke.
Whoopsie.
I don't have explosive, I just have elemental.
It's like an elemental explosion. Because it says it's a 3-meter explosion.
Okay, so it actually, this part isn't mentioned in the description itself, but I will add at the expenditure of an elemental reserve.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. That totally makes sense.
Speaking of that, did I restore that at our supper or whatever, or is that just down by 1 for now? Until I keep using it.
I think you get back every 30 minutes.
Odin earlier.
Yeah, you recover 1 elemental reserve every half hour.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was a 2-hour hike too.
And I have a 9.
Yeah, so yeah, you have recovered that at this point.
Got it. Yeah, what I did in my notes is I just struck out the 9 and then I wrote the 8 next to it. That way I remembered what my base was.
We have 9. Hell yeah, that's awesome.
All right. So, back to the task at hand, you all are still in front of the temple, which is still covered in snow, to the point where it almost just looks like, again, just a mound of snow. Who wants to step forward?
I think I have the most health here, so I'll walk up.
All right, you walk up. Nothing happens. You can see the glow. Do you slam against the door? All right, so you slam against the door, and all of the snow that was piled up, you slam into it with such velocity that the snow all clumps down from the walls on top of you. So you are now a snowman.
Snowman.
Congratulations. The temple is now uncovered.
Wow.
Uhawk's just face palms.
Yeah. So the door in front of you is now revealed, and you can see that it has elaborate patterns on it. and it has some, like, it doesn't necessarily have symbols, but it has a series of, like, glowing lines and squares and rectangles that seem to have a pattern in which they're pulsating. It's hard to tell, but if you think logically about it, then you might be able to figure out how to do the pattern and unlock the door.
I will step up and try.
All right, give me a logic roll.
Because that is
big rolls,
all
big
I'm
rolls.
built for.
All right.
Offset that sucker by 3, and no whammies. I got an 11.
All right.
Nice.
There you
It's,
go. Very nice.
You hear a clicking sound, and the door begins to open, and it's like the opening opens. So, as you can see in the image of the actual background, the triangle is the opening, and it begins to open in a 3-pronged direction before slamming shut. And then saying, try again. So you're going to have to give me another logic check.
All right. Apparently that was not good enough.
You need that 20.
All right. Actually, that works. And it cracks open very slowly, but it doesn't look like it's at risk of slamming shut again. So it looks like you're free to enter.
Hey, Lux. At least somebody appreciates me. Look at the chat.
Yoka she's been drawing and writing everything she's seen down.
All right, I think I know my first plan of attack here. I may be honor bound to protect Onidu and guard him. Doesn't mean I can't toss him in as bait. I will pick Onidu up and toss him into the door.
All right, how far are you planning on tossing him?
Like a meter or two.
I'm not
very
stuck in
far.
there with them. They're stuck in here with me.
All right, use your prowess stat.
All right.
And give me a roll.
So in other words,
Leia, I
do
would
the
like to
exact same
add-
roll. And that's a 6.
All right.
Thanks. Oh,
You
I want to add. Ooh, sorry. Go ahead.
You successfully throw Onitu the distance that you were planning on throwing him. And he lands, and it reverberates a little into the temple. But nothing seems to happen.
But now Onitu is exactly where he wanted to be, ahead of everyone else. So he immediately bolts to the other end of the room to see what's there.
There's a giant chasm.
Onitu, like Wile E. Coyote, just like stops in midair. Looks directly at the camera and shrugs.
So, are you telling me? So I am giving you the option to stop before you notice as you notice the chasm. Are you telling me that you're just going to run through and just?
I feel like that's just a flavor thing. Like he bolts back or something.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Yoka, what were you going to say?
Oh well, as also a flavor thing, I wanted to add. When Onitu was a snowman, she also sketched that out in her book as well. She found it humorous.
Very nice.
Also, yes, I should explain to the chat. The 3D glasses are actually functional. They are 2 different lenses in my mask. One is thermal, the other is night vision.
I do also have a night vision, but I'm currently not wearing it for
Which will
purposes
actually, Tino activates the thermal visor to see if there's anything alive in here.
Oh.
All right. There absolutely are.
Oh. Do I know approximately how far away?
Let's see.
Oh,
There is Which direction are you looking?
I'm just kind of sweeping the area, I guess.
Okay, so looking around, there are the signatures of the people behind you, obviously. You can see a couple things past the chasm on the other side. You also see something at the bottom of the chasm.
Am I able to discern what or who any of those things are?
It's hard to tell. They're just red signatures. And just then, you see at the bottom of the chasm, you see whatever creature, animal, whatever was at the bottom of the chasm, kind of scrambles a little and disappears behind a wall.
What like that?
So there's a secret passage down there.
There could be.
I think
Now I have another I have a rather conspicuous question to ask. Do you look up?
Sure, why not?
I guess we all look up. Sure, why not? Dude?
I'm still not
Okay,
even
so
inside yet.
Onitu looks up and he doesn't see anything with a heat signature up there.
That doesn't mean there's nothing there. That just means it's not traditionally alive.
Oh dear.
Also,
See, it makes you wonder.
Go
ahead.
Does that mean Lumen? I think I'm still remembering character names. The Skull Raider, right? Lumen?
Yeah, Lumen, yeah.
Does that mean Lumen doesn't have a heat signature?
Oh, yeah, I'm the zombie.
That's a good point.
I'm undead.
It depends. Does the fire of the forge burn within you, Lumen?
It's cold fire.
I think under the circumstance, as I'm walking in to go retrieve Onitu, because as I do, I'll activate my scope of night vision and just kind of look around to see if I see anything else.
Okay, so you see Onitu very clearly. You can see across the chasm, there are a series of different passageways. You can't entirely see them from where you are, but do you look up?
As a matter of fact, as Onitu is looking up, I will look up, because again, if it's taking his vision, it's got to be mine too.
Sure.
Okay. You look up and you see a spindly creature.
Oh no.
Oh.
And it's not a skull spider, but it's an animal that is called that you don't know exactly what it is, but it looks at you, it narrows its eyes, and then it starts rapidly crawling down from the ceiling.
Oh, good.
I'm going to immediately use air and just like vacuum Onitu to me.
Okay.
I mean, you could just
expend
throw the Jetarang.
I could just throw the Jetarang. Yeah, you know what? I'll throw the Jetarang towards Onitu and then retrieve him that way. That might be easier.
All right.
Can I also say when Onitu gets saved, when he's out of the way, can I make an ice blast to try and freeze it in place?
You can expend an elements thing to do so. However, if you see what it is, you will recognize what it is. So it depends if you're headed over to actually meet it.
Never mind. Well, do I know what it is? Have I gotten a good look at it?
Are you inside?
So,
yeah,
I'm gonna fast forward real quick to it meeting you on, like, at the edge of the chasm. It's looking at you, and you, Yoka, recognize it as a shard walker, and they're native to this region. They have sharp, spindly legs to basically use those limbs as ice picks, and you know that they are normally They're normally peaceful, but they attack when they're provoked. This thing was clearly provoked in some way because it is not happy to see you.
Yeah.
And at this point, it looks for the closest creature, and that happens to be Uhox and Onitu. It thinks that that Onitu is easier, so it charges at Onitu and swipes for an attack. And I'm gonna roll that real quick.
I'm not going to be fast enough to get in the way.
So
yeah.
I got to do a dodge roll then.
Interesting.
Yes, you can do a dodge roll and give it a go. All right, it swipes rather clumsily because I rolled a 3. Wait a second. That's the wrong dice size. Never mind. I have another chance at this.
Oh wait.
So for me, it's a D12 plus 6, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, that's even worse. Okay. Oh. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So you very easily jump out of the way.
Oh, you think you could approach me?
Do I see this happening?
Okay, adding
and
Dio
now that
to the
everyone
list.
Yep. And now that everyone is involved, I would like everybody to roll for initiative.
All right.
And in order to calculate initiative, then normally there would be a cool thing where the Uma of the team has a 50% chance of going first no matter what. But because they aren't with us, then it's just up to all of you. So yeah, everyone roll a d12 plus your dodge stat.
Okay. Sure, why not?
So, with nothing, I just got a 6.
Wow, I'm glad I didn't have to dodge that thing.
Yeah.
I would have only barely missed.
All right. It looks like... Actually, I'm going to roll
I was going to say,
well.
is this just Onitu's fight at this point?
Onitu, use ice or acid blast.
All right. It looks like Onitu goes first. What are you going to do in response to this shard walker?
Well, it just tried to take my mask off, so I think my first instinct is just going to be to start... I just started blasting.
All right, then. You started blasting. Take a note in that for the summary. So
I started blasting.
Okay, so Onitu specifically has 2 blasters, one on each bicep. The guns fire lasers, and you fire 12 lasers per round. Okay.
Nice.
Okay. So, I'm gonna need you to roll prowess.
Okay, so that for me is also going to be 1d12 plus 6.
All right.
Nice.
Oh.
I think he might be even more broken than Tino.
I'm getting the feeling. You can't do much of anything else, but you can certainly dodge. You can certainly attack.
Why won't you dodge?
All right. I'm gonna roll to actually no, because the Shardwalker's top dodge does not do anything. So it just you fire all of your shots and every single one of them hits.
Oh my god!
So powerful.
Poor creature.
So 12 hits.
Oh, this
that minus that. Okay, that thing is badly hurt, and it screams at you. It sounds like a reversed raptor noise, like.
That was completely filtered out by Discord.
Of course it was. Hang on a second. It's...
turn off your noise gate.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting to get the sound effect to sample.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna
I just added
turn
that
off
note.
my thing.
I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked up in here with me.
Yeah, just add it to the notes. Lay raptor noises.
They raptor noises. Okay, I've turned off my noise cancellation, so hopefully that'll work. Did it?
Oh,
it just did the same thing.
I just heard.
Ah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
I
the
hate
sound.
that.
It just.
That's all it makes.
I bet Lahari enjoyed it.
You know what? Turning off advanced voice activity and automatic gain control because I don't care, and turning off automatic sensitivity so it's picking up everything. Now, without further ado.
Oh, nice.
Took long enough. It's
pretty darn
Every
good.
second of it, though.
It is straight up
immersed.
not having a good time.
Okay.
And
Just poor feature.
yeah. So this next up in the turn is Yoka. What are you gonna do with
Fantastic.
this poor damaged animal?
Oh. Oh.
Are you gonna put it out of its misery?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was about to
There's
say
no
it's either
point
that
keeping it
or
around.
freeze it up to calm it down.
There's
Let it
nothing
go.
there's nothing we can do to like try to heal it or anything.
It'll still try to attack you.
Yeah, but like,
It's like badly injured.
yeah.
Yeah. At this point, if you found a way to just abandon it, it would probably like just pass on its own, which is
Yeah.
Damn.
Did,
I'm gonna end its life.
What kind of animal this was?
This animal is a shard walker. It is
Shard walker, yeah.
It's a fairly brittle creature.
Did Yoka like tell us this? Like, do our characters know this as well?
I'm assuming, Yoka, are you going to tell the others what this thing is?
So things kind of happen really fast. I am gonna let everyone know in case of. Well, I'm just gonna do it in character. Hey, everyone, in case you don't know, this is a shard walker. Does anybody have any sort of medical supplies, maybe, or I can put it maybe out of its misery? It's unfortunate, but I mean that might be the best case scenario.
I unfortunately do not have any healing items at all.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't either. I'm gonna shout back, cut off its legs. I want its claw.
Onitu has 2 herbs.
Oh, that's diabolical. I'm not gonna do that for you.
What would 2 herbs do?
I want the claw. Come on. I could make something with it. Cut off its legs.
If you want the claws, you can do it yourself. I'm not gonna do that. I'm sorry.
Can a light stone heal?
Can a what?
A light stone?
A light stone? No.
Would the
Light
herbs that I have not do?
The herbs?
The herbs would work, yes.
I was trying to make a haha joke about using crystals as healing properties.
Oh,
nice.
Swear,
So I was like, would a light stone do anything?
Swirt, what you need to just like fucking go into my fucking pockets and take the herbs.
All right, fine. I'm gonna yank. I'm going over to Onitu's pockets and just yanking out the herbs, and I'm handing it off straight to Yoka.
No,
can you do anything with
its legs?
You want me to try to use these to heal it?
Is there any way we can?
No. Absolutely not.
Kill it.
Listen, I'm just gonna go put it out of its misery. I assume Yoka knows the easiest point to kill it.
Yeah, it's like right at its neck because it's basically like a stick.
Fantastic. I'm gonna take my hook and I'm just gonna cut it.
Yep, that
All
works
right.
flawlessly, and it immediately like goes. It's just.
I feel
a
bad about
pile of-
this.
Yeah, me
it's
too.
A pile of cold parts on the floor.
Is it? Its body is still there. It's like it's just lying on the floor.
Yeah.
Okay, can I just run up and immediately just like rip off its legs?
Yoka lets you do it. She walks away. You feel so crummy.
I need that.
Alright.
I want that claw.
You do that, and you get a claw from it.
Hell
Nice.
yeah.
and you can use that claw to make a weapon. You could make tools or terrain gear.
I wanted to make the terrain gear.
All right, your terrain gear is now ice picks, and you can now
Hell
climb
yeah.
walls within the temple.
Dope.
All right, so now your only obstacle now is the chasm, although it looks like a couple of you have the means.
I was about to say, I'm gonna probably just use an air cushion and just kind of float down.
Or you could use 2 air things and just go across the chasm.
Oh wait, who had the rope?
Uhox does.
Just addressing a quick chat thing. I have turned on the bounce effect for the avatars to give them a little bit more indication of who's talking.
That's probably a good idea.
Oh, you're That's nice.
Nice.
Could we?
I also have hooks with a chain.
Okay. Ooh, okay. Because I was gonna say, could we attach the rope to my ice picks and just slam them down at the top of the cliff?
This works too, yeah.
Yeah, I think you can do that.
Yeah, we do have the rope. We could talk. I mean, do we know roughly a distance of how far across?
Oh, true. Yeah, or how deep?
I've only got 50. I've only got 50 meters.
Yeah, that's
It's
true.
It's too far for someone to jump, but it's actually
swing?
It is closer than you guys think. It's like maybe.
Wait a minute. What if
I was thinking of going down into the chasm, not across. I didn't even think about that.
we can build a bridge? I have the mask of anchoring.
Huh?
Oh,
I can anchor down items and I can build a bridge.
Oh, that's not what I thought it was. Whoa.
That's not what the Mask of Anchoring does.
No?
I thought the Master of Anchoring was like the not the Rinnegan, but it lets you teleport back to a place. It's like Tracer ult.
Oh, you're right. Sorry, I was thinking of if I could like freeze something in a place and like keep it there, like anchor it to like a thing.
Oh, that would be cool.
Yeah, no.
I mean, I suppose I could.
Cool, but no.
We could tie the rope.
Well, to answer your question on how far the chasm is, it's like 4 meters.
Okay.
4 meters.
4 meters.
So
50-meter rope is not an issue.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Rope is good.
Yeah.
All right. So I could use my element to just fly over there real fast with somebody holding the rope, and then we could just tie it off and turn it into some sort of like makeshift rope thing.
Absolutely. All right, and that feels, as long as you just spend 2, well, are you carrying Onitu with you while you're doing this?
It's a situation where it's like, do I really, really trust Onitu to not mess this up? Scorpion. While I'm flying across.
Oh, God. I mean, he's small enough.
So the problem is, I don't know if he would try to stab me halfway through the flight just for lulz.
Oh God! Yeah, don't take him! Don't take him!
He really is the scorpion.
He is. Don't take him! Scorpion.
You see my point.
Yeah,
it's in his nature.
Okay,
so if you're going...
I think what I'll do,
brother, is in my nature.
I'm gonna hold Onitu and I'm gonna hand him directly to Yoko and be like, "This is your problem for right now. I will be right back.
Hold on. How do I?
Don't run. Don't look at him."
Okay.
And then I hold up one of the Hypnotica crystals and be like, just show this to him and he'll be fine.
True. Yeah. The crystal.
Okay, so I'm gonna. I'm holding him like away from my body, kind of like when you make a cat long, you know. Okay, and so I take out the. You said it was a crystal or it was a light stone? It was the light stone.
No, I'm holding out.
Onitu begins to flail.
And then I'm gonna try and distract him and keep him from being. Well, being Onitu, I guess.
All right, so Uhox, you
fantastic.
You use 1 elemental reserve, bringing that to 8, and you successfully make it across with the rope. And now everyone can go across without having to roll.
Very nice. Sweet. Only two. Do you go on your own?
Sorry, what?
I assume you go on your own.
Oh yeah, no, I'm already on the other side.
Fantastic.
Onitu just makes it over.
Right.
It's like, wait, how did Onitu get over here? And I just look at everybody
Yeah,
and go,
it's like I was just holding him. Where'd he go? He like teleported away from my hand.
So all of you walk deeper into the cavern.
Nice.
Before we go any further, actually, I did have a question.
Yeah.
Did Onitu, because he checked out the bottom of the chasm and that creature down there, did he share that information with us, or did he keep that to himself that there's something down there?
Oh, good question.
I will leave that up to the character. Do you?
I mean, I think I just like. Well, at this point, if I've been hypnotized, I can't really like relay that information, can I?
That's a fair. Yeah. Wait,
how long
did
is?
hypnotize you to go over the chasm?
Fair
or, like,
point.
Did you go over by yourself?
No, fair point. I guess that did already wear off then.
Yeah. Yeah, it was enough to keep you from being gremlin mode for 5 seconds.
Oh, no. Okay, here's what we do. What is on the other side of this? Like, is there a doorway or something?
Yes, there is a doorway, and
I would say like once we're like we're all there and we're like halfway through the doorway. That's when I relay the information that, oh, by the way, there was something at the bottom of the chasm.
Like, oh hey, this door reminds me of that other door that I saw down there.
Nice timing.
That's a big door. I saw another one like that at the bottom of the chasm.
Wait, what? Are you telling us now?
I then pick up Onitu from like the back of the neck and be like, explain.
Well, the creature came. There was a creature down there, and it came in around a doorway or something.
Can you describe the creature? I'm gonna whip out my sketchbook and get ready to draw it, or try to.
As far as I know, I couldn't tell.
You could not.
No.
Okay.
The joke you're gonna say is it's red.
That's all you saw. It was very orange.
Okay. I don't have any colored. That's it. Okay. Well, you're very helpful.
In character explaining. I'll just be in character explaining. No, that's just what the lens looks like.
Nice.
Do we want to leave that alone then, or no? It's like I mean, okay, not messing with a big creature.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't know what exactly was going on. We know. We only know what Onitu just relayed to us. There was something at the bottom.
We also know that it's not.
We'll back around.
More importantly, we also know it's not like what we just killed because it had a heat signature and the other one didn't.
Correct.
True.
Correct. Here's my quick question: do we know that particular doorway matches the same orientation as this one? Like, is it going the same direction?
I will also note during the explanation of what's happening, I should probably also mention that there were heat signatures beyond the door. We're currently halfway through as well.
Yes, that is true.
That is true. You know, wish you had told us that when we were not crossing. That makes life a little. So I guess now we have to decide. Do we want to keep going forward and fight what other things might be warm, or go down there and figure out what's theirs?
Have you looked into the doorway on the side of the chasm that you're now on?
Sure, yeah. Let's take a look at least.
Yeah, see what's up. Where's Nelrovi? What's going on with them? I'm scared.
Lari's just in the other room taking a nap.
Can I make a check? Like, I have terrible awareness, but can I look around
fair enough.
Nelrovi is nearby?
So whoever is looking into the main doorway does not have to make an aware check, because you see a stairway made out of ice crystals and something glowing at the top of it.
I feel like we're in the 2006.
Hold up, gotta change the playlist to play Stairway to Heaven and get the entire channel banned.
Oh, great idea. Stairway, huh? Okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna throw a stone. See what happens.
Okay, I like that.
Yeah.
Stone lands.
It just lands. It doesn't figure anything. Just lands.
Nothing.
Okay. Fascinating.
This could be an overthink, but question?
Suddenly, an ice rhino falls down the stairs.
But why?
What happens?
There is a there is an ice rhino that is. It just happens to be there, and it looks at you guys, and it assumes that it's your fault.
Okay, so what you're saying is the note I have to take for this is Ice Rhino tumbling down the stairs, just like a rotating PNG with the Gmod ragdoll sounds.
Oh, true, because you said it's spiral stairs. Wait.
Hey, Lake, play that one about falling down the stairs.
There we go.
Is it angry? Does it like immediately notice us and like it looks like it's upset?
Oh yeah. It immediately goes for you. It runs.
Can I just
to
close
attack
the
you and
door?
gore you.
Can I just close the door?
There's no door. What are you talking about?
I thought we opened the door to go into the doorway.
We were in a door. We were just in a doorway.
No, it's a hallway. It's a hallway.
Just like an open doorway.
Just because
Alright,
there's a doorway does not mean there is a door in the way.
All right. I would like to dodge.
Yeah.
Good call. Good call, because there's a chasm behind you.
I also want to try to freeze the rhino's feet as well.
Freeze the feet? Okay.
I'm gonna.
Yeah.
I don't have any dodge in me, like additional. So I'm just gonna hope that I have roll high enough on a dodge roll. I did not.
Oh no.
So you get knocked over the so hang on. So you're gonna wanna check your character sheet and take 8 damage.
That hurt.
Ouch.
And you're also gonna get knocked backwards over the chasm. This isn't an issue for you since you're a Toa of Air, but you will need to take.
Oh my goodness.
You will need to take a elemental reserve in order to actually make your way back over to the
other
safety.
side. Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless
I'm glad it was you.
Unless I fall down and I go to investigate that door down below. But then again, I wouldn't know what I'm looking at, and I wouldn't be able to get back up. So
There might be a creature there too.
Yeah, I'm just gonna float back over to the other side, be like, okay, that's your problem.
All right, sounds good.
I'm just gonna lick my wounds here.
Yeah. Okay.
Does it charge through him, or is it like that? Does that hit him?
It does a thing where it brings its head down and then brings it up as it hits. As
nice.
it hits Uhox, essentially just launching him.
In the air, and he just okay.
Yeah.
I'm glad it was Uhox who got hit and not it's somebody who could fly, because it freaked me out for a moment.
Is it still charging then, or is it stopped?
It stopped, but it's kind of like flailing around, and it moves to take a swing at Lumen. Are you planning to dodge or block its attack?
I'm gonna tank this. I want to try and wrestle this rhino.
Hell yeah.
So now
how tall are you? Like 7 foot?
You're
pretty tall, yeah.
Raider. Yeah, I am.
You do indeed tank
That's
the hit
awesome.
and take no damage.
Oh.
You're gonna want to take. Are you attacking with a weapon or without a weapon?
Do we? Well, actually, what am I saying? Of course, I want to kill this
unarmed.
thing. It's probably got some loot for me. I could turn this into something. Yeah, I'll just stab it with my spear.
All right.
So now, do I roll
Maybe
d12?
try not to throw anything and kill it.
But too late because you're attacking.
I agree too, but okay.
All right, so you attack with prowess.
Also,
you
I
are
took my headphones off, so it sounds like I'm yelling from across
prowess
the
is
chasm.
4, so that means it's a 15.
All right. There
Uhox,
is.
our cries ring hollow. This poor animal.
Okay.
Maybe if I get closer to my microphone, you can hear my cries of pain.
Minus 4, that's 11. So it takes.
Very effective.
Yeah, it takes 11 damage. Unfortunately, this one's a bit tankier than the others. So.
Oh yeah, but it's stunned too, right? Or it's got the electricity thingy.
It is indeed.
I was gonna say
it
we're
cannot
about to
any
make
turn.
this. I was gonna say we're about to make this campaign just the entire theme of killing woodland creatures.
Well, they're not woodland creatures. They're only distribution device.
I think you mean acquiring resources.
Yes.
Golly gee, guys, I'm so happy you guys came into my homeland and started like destroying the wildlife. I really appreciate it.
You get what I'm about now.
What? Who said that?
It's so cool going on this awesome adventure with you guys. I love it.
Speaking of which, Luca, what would you like to do with this wild rhino that's twitching on the ground because it's electrocuted?
My goodness, jeez. I don't want to keep having to be executor of these poor animals.
Yeah. Well, it's not like you could do a final blow on it because it's not too badly hurt.
Yeah. Okay. It's on the ground. You said.
Yeah. It is.
Okay.
It's on its side right now.
Fantastic. Yeah. I'm just gonna take both of my hooks and try to go full tauntaun on it. You know, just like rip the stomach open and just end it there. Attempt to end it there.
Do it.
You're gonna close your eyes, of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hang on a second.
I'm sorry. Was that too graphic?
I will say no. It's just that your hook blades deal 4 damage collectively.
Oh, true. I forgot. They're not too sharp. They're more for grabbing.
Yeah.
In that case, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna freeze the main body so that the rhino can't get back up, and I'll have somebody else will take care of it.
That's a good call. You have.
Yeah.
You can do it.
Ice. Your elemental attack is 1d4.
She's like
however,
trembling.
I'm gonna say that it'll take.
I don't know if I can do it. I don't want to do it.
It'll take a result of 10 in order to freeze it completely. Your elemental attack is 1d4. However, you can spend additional power reserves or additional elemental reserves to boost that to 2d4, 3d4, etc.
Okay, perfect. I'm not gonna try to freeze the whole body, just sort of like the side of it.
Okay, so I'm gonna, because it's just the side of it, I'm gonna do half, so it'll take a result of 5.
Awesome.
All right.
All right, so I roll. Yeah.
As many d4 as you like. So, give me.
It's fantastic.
Oh, and like each one is energy.
Every elemental reserve that you spend brings the number. It adds 1 to the d4 that you have.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, so I need to beat. What do I need to beat?
5, but you can add more d4s. You'll just have to bring down your reserve.
Sounds good. I'll just do five of them then for it to equal out.
5 d4?
Right? No, I'm sorry. How many? How many would you say would be?
I would say
if you need to roll a 5, are you like 2 or 3?
So
yeah.
use 2 or 3 elemental reserves.
I'm gonna do 3 elemental reserves.
Okay.
I think that works. Roll d4.
Big money, big rolls, big money.
Here we go, baby. Here we go. Woo! Besides 4. Here we go. 1. Oh no.
Okay.
It's okay.
It's 3. Watch 3 right here.
Here we go. Right here. Oh no! Mata Nui.
If the last
gotta be
one is
Josh
a 3 or a 4, you successfully freeze half of it. If you roll
Why
a
the
2 or 1,
stars?
it doesn't work.
Can I add 2 more?
It gets a very light frostbite.
You can add another D4.
I swear to God, if it's another 1, I'm gonna lose it.
Oh my gosh, this sucks. All right.
Please be a 2
for all the beans.
If it's a 2, it
For all
works.
the come on, baby, come on.
Come on.
Nice.
There you go.
Let's go. Let's go.
You
Oh,
just get little puttery things because you're just nervous about hurting it.
Yeah.
You finally just get it in your head. They're like, okay.
Okay, I just need to.
Immediate burst of cold. And the beast is now
There we go.
incapacitated, and you can walk further into the room.
Wonderful.
Where presumably the mask is being held.
Okay.
Before we go on with that, though, we should probably roll the raffle. Because people have been asking for that.
Oh, yes. Yes.
We are rolling the raffle.
Forgot about that.
So currently we have 136 entries to choose from. If anyone is yet to get one in, should probably do so now, but I imagine everyone here has at this point. So,
Yeah, I think I did at the start.
let
let's
us
hope the
choose
person
a
that wins is
winner.
still here.
And the winner is Sonic Guy 001.
Very nice.
If you are in chat right now, we can get your information if you get on Discord, I guess, or something, and just send us a DM. How do we usually handle that sort?
It's either email directly to the Bionicle Day at maskofdestiny.com or via Discord, just kind of give us a shout.
Right, okay. And we could also consider, like, putting an announcement somewhere or something, just in case they're not here or something. I don't know, we'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah. If they don't, how about this? If they don't, like, come back to us before, like, the 3rd day, then we just re-roll it.
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Because I presume it'll hold on to that.
Yeah, and we'll make an announcement. So, yes, congratulations! And that will be for the Mask of Light and Shadow, and your choice of Galley or Skull Slicer.
Yes. I have both in hand. I, in fact, can pick them up and shake them to prove. I have them.
And like that, the box is damaged and is no longer any good.
Broken. All the lime green parts are
Bold
gone.
to assume they were perfect. Oh no, there are no lime joints in them.
So, it's 10 o'clock. We're almost done.
Okay.
We're almost done. Okay, so you all walk into the room, and you see the crystal stairs, and up there is a pedestal, and there is light on the pedestal. You can't entirely make out the details.
How's the look in there?
Just bright, and I see a pedestal. Do I see something on top of it? Which is just the brightness on it?
It's really bright, you can't tell. But
Wow.
if you had to guess, then you would guess that this is where the mask is.
Oh, great, Kanohi mask. Sorry,
Kanohi
Also,
and just
I assume I just crawled back over on the rope and came back with the group.
Yeah.
I'm not sensing any danger. We should be okay.
Oh, I have let me see if I can use this for anything. I have a dark crystal. I'm stained black.
Nice.
It's easy to blend into shadows. Infuse an item to make it haunted. Cast an eerie glow and emit strange shrieks. Maybe not usable here.
Does anyone dare step up?
I'm gonna.
Yoko's too nervous for that.
Onichu just races into the room.
Uhawk immediately tries to catch up with Onitu and catch him.
You got to put him on like an actual leash, like a child leash.
Do you go up the stairs?
Yeah, we're going up the stairs, I guess.
All right.
I'm staying behind the pack.
I'll definitely
All
go
right,
upstairs.
so you, Uhawks, and Onitu, and Lumen, do you come with?
Yeah, I definitely go up the stairs.
Gotcha. So you three go up the stairs, and the pedestal is empty. There very clearly was a mask here,
Oh,
You
snap.
can see
I
a
have a
dust silhouette outlining where the mask was, but it's not
Ooh.
there anymore.
A mystery.
I wonder
Oh, well, they did-
Roby, who could have done
Yeah. Diabolical.
I would like to go ahead and investigate the pedestal area to see if there's any clues as to what happened.
Okay, give it give me an aware check.
All right, offset that with my awareness of 2, and that's a 7.
Okay. Judging by the way that the dust is unsettled, you can find a drawing drawn into the dust. It's a drawing
Ooh.
of a middle finger.
Oh my gosh.
All right.
Wow.
So everyone, I know what's going on now, and I would highly recommend you get your weapons ready.
Oh no.
You hear giggling from the corner of the room.
No, I'm hearing them in my ears right now. That's beside the point.
Teehee.
It's the old man from scene 24.
Do we see him there? Is he standing there?
You don't see them, you just hear them.
Oh no,
You're laughing.
Them? It sounds like there's multiple.
No.
Oh, I gotcha.
No one knows what pronouns Norobi uses because they don't care enough to tell anyone.
Yeah.
It's just the
laughter.
Vakama and Norik scene from Web of Shadows. Just Vakama like laughing up in the
I doubt
rafters.
you'd recognize.
Ooh, yeah.
I immediately trigger my scope of night vision. I want to know.
Onitu turns
good
on
call.
the thermal as well.
I'd like to
All
inspect the pedestal.
Okay.
I'm
you
clutching onto my hooks.
Okay, Lumen, give me a dodge roll. Uhox, give me an aware roll.
Dodge roll.
And
Oh, snap.
Norobi, I would give you an aware roll, but you, from the angle that you're at, from where you're standing, you cannot see anything.
So I'm getting an aware roll on this one?
No, you don't have to roll. You just straight up do not see anything.
Ooh, we got a 10.
Nice.
From
Oh,
where
so I see nothing.
No, you just hear things.
So even with the night vision, I don't see anything at all.
You can see the corners of the room, but it seems to be uninhabited.
So that tells me there's out of character. That tells me there's a passage, entranceway in this room somewhere.
What does
Well, yeah, there's the entrance that you went through. Actually, yeah, give me an aware roll. Actually, because I just realized them. Okay.
Nope.
I was also going to ask, what does Onitu see on thermal?
Ooh.
That's
So,
my point.
on thermal vision, you do see something, and it appears to be below the floor, which is weird.
Oh.
Because it's hard to see, because of the ground being ice, then it's like just black from what you can see with your thermal vision, but there's just a hint of like little blue-green mix.
So
Sort
are
of a
you
blurry
saying,
figure.
okay, does Nilrovi have the same powers as Umarak, where he can just like go in and out of shadow portals? Is that what's happening here?
Oh, he definitely
That's
does.
something that Norobi is capable of doing, yes.
Dang.
Son of a. Okay.
Oh, what happened to my dodge? I got a 10. And the pedestal.
Wait, sorry. Really. I'm sorry, I misspoke. That was supposed to be an aware roll, but 10 is good enough for examining what it is. You see the drawing of the middle finger, and you also see finger marks. You also see finger marks near where the dust points where the mask was. So it's clear that It's clear that Nilrovi grabbed the mask with both hands and put it on, presumably, and then drew the middle finger and left.
Okay, does the pedestal look valuable? Because you mentioned this room is the room crystal or is the stairway crystal?
Well, if I can't get the mask,
stairway-
I'll just settle for second prize, I guess. Take the whole
When I
pedestal.
say crystal, I mean like ice crystals.
Yeah.
The entire place is basically like Elsa's palace from.
Okay, so it's just all ice.
Yeah.
What if we just take the temple and put it over there?
But yeah, at the moment, you're sitting ducks.
Do we think this is going to turn hostile, or?
Oh, it's definitely turning hostile. It's just a matter of how
I mean,
and how
come to
much.
think of it,
Yeah.
come to think of it, it is kind of weird that these, what's the word?
Animals are just teleporting in.
Yeah, I was gonna say he threw that rhino at us, didn't he?
Yeah, Rhino. It didn't make any sense until
that might have been him.
they figured out the portal. Yeah. Which means you can throw something even bigger.
Yes. We are still alive. We are still capable of moving. We are capable of crossing a rope and getting the hell out of Dodge.
Yeah, let's not be in the murder room. That's true.
let's
Speaking
get
of the murder room, you see a figure. Does anyone still have their thermal/night vision on?
Yeah, I've got mine.
So you see Nilrovi scramble out from the shadow, and they have their hand on their sniper rifle, and they're shooting they're aiming directly at the ceiling.
I would like to. Oh god.
Nilrovi, I would like you to give me a prowess roll.
Wonderful.
And everyone else to make a dodge roll.
I melt the ceiling before he can shoot it.
So that's awesome. Now the ceiling is lined with acid and falling
Oh my
on top
goodness.
of all of you.
Hey, out of 10.
Make a dodge roll.
I got a 9.
Crazy.
Okay.
Roll here.
Everyone else.
So, yeah, my dodge was a 9.
Yeah, I got a 10.
Lumen got a 10.
I got a 9 as well.
Yoko got an 8. Nilrovi got a 9. Okay.
Oh no.
I'm just aiming at the spiral staircase. I'm trying to like the rhino. I just want to dive slide down.
Ooh, nice. Yeah.
Lumen, you like leap and make it.
Let's
Oniki,
go.
You also leap and make it. Unfortunately for Hawks and Yoka, then
crud.
No.
the ceiling collapses.
What?
With you underneath.
Crap.
Nilrovi, I am going to have you roll.
Question for you.
Yes.
Can I kind of add something? It's a bit of a it is a retcon, but it is up to you to allow it. For my mass power, before we crossed over the chasm, could I have set that as an anchor point for my mask?
You know what? You already we had talked about the mask of anchoring. And
yes,
I feel like that
is true.
Yeah.
That's you're right. You're right.
Because you are a very cautious individual, then you would have done that.
Much
So
appreciated.
You activate
Perfect.
your mask
Perfect.
power and just teleport right out of there as a
Who else?
Unfortunately,
Thank you.
yeah. Unfortunately, that
Who else needed to be saved? I could throw my hook and make contact with them via the hook.
You cannot teleport people with you. I'm sorry.
Damn. All right. Well, I got myself out of there. That's okay. Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah.
I utilize the power of comic relief and get Onitu out of there as fast as possible.
I'm already gone. You're the only one stuck in
He's
there.
already gone. Yep. You are the only person who gets stuck in there.
How? I rolled a 9.
Yeah, you had to get 10.
Brutal.
It's that.
Is
this
it
was
possible
a
I could
difficult
use?
test.
Is it possible I can
were
now
also-
use my elemental armor to just blast away the roof as it pieces as it comes down?
Ooh. Oh, it's true. I forgot you had that.
Good play.
You know what? I will allow you to expend an elemental reserve to do that, just to
Nice.
prevent you from actually dying.
Yeah.
I mean, you did fail by 1, so that does make
Yeah,
sense.
this is like 3 tons of like basically black ice coming down.
I mean, again, we're talking about I can
moly.
release the energy and it creates a 3-meter explosion from the air.
He's basically
I'm
doing
pretty
a
sure-
Nova Blast.
Yeah. So I guess I would have to roll.
You can.
No, I
do
don't have to
that.
roll anything because it's not damaging anybody unless I'm in
blasting
range.
the debris. It's blasting the debris in like a 3-meter direction.
It's like getting you an
Unless
extra
I'm within
second to get
range
out.
of Rovi. That's the other thing. Am I in range of no Rovi with that?
The thing is, you know that ability you talked about with Uma, where they can disappear into the shadows.
Yeah. Yeah, they
They don't
already
have
did
to
it.
worry about that.
Yeah.
If you
Okay,
you survive this, I'm turning on the Beeg avatars.
Yeah. Well,
I think you can turn on the Beak avatar right now, just because things are getting crazy.
Yeah, sure. What the hell?
Do it.
Let's go. Let's go,
do
Beak
this.
mode.
I've gone ahead and activated my armor, and I've turned blue.
And I'm thoughtful, apparently.
Let's go. Okay.
And Lumen
So-
is
Oh, yeah.
horrifying.
I mean, we already knew this. So, where you guys currently are, then the entire main area of the temple just collapsed. You can see the night sky above you if you were to peer into the main room. Nilrobi is nowhere to be seen. Uhox is has just created an explosion. I'm going to ask. Okay, Yoka, you're entirely safe because you are out of the range.
Yes, fantastic.
I'm gonna ask Lumen and Onitu to make dodge rolls.
Wait, what are we dodging?
My
You
explosion.
are dodging the explosion that Uhox just created.
I thought I'd go down the stairs.
Well, this is the entire room that you're in.
Oh, he's
The
blowing up the
entire
room.
ceiling
Okay.
from that collapsed. And right now you are in the same hallway that contains the ice rhino.
Oh, the hallway with the rhino is falling down too. Okay.
Not that area, but there is... Uhox is blasting debris in all directions, including in the direction of the hallway.
Okay, I gotcha.
It's still intact, but it just has, rocks being thrown at it.
Someone recognized your armor
I got an
sort.
8.
Yep.
Oh wait. In the
God, it's
chasm
so
room,
cursed.
can I set up my hooks to be able to be swung across, so when they make it to the end of the hallway, or if they make it to the end of the hallway, they can swing across really easily?
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay, cool. I shall. I'll throw it up.
Alright.
Make sure it's tight.
Okay. So let's see. Both of you make it and do not get blasted with things.
Oh.
So, all right, you guys run over to this chasm where Yoka has very kindly set up a little relay system for you to go across. Uhox, you are still in the main room, where Nilrobi is presumably hiding in the shadows, and you are you've just blasted the debris out of the way, so now you're free to scramble your way over.
Oh yeah, no, I'm out of there. I'm immediately flying down the stairs, literally. I will use as much energy as it takes to fly out of here.
Okay. Nilrobi, what are you planning on doing?
I'm gonna make a break for it.
I like the feeling that we just led him here, led them here to steal this thing.
Are you okay? So
I led you here. What?
I mean, we didn't really have a choice. I mean,
That's what you wanted us to think.
How do we know that me unlocking the door didn't make it easier for you to come steal the mask?
Maybe he knew. Maybe he knew where it was, but he didn't know how to get into it.
Exactly.
I told it before you guys opened the door.
Am I in the hallway after the explosion then?
Everyone except Uhox is now presumably on the other side of the chasm.
Mm-hmm. On the other side? Okay.
So closer to the entrance where the dead Shardwalker is.
Gotcha. Could I have not gone over the rope and stayed by the hallway where the... Okay. Can I try to cut off the rhino's horn?
You can. It'll squirm and roar at you, but yeah.
Oh, man.
I could stab it to electrocute it so it can't move.
What the fuck, dude? Yoga's watching this, by the way. She's like, what are you doing?
Using every scrap of energy to investigate.
Kimu is watching.
Akimu won't know.
By the stars, Akimu will know. What are you doing?
All right. So the things that you can get from it are its horn and hard hide. You would have to kill it to get its hard hide, obviously.
Oh my goodness.
We're in a rush. I'll just get the horn.
Oh, thank goodness.
I'll only disfigure it for life. It's fine. Okay, I'm just gonna
There will
straight
be
up
more
say,
horns, brother.
yeah, you do that, and it's fine.
Nice.
You don't need to roll for it.
Nice.
It's
Awesome.
It's just traumatized. It's fine.
Oh yeah, I can make extra armor or pulse out, whatever that is.
Drippy. I would love to see these creatures in the G2 design. I think that would be really cool.
That's
that would
great
be cool.
for you to ask because they do have G2 designs, and I can pull
They
those
do?
up at the end of the session.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. Heck yeah.
That does sound cool.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So Uhox, you are flying out.
Yes.
Norovi, do you attempt to stop him?
I don't.
Okay.
I'm already fucking off.
Fair.
All right.
Good answer.
So you guys have now escaped the temple.
Oh my gosh.
So what you're saying is one of our party members was the real villain the whole time.
That was not planned.
I mean,
But nor was it a secret by the time it became evident.
I was about to say, it was pretty obvious the moment you said, I'm going to go over here and just walk away in the chasm.
Screw you guys, I'm going home.
I have a feeling we just lost our party member, and also I'm glad I only paid one crystal.
Oh, I'm sure he's still coming for his money.
To collect.
I immediately slam the rest of it in Lumen's hand and be like, get it in my armor right now. I'm not kidding.
All of it?
Oh, I didn't even think about that. Can you layer, like, crystal effects, or is it one per armor?
Well,
That'd be cool.
you can. Yeah, Akimu would not approve of that because one of the main laws of mask making is that a mask can never contain the power of more than one element, which I'm assuming is the same for. Other
So what you're saying is, if Swart
I-
does this, Swart becomes the new villain.
Oh no.
I would like to put out one of our player characters literally just disfigured and
I have a new note. I have a new note. It's only Sunny caption. Swart becomes the Makuta.
Lumen, do you still want to continue traveling together and find Akimu?
I'm down. Yeah, no, definitely.
All right.
I want power.
He doesn't, as long as you promise not to tell him about the giant spider and the legs. I don't know if he'd approve or not.
All right.
I don't know how I feel about that, but I'll try to keep it a secret.
All right,
that
so
works
you
for me.
guys, with that mutual understanding, You all slowly walk off into the distance, and we fade to black.
Hell yeah.
Did we ever
Very
find
nice.
out what that mask of power was?
Yeah. What was the power?
Since it is officially fade to black session over, I will tell you what that mask was. That was the Mask of Taming, which allows you to control animals.
Oh my god!
So Sword could have absolutely used that then.
Oh, the irony is so poetic. I love it.
Sword could have used that to keep control over Onitu.
True.
I could have created a farm for resources.
Man.
Well,
your Minecraft.
I can do something that's really. This mask power is very useful. I could do this to give all the players incentive, and I was going to have the bartender straight up tell you, but then Nairobi interrupted him and threw a glass at his head.
That was the moment you became the villain.
No, it was
100%.
We were not even like 10 minutes into the campaign before
Oh,
Nairobi just completely derailed it.
Inferno is cool.
It's not even our fault.
I didn't derail shit.
I mean, I guess I admit I slammed it on Koten into the doorway, but you know what?
And I kind of melted the whole bar.
I'm glad I was able to get him out of there and have him go home. You monsters!
You sent him to bed with a concussion. You killed him.
Hey, I would not have.
They're doctors. They're doctors.
I would not have accidentally given a concussion if you hadn't thrown a coffee cup at his head.
Bold of you to assume that one was getting coffee.
And also, in case you're curious,
Fine,
in
an
the
old
Rolex
fashioned.
chat, I have sent images of the Shardwalker and Ice Rhino, and also an animal
phenomenal.
that did not.
Yeah, now that I see that, when Yoko's not looking, I definitely went back and skinned it.
But also fair, because like I would too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that's right.
I would love. You know what? I would have loved to have had the Shardwalker as kind of like my jacket at that point.
That would have gone hard.
Yeah.
I wish they made these as sets. Oh my gosh, that's crazy.
That is really
That is all of the G2 artwork in its nutshell.
Yeah,
the book was crazy.
I think my favorite. Yeah, I think my favorite is Pohatu's his snake that turns into like his like gauntlet arm like that. Oh my gosh, it's a great idea.
Cool, yeah. I liked the Makuta they had, or not Makuta. I think it might have been a skull soldier or something that was like just chopping someone in half.
Yes. Yeah, that was so freaking cool.
Oh yeah, I love that one.
Come on, Lego, no balls.
Seriously.
On that illustrious note,
I'm so sorry.
We should. No, it's fine. I think we should probably wrap it up for the evening. So
We absolutely shall. So
this was
just
a
a reminder-
lot of fun.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Good, I'm glad to hear it. So as a reminder,
Oh, that's
Revision
fantastic.
5, we were playing on Revision 4 because I did not have all of the things at the time. But Revision 5 is now available, which includes a variety of fixes, new formatting, and a fillable PDF character sheet, which I will be using if we use Heroes of the Stars next year, which I'm hoping for, because this is actually really fun for me too.
Oh yeah, no, we gotta go after.
I do think we need to get back to whatever the fuck Tino and crew were doing at some point, because I do have a bunch of notes for that recap too, but maybe if next year is like a full 3-day thing, we can fit in both.
Absolutely, that sounds fun.
That does sound very fun.
Agreed.
Well, Hari, doesn't that sound fun?
It does, actually.
Not 1, but 2 days of dealing with Tino and Swirt / no need to
I'm glad that I was able to unrestrictedly be the villain this time around. It was fun playing the heel.
For what? 5 seconds? You didn't really do much. You threw one rhino at us.
Well,
my headcanon is you literally just spawned it out of nowhere and then just kicked it in its side down the stairs.
They were already in the temple to protect the mask.
Okay.
Once Nairobi got the mask, it was just like they also sicked the Shardwalker on you, by the way.
Huh.
Oh, okay.
So that's why,
you did say that it seemed like it was provoked, but I just thought it was because Tino just got launched, or Onitu got launched through the fucking door.
I mean, that you know.
Did we also seem to just forget that I threw my Jetarang and tried to catch Onitu back to me? Did that just not even get resolved at that point? Is my Jetarang just flying around the temple?
I'd like to headcanon that Onitu was just so ridiculously fast, but that by the time the Jetarang caught him, he had already completely killed the thing.
Yeah, that was fun.
Yeah.
I do look forward to a conclusion for the second one. And obviously, we're going to have to fight a bunch of monsters coming up here.
And on that note, we will see you same time tomorrow, noon Eastern, for Lekoro Band Greatest Hits pop-up video, also featuring Lay, and me, and Swirt.
Woo!
Good stuff.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Good night, everyone.
Happy Bionicle Day, guys. Thank you all for having me. That was awesome. Bye, guys.